out of that? You didn't.
Took the floor out.
Oh.
Starting over.
Wide screw.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
At isolation.
If I can't mess with you, who can?
You can't even look at your lips or anything. You have no idea what's going on.
I think I have one.
See, the base
He's
is
giving
already
me some. It's inevitable, it's gonna happen again. Nah, we'll just go skip across the room, have somebody video it. Go in the hallway now. We could prove to her we already got in trouble before it even started. I know, that would be bad.
I do.
You get registered, Teresa, for classes? Yeah. Why is those sections are so low?
That was what was on the computer, so.
So maybe look at the drawing
Yeah.
then, when you guys do those? Yeah. Is he just doing one?
starting time, but we're waiting for one of our board members to rejoin us before we get started, so everyone can enjoy the quiet for just a few more minutes. And I hope someone brought dinner, because this one's gonna be really good.
You didn't slam a sandwich in the car like I just did. I'm like, this is sad.
I can call my son, we could do takeout, just call him, we deliver. We take orders for everyone?
Yes.
As long as you pay him, absolutely. He's all about making cash, he's a college kid.
Although we're a cashless society now, so.
He has Venmo, I'm sure of it. Knowing that kid, I'm sure of it.
He's Venmo. A lot less stressful.
I know, no, we're too close to us. That's gonna feel weird to have you right behind me. If you start talking and I don't take it personal, just because I forgot. You do look like the naughty kid stuck in the corner. It's the ball.
Well, good evening. We're glad to have those of you with us who are joining here in person in the boardroom and as well as those who are joining us on the internet. We're glad to be able to provide this meeting to anyone in the county that wants to see it, and hopefully everyone will be able to get a lot of your questions answered tonight. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item 1.3 is approval of the agenda.
Move to approve the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye and the agenda is approved. Item 1.4 is input from the public. This is a period devoted to comments by the general public, if any, and discussion of those comments. In the interest of privacy and due process, the public is requested to not raise personnel issues except in a legally noticed closed personnel session of the board. No action may be taken upon a matter raised. In the event that public comment is allowed during any agenda item, the president reserves the right to limit such comment and terminate any further comments. The president reserves the right to place any restriction on comments by the general public. Any such restrictions may be reasonable and may restrict the time, place, and manner of the comments, but may not restrict comments based upon viewpoint. Is there anyone who wishes to make a comment that is not related to school reopening? Okay, so we will take all school reopening comments on the next agenda item. So we don't have any other comments, we will move on to item 2.1. which is receipt, review, and approval of reopening schools plans developed by the Reopening School Committee as for the Governor of the State of Nevada Declaration of Emergency Directive 022, requiring districts to create a reopening plan for approval by the district's Board of Trustees and Superintendent of Public Instruction. Dr. Robinson.
Okay, thank you very much. First, I want to say hello, and this is not exactly how I expected to introduce myself to the community, but I can't tell you how happy I am to be here, a part of the Elko County School District. It's an unusual evening, but it promises to be filled with lots of information and opportunities to hear from the public and from the board any questions that you have. So I think if it's all right, Madam President, if we start with questions that came in during the course of this past week, we're going to actually break them up. We received a lot of questions, and we appreciate that people are bringing questions in because it helped us as we were creating the presentation. We want to be able to answer as many questions as we can in the presentation. For those that maybe we can't, we'll either try to answer individually or continue as we work out some details for the plan. So if it's agreeable, we can start. What we thought we'd do is break those up into sections, and Secretary Kuning can read the first section of them. We'll stop during the presentation and provide opportunity for people to ask questions as we're going along. So we'll keep reading questions that have come in.
Okay, I'll read the first group, then we'll have other questions that come in, the way I understand
Yeah, if you
that.
read the first
Okay.
group, we'll go ahead and start with the presentation, and then when we get to the first question, pause. You can read the second group, and then if anybody
Okay.
has questions.
Okay, very good. All right, and for the record, I'll read the individual's name and the letter. First one's from Laura Fisher. In thinking about truly reducing cross-contamination and exposure to COVID-19 when developing a hybrid plan, has the option of a 4-day week been considered? In my mind, one less day of school lessens the exposure considerably. And perhaps instead of swapping Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Tuesday, Thursday every other week, it seems to make more sense to have the same group of students come Monday and Tuesday, having Wednesday be the day off so the school can be properly cleaned, sanitized, and then the other group of students attend school Thursday, Friday, having longer days on the days they are in school rather than more frequently coming to school seems like a safer option. When students are not in the classroom, they could be doing online learning, or if teachers prefer to do bulk teaching on classroom days, and then home days could be spent on assignments applying to learning. The second one is from Brianna Saxton. How are you going to support and protect your high-risk teachers and staff? Also from Brenna. Okay. How the hybrid model makes it as any safer for the students and staff. Just because they may not be in the same room together does not stop the transmission. All the students have the same teachers, whether they're on different days or not. That means that one teacher is exposed to everything every student brings or is exposed to on one day, and then can share it with the other students the next day. The teacher is exposed to all the students as well as everything their families come in contact with. I do not understand how that is safer for anyone. If this is going to happen, why not just open up full-time for all students? Jessica Holland. My concerns regard the hybrid model. With teachers being in the classroom 5 days a week, I don't know how we can also be active online for the students who are not in the classroom. Online learning takes hours a day to set up, answer questions, and make sure everything is working. Our prep time is not enough to get things ready for all students and focus on distant learning. Brittany Varner. I have several concerns. First and foremost, my children both require special education and speech services. How will both of my kids be able to have proper access to the services they need through distant learning? Distance learning was a huge struggle for us because of their inability to work independently. What will be done for families that don't have internet access? The only reason we were able to access what we could was through my cell phone, and several resources were unavailable to us because we don't have a computer or internet access. I would prefer my kids to be able to return to school with limited changes. I do agree with temperature checks and increased sanitation and even limited social distancing. My kids will be unable to focus and will be distracted if forced to wear a mask. I don't want to send my children into an environment that will feel like a prison. They need to be able to interact with their peers and teachers and have recess. They need to go to art and be able to check out a book from the library and hug their teacher if they just need a hug. All of our kids need routine. I know ultimately the fate of our schools lies in the hands of our governor, and I in no way am bashing on our district, but I'm begging you to fight for our kids. Distance learning is not effective, and forcing these kids into a terrifying situation won't be effective either. Let them go back to school like they knew it was before all this came along. By all means, implement better hygiene and quit sharing supplies. Check their temperatures if you have to. Don't take their childhood away. Jessica Johnson. How will schools be able to provide enough technology for use at school and for home use? How will work be turned in within a safe manner to teachers if they are not able to do it digitally and are supposed to keep the amount of paperwork down, especially in the elementary grades? Will teachers be provided additional sick leave as they could be exposed or have to be out of the classroom numerous days? Due to limited breaks and workers' rights, will the classroom days be run on an early out schedule, since there would more than likely be no recess or special classes for elementary? School days could be run for 8 to 12 and allow students to pick up their school-provided lunch on their way home and finish the final hour of learning for elementary students online, as most elementary students need 300 minutes of learning, not counting lunch. How will teachers' breaks be given to use the restroom? They cannot be expected to not use it for more than several hours straight. What about ventilation in the portable classrooms? How will the extra cleaning be done? Will this become a teacher's responsibility? Will teachers be expected to teach both students online and in person? If so, will time be allotted in the day for teachers to be in touch with those online? Hence a shortened day schedule within class students. Can teachers be allowed to wear scrubs to work as their professional wear gear, standing numerous hot washes, which is recommended by the CDC? Would face shields be allowed as long as a teacher is at least 6 feet away from the students and is teaching in the front of the room? Allow for better pronunciation, projection, and clarity of teaching. Jennifer Bixler, schedule. How is the community able to accommodate a rotating schedule? Hey boss, I can only work Tuesday, Thursday this week, and Monday, Wednesday, Friday next week. Transportation allowances from different locations, more flexible this year, since most families will have to have childcare. Mask policy, face shields, testing, sickness policy. What do we do when someone is symptomatic? Does the entire class get tested? Who all stays at school versus quarantine? If someone's family tests positive, does the entire class wing school quarantine? Are teachers expected to use their sick time if they are quarantined? What happens when cold and flu season hits? Substitute teachers, temperature checks. This is a deterrent which may help decrease families sending sick students. Younger students in technology. Is there a way to simplify login? How are families supposed to support their younger students if they are working? How do we ensure that we are holding students accountable? Grading, lunch, recess procedures, prep time. What are we doing with specials? Standardized testing, AMP plans, progress monitoring. If students are receiving approximately 1/2 of the curriculum standards, how do we prioritize as a district? Thanks for all you are doing to help make this work for our students and community. Laura Fisher, in thinking about truly reducing cross-contamination, I already read, that was a double on there, I believe.
I think that's the second comment.
It's all the same as it was before. Yep. Tara Hollis, I would like to know what the school district plans to do in regards to students who are on IEPs and 504 plans. When we went to distance learning, my child was completely left behind, excuse me, because he did not receive the services the district and state are required to provide. I need to know how the district plans on making sure these services are maintained in both plans and going back to school with restrictions, and if we're forced to return to distant learning. Kelsey McCulloch, I'm a parent of a child who attends at Liberty Peak preschool, pre-kindergarten program. I need to know what the plans are for the kids who receive services during pre-K in regards to returning to school. Vanessa Santos, is there a plan for accommodating deaf and hard-hearing students with a face mask mandate? Will face shields be an acceptable alternative? Is there a plan to allow teachers lunch and bathroom breaks? Do they have any prep time? Does the district have an accurate count on which students will be returning to school? What if the numbers of students returning doesn't justify classroom placements for teachers or school site staff capacity? What happens to the teachers who are at high risk for serious complications from COVID? If the district is grouping students into A, B groups, but teachers are coming in 5 days a week, what are the teachers supposed to do with their own children? What happens if there aren't enough subs to cover the districts? If a student tests positive, will the whole class be required to stay home for how long? Will teachers be required to be tested for COVID? Can foundational elementary students go to school full-time, 5 days a week, since they are the least likely to have success with virtual learning? How can we uphold best teaching practices like student collaboration if students are required to be 6 feet apart? Does the district plan on training us to teach online? Will our special teachers push into the classroom, or will classes go to the special classes as normal? How will this be accomplished on an A-B rotation? What happens to our school nurses if they are themselves at high risk for COVID complications? Do they have any extra protection against being exposed? Are they the only ones taking temperatures? Can teachers take temperatures as students to share the burden? This is Janelle Manzanares. What will be the protocol if a teacher or one of the students in the classroom tests positive for COVID-19? Monica Nunez, I have a question about distance learning. From my understanding, it sounds like we will be able to choose distant learning for our children through all 4 phases, correct? If so, Will there be a limit on how many children can enroll into a distance learning program while in-person classes are available? Cody Sharp would really like to go back to normal. Children a lower risk of contracting the COVID. We need our children to be able to be taught with a person. They can't focus and learn from a computer. Do the temperature checks, do the sanitizing, have sanitizing stations. Mask won't work with children. Please open the schools back up. Tabitha Rowe, the kids need to be back in school. They need socialization and their teachers' support. We're taxed so our teachers can be paid to do their job, so let them do it. This one's from Kristen Guthrie. Will teachers now add healthcare worker to their list of job titles? Will we be required to take student temperatures and monitor student health? What is a consequence for a parent who knowingly sends their sick child to school? We know this has happened a lot over the years. How many positive cases will be allowed before a school is closed again? Who is going to enforce the rules such as social distancing and the wearing of masks? We can't even have our faculty agree on not wearing hats in the building. How will admin teachers handle a student who is defiant with regards to wearing a mask? How will we handle students who say they don't have to wear a mask because their parents say they don't have to? What do we do when a student says their teacher in the period before didn't make us wear their mask? There are teachers who don't believe this virus is an issue. What qualifies as a mask and how do teachers handle this? What do we do with the kid who shows up with a knitted mask or something else insufficient? What about some of the districts that are looking at teachers and parents signing hold harmless waivers? Will Elko be one? If a district has the need for such a waiver, doesn't that indicate that schools shouldn't be opened in the face-to-face situation? Will the district be able to supply sufficient cleaning products and hand sanitizers? During a normal year, this always falls on the teachers to have these products available in the classroom. This should not be an additional expense for teachers. Who will sub for teachers who are sent home for quarantine? Will teachers be required to cover classes during their prep period for a teacher who has been sent home to quarantine, thus exposing that teacher to a new group of students? What happens if the large group of the workforce refuses to come back, take extended leave, or retire early? As the active building rep at Elko High School, I have a number of these members ask me about this. Many, including myself, are very worried about being exposed and becoming ill. What happens if the student intentionally coughs on another? This becomes a new potentially deadly form of bullying. Consequences for this type of behavior? Question mark. How will we keep students and staff protected from this type of behavior? How will you protect special education teachers who are normally in very close proximity to their student and work with the most vulnerable of the students health-wise? How will restrooms be cleaned in between use? How will restrooms be monitored? Who protects the bus driver in all of this? Enforce students keeping masks on. Parents, community members will not be allowed in the building. How will we verify who is actually picking up a student? Most of our schools have the bare minimum of custodial staff. How will they be able to thoroughly clean our schools without overtime, hazard pay, increased staffing? How are they realistically cleaning at a pace necessary to sanitize a school building and with that level of contamination? Our budget is dismal, to say the least. How will NEPF be administered for teacher evaluations? Secondary students transition from class to class. How will this socially distance in the hallway? Even cutting our daily student loads in half won't allow the social distancing in our hallways. Will teachers be required to be in the hallways to monitor and be exposed to even more students? How will our insurance handle a hit for numerous sick teachers and their family? How will we handle fire drills and lockdowns? My classroom has one functioning window and its questionable ventilation system. How will the district handle room ventilation? There are many classrooms with no windows to open. What if a parent refuses to have their child tested for COVID if there's a reasonable suspicion that the student is ill? How would a teacher break up a fight in the hallway or outside? What if a teacher refuses because they feel it's unsafe? Thank you for your time and consideration of all of these concerns. I want nothing more to be back in my classroom, but the safety and the health of all stakeholders is vital. Nancy DeVilia. If kids are coming back to school, whether full-time or part-time, what would be the protocol if the teacher or student in the classroom tests positive? And what cleaning protocols will be implemented? Dolan Fisher. The main goal of an adjusted school schedule is to limit potential exposure to COVID-19. I believe that alternating between in-person and online schooling each day would accomplish that goal. I think students should be separated into either an A group or B group. Group A would start Monday, Tuesday. Group B would go Thursday, Friday. The next week, Group B would go Monday, Tuesday. Group A would go Thursday, Friday. This would allow for a deep clean on the school on Wednesday and essentially allow students a week off between their Monday block and Thursday block. They would have time to show symptoms and get tested before they go back to school. Thomas Hannum, I'm in full support. Are the kids going back to school full time? I think good of a teacher doesn't want to work. They have the right to use their sick leave. And if parent doesn't want their child in school, they have the right to stay home with him. If they decide to stay home, they could follow your online curriculum. If we're not back in school, I would like to get a recess for paying my land taxes to the school district for the 2020 year. And since we already pushed sports into 2021, I will definitely request a vacation of portions of my 2021 taxes. Daily Meza, there's a lot that goes into these types of decisions. However, I do feel that it should be a choice the parents should get to make. If we're comfortable in allowing our kids to go back normal, we should be able to do so. My kids have immune systems that we believe in and do not need masks or anything else. It is unreasonable to tell kids to keep their social distance or wear a mask. It will only be a distraction. Please keep the wants of the community in mind when you vote on this. We're paying attention to you, to who is speaking for us and who isn't. Kelsey McCullough, I have a couple. Will they be doing pullouts for special services? The survey they conducted completely left out children who are pulled from the classroom for therapy, speech, OT, PT, etc. How will they be handling the pre-K program for those children who need it? As you can imagine, distance learning doesn't really work for those kiddos. If we have to resort to distant learning, how will those kids who need services be able to receive said services? Sarah Rhodes, In the events masks are required, how will masks be handled for the children who are hearing impaired and need to be able to read lips? Ketja Nevin, from family overseas schools were shut down again when positive cases occurred. Germany. Here, if a student or teacher tests positive, does the entire class have to quarantine, or does the entire school shut down? How is the situation going to be handled? Sam Sanders, pay the teachers and administrators, pay for teachers and administrators should be according to time at school. No classes, no pay. Also, install improved ventilation in schools, UV air cleaning, etc. Online classes aren't practical. Homeschooling is already an option and is not where public schools should be participating. Finally, the example you all are setting for our future generations is absolutely laughable. A flipping, politically driven and disposable joke of responsibility, all in the shadow of safety. Pull your heads out and do your damn jobs. Get back to work. Homeschooling is already an option and is not the realm direction public schools should be pursuing. Get back to the classroom, improve school ventilation and air sanitation. Hillary Uriarty, as a special educator, it's going to be next to impossible to maintain social distancing guidelines and enforce mask regulations in my classroom. The majority of my students have sensory issues, which means that they will be unable to wear a mask all day, and they do not understand the concept of 6 feet apart. I'm also anticipating some incoming students that have some severe behavioral needs and may need to be CPI restrained regularly. Again, this will make it impossible to follow social distancing protocols. Sadie Olson, what are you going to do in order to protect your teachers and staff? Will they be given an option to be a digital teacher? Kathy Valdez, what are we going to do with our special education students that require one-on-one aids and need a person instruction? How are we going to provide the services that are in this student's IEP? Will teachers or their aides be allowed to do home visits? Online classes are a struggle for students that need accommodations and modifications. To be successful in the classroom, so will our profound special education students be allowed to come to school every day so they are receiving appropriate services. Elko County School District staff works hard to maintain consistency and structure in the classroom. And seeing these students every other day will make it very difficult to keep these students engaged. Just as they are adjusting to the school day, they'll be required to take another day off. In a normal school setting, it is difficult to get these students back on track from this weekend. So by Monday afternoon, they are starting to get used to the school week. If students are required to come every other day, it will be very difficult to get them to use the school week. Example, by Monday afternoon, they're getting used to the school day. They take Tuesday off. By Wednesday afternoon, they're getting used to the school day. Thursday, they're off. By Friday afternoon, they're getting used to the school day. And then they are off for the weekend. This model, I believe, will create more behavioral problems. These students have a difficult time already, and I believe a hybrid model or online classes will be detrimental to their education. Special education classes are already half the size of a regular education classes. So can we keep them the same and allow these students to come every day? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. And I hope everyone that asked a question here is listening, whether you're present or you are watching on YouTube. And we will go ahead and have Dr. Robinson and her team take over with the presentation, and it will answer a lot of those questions. There's lots of question answering that's about to come up.
And while we're getting set up, I just want to note, if you did not hear your question read and you know that you submitted something, we have more to go through, and I appreciate your patience. I think it's important, though, we all feel that it was important that people, their questions and their comments be heard. So that requires a little bit of patience on this side as we're working through those. So if you did not hear your question or comment and you know that you submitted it with your full first and last name, then wait, and we will be going through more. So, okay, I think we're set. I think we're ready to go. So, oh wait, maybe not quite. Well, Mr. McEnany is setting that up. I'll just speak a little bit. I just want to give some background, and I know that you guys have gotten some communications, and this is a process that's been going on for a couple of months now. But when the, go ahead and go on through and get to our mission statement and see, keeping in mind what it is that the reason that we're here, and what we stand for as a district. And I'll just say that when we received the directive from the State Department of Education to develop a plan that included 3 models of learning, and those are the 3 models that we're going to talk about this evening, and we're going to give you lots of information about it. The school district went to work in developing a committee that was made up of district and community stakeholders, and working together over the past couple of months and still working out some pieces to it. They put together the recommendations and the models that we're going to talk about today. So go ahead and let's take a look at you can see the number of members that we had on our committee. And they're made up of, as I said, school district and community partners. The governor was to consider, the committee was to consider the restrictions that are in place right now that are relating to the governor's orders in response to COVID, in response to, let's go to the next one. There we go. So all of these pieces that we had to take into consideration, and they were really, first and foremost, is we're talking about what's best for children and what we believe is best for students in our school system. But we also, the committee had to consider the safety and well-being of students and staff. We had to maintain high academic expectations and being able to find models and putting the models together in a way that we're going to be able to provide for quality teaching and learning in the classroom. Financial feasibility was a really important one, and that becomes a tricky one. And it still is a tricky one for us, and one that we have to consider as we're working out the details for these 3 models. But in order to be able to meet the objective of the cleaning protocols and a lot of the pieces that we put into place, there's going to be some financial impact as a result of it, and we're still working out those logistics. But that's the reality of following these restrictions in these models. We wanted to know about what sort of impact this is going to have on the community, and that's why your voice is so important to us. And the survey that went out was so important. And doing all of this, while as much as practical, following the federal and the state guidelines and the local health officials' guidelines and recommendations. So a survey was developed and was sent out and made available to the community. Now those results have been published. They've gone out, they've been in 2 communications, and you can, here's some directions here, but if you go to our website and you go to the front page under announcements, the latest communication that was sent out has a link to the survey results. You can also go under COVID-19 on our website under superintendent announcements, and then there are 2 letters there, and both of those letters have a link to the survey results, so you can take a look at them. But overall, it's very simple. The results were very clear that students, parents, and staff all indicated very clearly that they want children back in school as normal as possible. And so all of that was taken into consideration as the committee did their work. So we had to consider the academic goals as well, and we acknowledge completely, openly, that taking a school and turning a brick and mortar school into a distance education model, literally, I think overnight was how quickly that order came in here in Elko County School District. It wasn't optimal, it wasn't successful, and it's not what we would expect in a distance learning model. So we considered, the committee kept in mind these academic goals as well too, because the models had to improve on greatly the academic goals and outcomes for our students in all of the three models. So those were considered, and as the committee worked, the important part also that we need to take into consideration is evaluating student academic levels, given the academic experience that they had in the spring. When they start school up in the fall, we've got to be able to evaluate where they are and then be able to remediate appropriately. So I've gone over the phases, but I just want to take a moment and talk about the phases again and how they relate to the models. Now, I'll say this, the governor last night in his press conference indicated that the phases were not going to be as important anymore. There's going to be a new set of metrics that he's creating and developing with his medical team. And we'll hear about those metrics next week, I believe, is when they're going to be released. But in the meantime, he also ended the press conference by saying that right now the state is going to stay where they are in that phase 2 that we're in right now currently. So the directives that were sent out, the first directive in March 15th, that's the one that required the closure of schools across Nevada. And that's what jettisoned everyone into that emergency school closure and distance learning. When and then April, the directive that went out at that point said we'll go ahead and we'll complete the school year in that emergency closure situation. Then there were other, other restrictions were starting to lift as the numbers of infections started to go down, and then they entered into the phase 1, which of opening, which allowed some non-essential businesses to reopen, but there were very strict restrictions that were put into place. Then we moved into phase 2, and that's where we are now. And I think the most important component or restriction in phase 2 that has really guided a lot of the conversation in the committee is that the first one here, that 50% occupancy of a room, we can't exceed 50% occupancy of a room or 50% participants, whichever number is smaller. And of course, the physical distancing of 6 feet and the other restrictions, and of course, the face coverings at the time that phase 2 started were encouraged. And then the directive that was added to phase 2 made the face coverings mandated for ages 10 and up. We haven't any guidelines yet for phase 3 and 4, and I imagine with the governor making the announcement last night that maybe he won't be going in the direction of phase 3 and 4, but at the time that the committee was working on these plans, we were looking for some guidance on what phases 3 and 4 would entail. So in phase 2, the governor then released a directive that indicated and gave direction to school districts across the state, and in working together with the Nevada Department of Education, they required that school districts and charter schools develop a plan that encompassed 3 models of learning that we're going to talk about tonight. And it was at that point that the school district put together the committee and started doing their work. And again, these are the important pieces of it, and that is that 50% occupancy or 50 people, whichever is less. And the other important piece of that is a 20-day notice that has to go to the community about the models or the plan that's been developed, so that you have notice of how the school year will begin. And then, of course, the restrictions that were outlined in phase 2, and those were all taken into consideration. and the directive regarding face coverings in the community settings, and then for children ages 2 through 9 were exempt from the face covering. So the districts now are required, all districts, to submit a plan that has those 3 models in there for the board of trustees to review and to adopt. And the 3 plans that we are going to be talking about tonight, that we have made, the models that are encompassed in the plan are the distance learning model, and the in-person learning model, which is following whatever physical distancing protocols would be in place, and a hybrid learning model, which is a combination of the distance education and the in-person instruction. So, as you can imagine, when we're considering opening up our schools in as normal a way as possible, while also adhering to the restrictions that were identified by the Department of Education as restrictions we had to have in place when opening, there's going to be a number of challenges. And these are, to start with them, that the models were all developed and the recommendations have been formed without the benefit of clear information regarding the budget. We know that the economy was impacted by the closures, and we have not yet a clear picture of what that impact will be for school budgets. We know that we'll be operating with some significant, potentially some significant reductions. There's a cost, as I mentioned, there's a cost to the supplies, and there were some questions about being able to properly clean and disinfect the rooms continually in the buildings, and so there's a cost that comes to that, and the ability to be able to have the manpower to be able to keep that going. There are, the concern that some programs, and again, you've heard the concerns of teachers, you've heard the concerns of parents, will some of our programs be adversely impacted by any of the plans and the directions that we go? And then, and I heard this a lot of times in the questions too, that there's going to be active cases of COVID-19 in Elko County. And so, and even at the time that school opens and throughout the school year, and what is it that is going to be our response to this happening, should it happen in the school? Challenges went on with, we know that our parents and staff feel very strongly that they want to return to normal. And whatever we decide is not going to be satisfactory to all of our stakeholders. And again, all of these things are kept in mind when the committee is putting their plans together. An outbreak, as I mentioned before, may require a temporary school closure. It may retire more than a school. It may impact 2 schools or 3 schools. And what is that going to look like? And what is that going to mean for families who are living day to day and having to respond often very quickly to what may change? And that need to be able to pivot very quickly between models is likely to be something that we need to be prepared for. And we've got to continue to keep our associations and employee groups updated on the many, many, many details. As you heard in just that first set of questions, there's a lot of details to be considered, and details in relation to staff. And so, as you can see, the challenges went on and even on from there as well too. Some considerations that we took a look at were there was some guidance that was released relatively recently from the American Academy of Pediatrics, and they had some recommendations for sending or opening school again as close to normal as possible. And so those were considerations and things that were considered. Recently, I think last Friday, the CDC also made recommendations in regards to returning to school, and these are updated recommendations, and we're also taking a look at those and incorporating them into the plans. As I said, there's still a large number of details to work out as we're working through this. So I just want to connect, and I know I've done this in communications, and I know we're probably going to get to the point where we're tired of hearing this, but I really want to connect the models to the phases that we've been talking about. So again, the districts were required to develop a plan that consisted of 3 models. And we're going to talk to you tonight and give you as much detail as we have now on distance learning model, a hybrid learning model, and the in-person with restrictions model. These models do align to the phases. So if for some reason we were to revert, and again, understanding that the governor is not necessarily going to use the language of phases anymore as of last night, but what was phase 1, which was a very restrictive environment, our distance learning fit that phase. The phase 2, which is what we're in right now, the restrictions that are there allow for that hybrid so that we can start to bring children back to school on a reduced amount, and then the easing of any restrictions that may occur in phase 2 or entering into phase 3 or 4 or whatever is going to be the equivalent now, then would lend its ability to go into the full in-person learning model. And even in the hybrid model, which is the plan, again, that I mentioned in communications, that is likely to be the plan, and it actually is going to be the plan that we'll recommend to the board this evening for the manner in which we will open up the 2020-2021 school year. That will be the direction that we will recommend that we go into. Even at that, we have some schools that are able to make some of those restrictions. Some of the smaller schools that would be able to participate in the full in-person because the size and the population will fit into the phase 2 restrictions. So we'll talk a little bit more about that as we get to the presentation. So now we'll go ahead and we'll start talking about the 3 plans. And again, we're going to stop a little bit in between and give you the opportunity to ask some questions so that you're not waiting until the end of this long presentation to be able to get your questions answered. And then we'll be reading some more questions that our stakeholders who are watching remotely.
Okay, so Chris McEnany, Director of Secondary Education. I'll be presenting the first group of slides here when we're talking about our reopening plan, in particular the full distance learning plan. Specifically, this is obviously the most restrictive plan that we have in place should COVID cases within Elko County rise sharply, or should local health, state health, or the governor's office dictate that we should revert to, again, I know the phrasing isn't phase anymore, but should we revert back to a more restrictive state? In the full distance reopening plan, one of the biggest things that we want to stress here is that while this is the most restrictive of the plans, it is also the most stable and most cohesive plan that we have for continuous education for our kids. This plan would not be disrupted midstream by any emergency closures for students. Students wouldn't have to attend in an A-B structure in any way. Of course, the catch is it's 100% distance education, right? So again, it's the most stable, it's the most cohesive, but it is also the most restrictive. We need to distinguish between a couple of things when we're talking about full distance learning. This is not the distance learning program that was put in under the emergency closure of last spring. At that time, the state dictated that we put our students in a hold harmless situation where grades could not go down, and as a result, accountability structures for student academic progress were severely limited. We have had approximately 5 months to put this plan into place on how we're going to hold students accountable, how we're going to ensure that students are attaining new learning every single day. Professional development is being discussed and is going to be implemented to allow our teachers on how to do this effectively. Again, we cannot equate this distance learning plan for full distance ed with the emergency closure. It is not the same thing, and accountability purposes will be much higher. part of the full distance, and again, some of the questions that were presented, how will we provide internet access to kids? How will we provide devices to kids? One of the first things we did when this plan was directed by the governor to be put in place is we had our IT department run a district-wide count of all of our Chromebook devices. And we actually found that district-wide, we have 33 extra Chromebooks, district-wide. So under that model, we could technically provide every single student in our school district with a device to take home, assuming 33 kids don't drop it. All right. However, with that plan, we've also used some of the CARES Act funding to purchase approximately 1,000 more Chromebooks to buffer what we anticipate will probably be breakage, gaps here and there. Those Chromebooks, according to our IT department, will be delivered in September. So while there may be a small gap before we get students' devices, we do have 33 extra ones, accounting for every single student, plus we have 1,000 more coming. In addition to that, we have worked out and purchased 1,000 hotspots, utilizing our partnership with T-Mobile to provide students who do not have internet access or for some reason are not able to get on their local network with a hotspot that will provide them access to the internet. Our IT department went out with one of these hotspots and hit various spots all across our district, from Wendover to Carlin, Oahe to Jackpot, and everything in between, to determine where they worked. Luckily, a lot of our outlying communities, particularly the Wendover area, provided full internet access for all of the students there during the emergency closure. So certain areas already have that, but that will allow us to provide students on a case-by-case basis who do not have access to the internet, not only a device, but also internet capacity. So those are in, they've been delivered, they're sitting in a box over in the IT department. So we're pretty excited about that. Teachers will receive ongoing professional development. Most of our teachers were not trained in college to provide distance education, and it is a different animal. So it is incumbent upon district office and site administrators to ensure that teachers are properly prepared for the differences. And again, utilizing CARES Act funding to support that PD, we do have plans in place to provide that. We know that within this model, as was brought up in several of the questions, the requirements for attaining students' IEP guidelines and their 504 programs, those must be met. That's federal law. We must meet those needed supports that those students have identified in their IEPs. Those will be provided on, again, the reason they're called IEPs, individualized education plan, those services will be provided on an individualized basis to best meet the needs of the students. All right. And of course, students eligible for free and reduced lunch will continue to be provided food services. That's one thing that has happened during the emergency closure and all through the summer. We didn't have any kids go hungry. We continue to provide food services to all students, even beyond the requirements of the school year. So that program will continue to be in place, and we will ensure that students will be able to continue to come in and get their school lunches and be fed. So again, full distance learning, phases 1, 2, and 3. When we're talking about full distance education, what it says up here, the option will be available to all families in all phases under several scenarios. Okay, should the district find itself in a situation where all schools are closed, or should the board say that distance education will provide the most equitable access to educational processes for our students, our teachers will be giving that educational materials to our students. We're not going to outsource that. Our teachers will provide that. So if little Johnny or little Susie is in Mrs. Jones's class, Mrs. Jones will provide educational services for her students throughout the entire extent of distance learning. If we find ourselves in phase 2, where we're in a hybrid learning model, families can choose to enroll in what commonly known as the Northeastern Nevada Virtual Academy, or NNVA. That is the school district's virtual K-12 school. We utilize that program for a lot of different reasons. A lot of our kids who are too far away to make it into schools enroll in NNVA, we use it for a lot of different reasons, but that would be an option if we have parents, if we find ourselves in the hybrid model or even in a full attendance model who say, I do not feel comfortable sending my student to school, even under these conditions, we do have a virtual option through NNVA. Again, it's an Elko County School District school. It's no different than unenrolling at Grammar and enrolling in Southside. It's the same, it's just another school that we have, so it's another option. In the event that we find ourselves in phase 2 or phase 3, and we have an emergency school closure due to an outbreak at the school, where we're forced to close down for up to 48 hours to do a deep clean sanitation of that school, then in that case, education will continue through the distance ed model, but because it affected the entire school, those students will continue their education through their classroom teachers. So again, utilizing the hybrid model, since teachers will be doing portions of distance ed anyway, should we have an emergency school closure, the only difference is now everybody, each cohort is now in distance ed until the school has been sanitized and we can reopen it up. We do anticipate this happening more than occasionally within our schools should we put students in schools. All right, so again, that's why the full distance education is the least disruptive, most cohesive, and most stable learning platform, simply because it cannot be interrupted by emergency closures at the school sites. Again, most restrictive, yes, but most cohesive and most stable. All right. Questions? I think I answered a bunch of the ones that came up.
Chris, do you know, have they talked about fixing bandwidth issues? I know on our side of Elko, our side, it's almost impossible to get consistent bandwidth over there.
So we have discussed that. Unfortunately, that is a frontier issue, not an Elko County School District. The bandwidth within the schools and the message that we send out is strong.
Have we approached them about doing something or fixing that issue?
We have, as has the mayor and as has the county commission. And we are all receiving the same answer.
Are the mines getting involved?
The mines are actively involved in everything we've done. A representative from Nevada Gold Mines was actually on our reopening committee. And in looking at that, they've been extremely supportive, particularly in providing some financial support for some of the things that we're purchasing in order to supply students with needed materials. And also in encouraging several of the health-related communications that we've been trying to send out, that we're modeling a lot of what the largest employer in the county is saying for their employees, and having that work down to their children as well, particularly with masks, right? If they're making their employees wear masks, we're hoping that that message works its way through the families as well. If mom and dad got to wear a mask at work, so does the kiddo.
Early in the year too, we had talked about improvements in internet access up in Hawaii. Is that going to help this particular situation, or is that not even in place yet?
So the hotspot should assist in that. We actually had Dr. Robinson and I had a meeting earlier this week with the tribal council, and that actually came up. That's, again, tribal land is not technically the Elko County. It's, it's tribal land. So as a school district, we can't go out and build cell towers on tribal land. That has to be done through a partnership. There's extensive grant funds that the tribe has to do that, and we would love to partner with them in order to see that done. And I think we have some great partners up there at the tribe in Hawaii that want to work with us and get that done. So.
I just want to add, Brian, to your question about the mines. The mines, they are working, I believe, with the county, or at least with the municipality, on the infrastructure and the concerns that Elko County has with the infrastructure. I know there's a project that they mentioned they're involved with increasing that, I think, with Frontier Communications.
Chris, you were talking about, we have 33 extra Chromebooks, so we've got roughly 10,033 Chromebooks in the district.
Roughly, yeah, we'll make it nice and round.
Right there, my question is, if we go with a hybrid plan, so you've got kids requiring the Chromebooks to be at home on every other day, what happens there? Are they bringing the Chromebooks, and I can see that that's going to just increase the potential for damage being done, loading it on the bus, coming back and forth. And alternating every day. Is there anything taken into consideration other than the basic replacement of about 1,000 of those for this coming year?
So that was a model that we've actually had in place for several years at our two middle schools, at Spring Creek Middle School and Adobe Middle School, which used a grant to provide one-to-one, including armor bumper covers for those computers. A large proportion of those same covers have been purchased, but the reality is that both in the hybrid model and in the distance learning model, those Chromebooks will be assigned to students within the first week of school, and it will be their responsibility to pack it back and forth every day.
Okay, so
Absolutely.
is that outer case like an OtterBox?
They're tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're tough.
Chris, can you speak to why the committee chose an every other day scenario versus like, a Monday, Tuesday? Somebody suggested it actually in the comments, like maybe Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for cleaning the school, allowing the teachers to do some online distance learning, and then Thursday, Friday, and keeping it more of the same every week for parents to be able to find healthcare.
Absolutely. So I apologize if I stepped on you there a little bit. The simple answer to that is yes, and that is discussed when Mr. Waltz discusses the hybrid learning, whereas this is the full distance ed. I don't want to step on Mr. Waltz because that's part of his show.
Okay.
Okay.
So, I've talked to several elementary parents and teachers that are concerned about having their child in front of a Chromebook all day.
Mhm.
So what's the plan as far as distance ed for our elementary kids, especially in kindergarten, first, second grade in particular? That's pretty challenging.
It's hugely challenging. That's why one of the reasons that professional development is going to be so important, to provide particularly the younger elementary teachers with best practices on how to approach that learning model that doesn't burn the kiddos out and doesn't have them staring at a screen for 6 hours a day. More of a, here's the lesson, go and work on this, the computer might be on the side. But again, that's all within the professional development and the establishment of best practices for distance ed.
Doesn't necessarily match exactly what Teresa mentioned, but why don't you explain Go Guardian, what we learned about Go Guardian a little bit?
So Go Guardian is a program that that we actually already have purchased, that is a content platform, much like the Google Classroom that we used during the emergency closure, and Canvas, which the state has purchased and pushed down to all the districts to use. So we'll have 3 different models. The Go Guardian program allows parents to actually view in on the class and observe what the students are doing at any time on that Chromebook. So that will actually allow parents to monitor and limit that screen time for their kiddos. It's a pretty in-depth program, and we can provide tons of more information on that. This is kind of a limited exposure to that, but Go Guardian takes into account part of that best practice for limiting that screen time while still providing the best education that we can through the distance ed model.
And even monitoring what screen the kids are on.
Yes. Which tab they have open when mom walks over and all of a sudden YouTube goes away and it goes back to the classroom. No. We know what you're doing, kiddos. We've all been there. So, absolutely.
So can we ask Chris questions too?
Yeah, please.
All right, awesome. Hey, so with this completely detached learning,
Hold on, pause. Please state your name, and actually better,
oh, sorry.
I think, Mac, we probably better have you stand up, say your full name, and then ask your question, and then they'll answer.
So I'm Mike Salvo. With the detached learning, or the distance learning as you're calling it, pretty much it'd be the same as like homeschooling nowadays, where they have access to the computer and a curriculum. With doing that, is everything, wouldn't it give opportunity to reduce the size of the staff and faculty needed? And also the overhead costs of the schools? If we're gonna distance learn, you guys are just setting precedents for later on. If the governor wants to save money by cutting the budgets or not funding completely, you're kind of opening a doorway, I see it. But I mean, this is your question, is with that, now that you have that capability to reach this many kids, it wouldn't take that many people but a couple teachers to do a whole district, a couple administrators, to do a whole district. The faculty overhead alone, are you guys gonna continue that and try it out? to continue keeping everybody on board? Or are you gonna make the reductions to what you need to operate at 100% proficiency?
So I'm going to break your question up in two pieces. Part of that is a human resources question that I think is better answered by Deputy Superintendent Smith. However, I can answer the part of whether we can utilize distance education with less teachers, and I would say no, that we cannot. Okay, so what you're asking is that normally in a classroom of, say, second graders, where we have a 24-to-1 model with a teacher, whether be it distance ed or in person, I am not going to put 50 kids on that teacher's class load and say it's now your responsibility to be able to teach all those kids. Those models will continue to be in place. And the thing to keep in mind with all of this is a temporary fix to a severe pandemic situation. This is not the new Elko County School District. This is to get us through until we can open up schools 100% again. All right, again, better than the emergency closure, not our new normal. It's a Band-Aid to get us through to where teachers can come back to their classrooms like they want to, kids can come back like they want to, parents can send their kiddos back like they want to, and we can get back to normal educational practices. When that occurs, hopefully in 6 months, because a vaccine's gonna come in and we all have faith in that, we're not gonna kick our teachers out of the classroom. Be positive, people, all right, be positive. But whenever that occurs, we're gonna need those teachers in the classrooms, because everybody knows that despite the situation, despite the illnesses, one day, 6-year-olds are gonna be back in classrooms with their teachers. And we need to be prepared for that eventuality. So that question, I would say, nah, we're not gonna bump teachers out of the rooms. We're not gonna overload teachers, because if I ask the teacher to do that, I imagine I'll be receiving his or her resignation paper saying, nope.
Today.
And our full distance learning plan isn't for teachers to load a class onto some online platform and kids to just log in and do the work. Our full distance learning plan is the teachers teaching interactively with the kids. So
Absolutely.
the kids would be, teachers and the kids would be interactive online at the same time. The teacher would be talking to the kids live.
Is that gonna be on that Zoom program?
So we're not gonna utilize Zoom.
That's
Zoom has been effectively hacked by numerous bad players. That's where the Google Classroom, the Canvas, and the GoGuardian come in, or to those. Those are much more secure platforms. Every student in the Elko County School District is given a Google account, a Gmail, which gives them access to Google Classroom. And then in addition to that, the Canvas will be the same way, and the GoGuardian will be the same way. So much more secure than a Zoom.
All right, hold on, Mr. McKinney, right here, and please remember to stand and state your name.
Tiffany Jackson. For parents that work at the mines, for the distance learning, do those students have to be online at a certain time during the day? How does that work for parents that work at mines that can't be there? Their kids cannot sit in front of that computer. How does that work?
Difficultly, and we understand that. Again, these are our plans that we're putting forward to educate your children, right? You know, the child care aspect of that will be brought up a little bit later on and discussed. This is simply our education plan. But the child care part, that's coming. So that's not part of, unfortunately, what I'm discussing right now.
No, but that goes with their education.
It does, which is why we address it shortly.
Okay, so then, oh goodness, I lost my train of thought. Younger kids.
Yes.
I think it's important that they learn how to write. How are they going to do that? How are they going to learn any of that doing distance learning?
Again, we agree with that. We agree that the best setting for kids is to be in front of in a classroom with a teacher. Depending on the restrictions that we find ourselves in the time, this is the plan that we find if we find ourselves in the most restrictive platform.
I understand that, but doing distance learning, if we're gonna do this, so if we set up distance learning, is this gonna be an all school year 2020 to 2021? Or when restrictions get lifted, are we going to implement a different plan, like full person?
Great question. These plans are designed to be able to go back and forth as the situation dictates. So again, if we find ourselves in a situation where restrictions have been lifted and we can put more kids in a classroom, this model allows those kids in Mr. whoever's class to immediately go back to that class in the classroom and continue on. It also allows us that if we find ourselves in a more lenient model and we have something where we have to shut a school down, that those same kids are now in a distance learning model with their same teacher. So again, it provides that continuity of instructional practice.
Okay. I worry about the smaller children. I have a daughter going into kindergarten, and I think that these years are crucial. Reading, writing.
They are.
In front of a screen, they're not gonna learn to read. They're not gonna learn to write. And I think that if they get behind now, they will be playing catch up. They will be hurting. So.
Thank you.
Yeah,
We had a
absolutely.
question, the gal in the stripes.
Hi, I'm Kelsey McCullough. I have a kiddo on an IEP for speech, and when this all happened, obviously nobody foresaw it, but I got a single email from a speech therapist saying, hey, download this app. That's how you're gonna do speech. My kid can't talk, and so I'm curious how IEPs would work in the distance learning, because, I mean, I'm not qualified to teach him speech. You need to be able to actually see how the mouth is formed and the tongue works to be able to do speech, as well as PT, OT, behavioral, all of that. So kind of what was the plan in that regard? Because it's like you said, it is a federal requirement that these services are met.
Absolutely. So again, I would ask everyone in attendance and everybody listening out in cyberspace, this is the very first part of the presentation. These are all addressed in the presentation. So it's coming. That's what I can tell you. Sir.
Ty Trevort, just accountability on the teacher's end and the parents' end. I'm an educator, taught here for 16 years, and one of the things I noticed is I had thirds of my class. I had a third that was there every day, third that kind of fell in, fell out because mom was home or not home working, and then a third that just didn't do the work at all. And granted, it was emergency, so kind of two parts here, the accountability and then training for us to help communicate with parents and get everybody on the same page. Is that going to be presented later on, or can you address that now?
So the PD elements will be presented to the teachers directly. And again, there's a part coming up where we're talking about additional professional development days. So as far as the human resource side, yes, the simple answer is yes. Accountability is that all of these learning plans take into account, this is not emergency closure, this is not hold harmless, this is new content that is being taught on standard, moving forward. Students are held accountable, both for attendance and for assessments.
So does that include truancy as well?
That includes all attendance practices.
Got it.
Okay, everybody, if we can hold questions for just another minute. I know you have lots of questions, so don't think we're not gonna get to you. But I think it sounds like we kind of want to move on and give you more information so that we can answer more questions, unless it's very specific to distance learning. Bailey, is yours specific to distance learning? Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take one more and then hold off on yours, and we promise we'll get to you.
Bailey Meza, kind of a follow-up to what Tiffany said. I think you kind of addressed it at the beginning. If both parents are working and they're unable to get to that to help their child, especially with the little ones, and you said the grades will be different versus the emergency distance learning, how does that work if the kid is not able to turn in their work because there's nobody there, both their parents are working? How does that work?
So that is one of the challenges of the distance learning plan. And again, homes with two working parents, things of that nature, this is our educational plan. And again, this isn't a child care plan. This is our educational plan. This is how we're gonna do it if we find ourselves in that situation. Should this plan go into effect, like if we were to start this, if the board would come back and say that's what we're gonna do, we have a month before the start of school to establish some of those parameters, working with community partners to determine where kids can go if that's the case. So.
I just want to add too, a part of distance learning that's really important is, even though it's distance learning, it's still that face-to-face that occurs with the teacher, whether it occur face-to-face literally or whether it occur remotely. And by making sure, part of the professional development, a really important piece, I know you guys couldn't hear me before, but a really important piece of the professional development is to help teachers with the tools to be able to provide that face-to-face, even on a remote basis. And that really speaks to the accountability, that really increases accountability, and it also increases the teacher's ability to be able to motivate and provide instruction for students. And it really does help with that concern that parents have about what happens if my child's not getting the work done or whatnot, or able to get the paperwork in. That's part of the professional development. It's going to be a really important piece that we're able to give the teachers the tools to be able to help mitigate that in that environment.
Can I ask a question to Bailey? Bailey, are you concerned about like younger kids being able to access the computer while parents may be away or with
Well, honestly,
somebody else?
me personally, I'm not.
Okay.
My children are taken care of. But it's just more of, again, I'm lucky enough to be at home with my kids. However, there are many families out there who have both full-time working parents. So especially the younger ones in elementary and even middle school, and high school for that matter. But I realize that if the teacher can have that one-on-one with the new programs, with the distance learning, but ultimately, if the parents aren't there to make sure that that kid logs in,
Exactly, and
how
that's
is
tough.
that gonna work?
That's the accountability that I was speaking to. Where's the accountability there when that child doesn't log in?
Well, and I can kind of speak to a situation that Bailey kind of brings up. I am a one-parent household. My ex-husband lives in Las Vegas. He cannot help me co-parent. I work a full-time job, and this job, I have a soon-to-be first grader, can't call him a kindergartner, and I have a special needs, soon-to-be sixth grader. She's high-functioning autistic. It's a juggle, and it's a struggle, but because I am invested in their education, I make it work. And I don't have internet in my home, so I'm like, I hit all the dots, right? Like, every challenge you can come up with, I hit them. And we made it work. Speaking to Tiffany's concern about her kindergartner, my son has awesome handwriting because he had constant contact from his teacher through an online platform, and she was super committed and super prepared for what was coming, but also because I had buy-in to what I wanted to give my kids. And my daughter has ABA therapy 2 hours a week, so like I work until 5, grab my kids, 5:30 to 7:30 is ABA therapy. It's intense, but I make it work. And that's something that parents are, if they really want to make it work, they're going to have to work for it in any of these models, honestly.
But what about those parents that aren't as invested in their kids' education? Then they just get left behind?
We can't force somebody, but we can hope that as a community, we will kind of work together, identify those gaps, and come to them. I've had people that they just happen to know my situation and will say, what can I do to help you? And, if we can identify those families and say, you know what, I get that you're stressed, I get that this isn't working out, what can I do for you? And start acting as a community again and kind of bond together to kind of get through the difficult situations. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, it's definitely not. But I do think it's possible with enough hard work and enough community buy-in that we can get through it.
Yeah, I want to add another piece too. One of the things that makes distance learning flexible is the ability to do asynchronous learning. There is the holding the remote experience during the same hours of a school day when, as you would in a traditional setting, but then there's also the ability to be able to have a more asynchronous, meaning the information is there, the lessons are there, the ability to communicate with the teacher is there, but we can be more flexible with the time because we have parents that are working during the day. So there are tools like that we, again, want to make sure that we're giving to the teachers so that they're equipped to be able to make those adjustments with their students if the family situation requires that. And again, as mentioned, we recognize that this is not a perfect solution, and distance learning is not for every family. It can work very well for some families, and for some, it just doesn't work well. And so we also have to be prepared to be able to provide those creative solutions to be able to support our families should this be the environment that we find ourselves in? And again, it would be temporary, as well.
So just so you know, I'm gonna ask Dr. Robinson to take her mask off when she speaks. I think she's plenty distance, but we're getting feedback from people that are watching on YouTube that they are not able to hear well. So please don't be offended, and please don't call the governor and tell him that we're asking our superintendent to take her mask off so that people can hear. But everyone wants to know what's going on, so we would really like everyone to be able to hear. And I'm gonna ask the board members, when you speak, to move your microphone closer or talk louder, because we definitely want people who are joining us on YouTube to be able to hear what's being said. Good teacher voice, Chris, we got you. It sounds like we can hear you well.
Not my first rodeo.
There you go. All right, so I think we'll go ahead and, like I say, hold your questions. We'll have another opportunity. Do we want to do another group of questions we received earlier, or move on with the presentation?
I will leave that up to so we can do those towards the end, or if there's any questions that have come in, from those that are
Three more
watching.
groups of those questions that are about the same length as the first one.
Okay, well, let's take at least half of the next group of questions then, that came in advance. So Tammy, you may have to take your mask off and talk into your mic.
All right.
I don't think.
It's a challenge.
All right, this is from Sarah Sanders. The options facing us as educators and parents are honestly distressing. I would ask that the board strongly consider a few things. One, online classes do not work. They are simply not an appropriate or effective means of education for most students and families. And I don't just mean what was done in the spring. I mean established online programs that are designed to deliver content online that are built for teacher interaction and student work to be conducted online, that have grading systems already in place to update online, and that students and families intentionally opt into. As a high school counselor, I have watched families choose online programs for the last 10 years, even with our warnings and strong recommendations against such options. Most of the students who choose these programs return to our campus within a semester, having completed nothing. Online classes require an intense amount of self-motivation and accountability, and truthfully, most kids don't intrinsically have that, and most families do not or cannot engage at that level that is needed to make that setup successful. By continuing to not have students on campus at all, we would be doing our entire community a massive disservice. And I believe that the consequences, academically, socially, emotionally, mentally, will be exponentially detrimental. Which ties into my second thought. Online or hybrid classes at the elementary level are not acceptable. I don't personally agree with it for any level, but it is more understandable and more feasible for secondary level students. However, for elementary, the skills and learning don't even begin to compare. A kindergartner cannot teach himself and should not be in front of a computer screen attempting to decipher a teacher's lesson. At that point, the school is not providing an appropriate education because really, parents will have to be the ones teaching. As a school staff member, I am fully aware that the school is not a babysitting service, and I don't perceive it as such. However, I do believe that it is my child's job to be in school learning, just as it is my job to be at school engaging with the students. If my children cannot be at school doing their job, how can it be possible for me to do my job? A quick count of staff at my school site shows roughly 1/3 have children elementary age and younger. When those children are home learning, what are teachers and staff doing? We cannot supervise, monitor, engage with our children for their education while simultaneously performing the responsibilities of our jobs and doing our due diligence with the students we are entrusted with educating and supporting. So, my children or my students? Education or income? That feels like a battle where everyone loses. And third, logistically, fully online for all or hybrid schedules for elementary are not supportable in our area. For one thing, our internet service is unreliable at best and faulty to the point of unworkability at the worst. Assuming that all children and staff in the district A have access and B will have consistent and reliable access is something we already know to be untrue. And that poses a significant problem that will be prohibitive in the district delivering education virtually. Additionally, there is literally one daycare center in Spring Creek. One. If a hybrid model were adapted for elementary schools, but parents still need to be at work, what options are there? And if daycare is the suggested plan, I would wonder why my children can be in a group of students they normally wouldn't interact with in their classes, rather than simply remaining in class every day with the same group. That seems to completely contradict the entire point of the precautions this plan is attempting to enforce. I apologize for the length of my comments, and I know that you, as decision makers, are faced with no easy task. Our children, our students, need to be back on campus. They need to be back in school. They need the engagement, the routine, the support. I know it won't look the same as it usually does. I know there will have to be precautions and restrictions, but it is still the absolute best thing we can do. And for families who are not comfortable with that plan, other options already exist in the district and through other programs. They can already choose something else for their own children. Please allow the rest of us to have a choice as well. Please show that schools and teachers are essential, that what we do matters and is valuable. Please open our schools. And this next comment is from Shane Gilligan. As a teacher, I wonder what will be the safety protocol for an individual testing positive. Will myself and any other individual having contact with a positive case be required to quarantine? Leslie Vera. If we do the split schedule, I think they should consider Monday, Tuesday one group, Wednesday, Thursday one group, and Friday online to ensure time to clean appropriately between groups and prevent cross-contamination of the split groups. Another option may be to have one group go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday online for cleaning, and Thursday, Friday the other group. John and Julie Landon. We have a 7-year-old special needs child who has cerebral palsy. Since the school shut down in March, he has not had many services that he needs and receives at school that are written in his IEP. If we go to the hybrid model, will special needs children be able to social distance in their special education classroom in a small group every day instead of only going to school 2 or 3 times a week? We would rather see him receive these services in his, special education classroom daily rather than have him miss 2 or 3 days of instruction. For every day he misses of instruction, it's like starting over because of his special needs. The special needs children have been able to social distance at ESY this summer, so we are hoping this could work at school as well. Is there a plan in place for our special education students that will meet their IEP goals? Fabiola Cervantes. When are you guys going to open? How is lunch going to be served? Do I need to pre-registration my son for this school year? He is going to be in 2nd grade. Oh, that's the same question. Okay, Melinda Gomez. I teach kindergarten and have a few concerns on what I have heard about the opening for the 2020-2021 school year. My classroom is in a module trailer that has 2 shared bathrooms in between my classroom and my trailer mates. What will be the protocol for hand washing and sanitizing the bathrooms? Can the drinking fountain in my room be replaced with a sink for more hand washing options? Will my students be allowed to come to the carpet or play together during recess time? I have also heard that students will have to eat lunch in their classrooms. My room is located in the back of Southside Elementary campus outside, and carrying lunches would require a long walk for the students and careful planning for food not to get dropped. Do I have other options? If we eat lunch in the classroom, do we get paid for our lunchtime? I have heard that specials will be traveling to classrooms. This is also my prep time. How will I access my materials if I do not have access to my room? If we go to an AB schedule, I have concerns on how my families will receive the supplemental materials that are needed to make kindergarten developmentally appropriate. In the spring, they were allowed to pick up packets outside of the school from 9 to 12, Monday through Wednesday. If I am required to teach a live class and an interactive class, I will need parents to have their materials on Monday of each week, or they will constantly be behind. How do I get the materials to them? Will I be able to take temperatures of my students, or are we counting on the parents for this procedure? What happens if I get sick and need a sub? Who will step into my room when they know that I came into contact with COVID? Lastly, I have heard that we might be required to live stream our morning meeting time with students. Is this a confidentiality concern? Jennifer Taylor. In these drafts, it doesn't specify if our kids will get any recess or other time out of the classroom. Do the kids get recess? Bailey Meza. What was the purpose of the reopening survey? If our responses really make a difference, why is it not our choice then at the parent to send our kids back the way we want? In person or not, mask or not. Let the parents who want to go back to normal do so. Let the families that want to wear masks do so. If their mask works and I choose not to wear one, they should be fine. Our voices need to be heard and not just a trying of sorts to pretend that you are hearing us. Heather Edson. What will the repercussions be if my child violates social distancing or is not wearing her mask correctly? Are we going to punish children who do not understand? Will our children be allowed out of one classroom, or will lunches be served in their classroom and the teachers rotate? Will our children be allowed normal school items, or are they banned from bringing anything? Will homemade lunches be allowed? Brenna Saxton. We have had numerous things canceled in the county because people are being told they will be held liable if someone who attends a function contracts COVID. Will this apply to school as well? If the firework committee could be held personally liable if someone got COVID and the rodeo personnel were also personally liable, does that apply to the school board? Are the board members personally liable or just ECSD if someone gets sick with COVID during school? Jennifer Latin. If a teacher tests positive for COVID-19, are they required to quarantine for 2 to 3 weeks? Is their sick leave covered, paid? Sarah Bundrock. For us parents of special needs kids and work, what are we supposed to do? Our kids require a different type of learning and other services we are at home can't provide. Heather Wines. How will elementary library, art, music, and PE be addressed in the hybrid model? In their own classroom, on a cart, online? Lenny Hansen. If we as parents turn to enrolling our children into private homeschool programs not sponsored by ECSD, how hard will it be to re-enroll them in school when the pandemic is under control? I don't believe that the hybrid model will work. I think she meant nor will distance learning. I, as a parent with kids different ages, will need to take a leave of absence from work in order to create a routine for my children. It will be extremely important for me to return to work ASAP. Danae Seeger. I have been in direct contact with K-12, specifically Nevada Virtual Academy. They are not able to take any students under 6th grade. There is no wait list or anything. It is 100% not an option. This means all students K through 5th grade do not have public, free, complete distance learning option unless the Elko County School District provides an additional option. Is this something being considered for those who wish to do all distance learning for the 2020-2021 school year? I feel that this would be helpful for the community, as those of us who are willing and able to do 100% distance learning can open up availability for those who need the in-person options as much as possible. Jennifer Tervort, number 1. If we are doing the hybrid model, will families be able to choose A or B schedules for all kids in their family so that they are on the same schedule regardless of which school they attend, elementary, middle school, high school? Number 2, with a hybrid teaching, if teachers are in the classroom with kids 5 days a week, who provides the online learning on the days the students are not in the classroom? Does this fall on classroom teachers as well? Would this extend their contract hours? 3, when and how will teachers receive training for distance learning requirements? Before students begin, online, will it be crammed into the 3 teacher work days before students arrive? Not quite halfway. I loved all these questions, by the way. You guys are so smart. Jamie Jokers. What modifications will be made to elementary school classrooms? Are you guys going to put unnecessary plexiglass or dividers around the kids' desks or just space out desks? Will kids be allowed centers and carpet time? Who decides what lunch model will be chosen, in class or cafeteria? When will this decision be announced? How do you designate who wears a mask in a classroom mixed of 9 and 10-year-olds? Please make the mask requirement exempt for all elementary schools. Will elementary school kids have recess, PE, library? Are access to specials incorporated into the hybrid model? Will the hybrid model attempt to keep all children within the same family on the same rotating schedule, elementary through high school? Will parents be able to have in-person school days on the hybrid model that match our work schedules? Can we choose which AB day to participate in? Can you explain how the AB days work? Will start or end times change? Will all siblings start and stop school at the same time? Will clubs still be allowed at the elementary school? Myo Club, Lego Robotics Club, leadership programs, choirs, etc. Will there be changes to the absentee or tardy policies? Parents are very hesitant to let their kids stay home when we know there's only a limited amount of days they are allowed to be absent and fear repercussions of many missed days of school. Will PTAs be allowed to have meetings and events at the school? My final thoughts. Please don't make school a socially damaging experience by constantly isolating the children. Myself and many parents will not allow them to be subjected to this and will unfortunately withdraw our students from the school system.
Yep.
Tammy Jakeaway. Why aren't all the district schools being put on a 4-day week calendar? Taking Fridays off the calendar would leave another day of the week with no full building. It could be used for deep cleaning each week. It also would keep the AB schedule, if that's what we go to, much simpler, especially with as many holidays and early outs that occur on Fridays. Finally, it would only be fair to the students and staffs of the schools who are still on the 5-day schedule who, at this point, have an extra day to worry about contracting the virus. Jacob Bogdan. One of the issues that is coming to light is the idea that in the event a student, teacher, staff, visitor, school resource officer contracts COVID-19 due to the school district's negligence and or ability to adhere to the guidelines and the person or people and hospitalized or die, some people have advanced the theory that the school district, teachers, and or others could be held liable for damages. In California, acknowledging that there is a likelihood with a reasonable degree of probability that there will be a COVID-19 outbreak after students are required to physically return to the classroom and the likelihood of lawsuits following, the concern with school districts being sued when a person, teacher, staff, family member, administrator, etc., contracts COVID-19 has prompted legislation that would protect schools and districts and or teachers from being held liable. And then he cites California AB 1384. In Nevada, was there any similar legislation passed that would shield the school district from liability from COVID-19 lawsuits? And if not, PR, if you are, I'm not quite sure what you meant there, Jake, aware of any, what mechanisms does the school district have in place and what will the school district require to shield it from the liability in the event there is a probable and very unfortunate outbreak that would result in the injury, hospitalization, and or death of a student, teacher, administrator, staff, etc. Alyssa Branson. If hybrid learning is chosen, will we be able to elect to have our children go to school on the same days so they aren't split up? Do you want me to keep going?
One more page.
One more page? Let's do it. You guys aren't sick of me yet? Bailey Meza. It was my understanding when all this started, it was up to each school district on how we can reopen. Is this the case? Julie Lewis. Is delaying the start of school even an option this year? Elko residents are not doing a very good job lowering the COVID curve, and we are in a red zone, as I am sure you know. Every teacher I know is nervous about what this school year will look like with bad internet service, limited online teaching training, and COVID possibly showing up in our schools. I've used Canvas for years in the classroom and I feel I know what I'm doing, but last spring my students still struggled with internet connections, sharing computers with siblings. The list of issues with distance learning goes on, as I am sure you are aware. Is starting later even an option? Jill Wilkinson. Will the school district provide N95 masks and clear desk dividers to teachers who would like to use them in the classroom? Julie Lewis. It's a delaying question, it's a repeat, so we'll skip that one. Mary Filippini. Please allow the kids to go back to school as normal with no restrictions. If there were anything to change, I would like to see a 4-day school week. Instead of having an early out on Wednesday, kids could just go to school Monday through Thursday, reducing costs such as one less day to run buses, hire staff and subs, etc. One more day to clean the schools and one less day of exposure for both teachers and students, if that is what people are truly worried about. My child did not do well with distance learning in the spring, and therefore I can't trust that it will be any different in the fall. I will be forced into looking into other options if distance learning is decided upon. Let the kids be kids and socialize with their peers, and go back to school without all the ridiculous restrictions placed on them.
Again, we appreciate all the questions that came in advance, and again, hold on to your questions for a minute. We're gonna go ahead and move on with the rest, with some more of the presentation.
Okay, I'm gonna move on and talk about the hybrid learning plan. I'm gonna stay seated in this spot. I was watching the little Zoom view when Mr. Mack and I was talking. As soon as he stood up, it was cut off. So everybody out there in virtual land only got from here down for him. So I'm sure nobody tuned in just to see my face, but I'm gonna sit here anyway. So our hybrid learning plan combines both the in-person learning model and the distance learning model. So our students would receive in-person instruction for part of the week and distance learning for part of the week. The in-person learning, if the in-person learning model is not available because of current situations in our state or restrictions in our state or in our county, That's the time that we would implement the hybrid learning model is when we have to because of other restrictions. So as I mentioned, the hybrid learning model is going to combine elements of both in-person and distance learning model. Mr. McInerney just finished explaining the distance learning model. So just a quick summary, because the distance part of it is going to look just like what he mentioned, that those days of the week are going to look like what Mr. McInerney explained. So our instruction will be supported daily by our qualified certified teachers from Elko County School District. Students have to have access to a device and to the internet, and we will make sure they do. We have those devices and the hotspots. Teachers must receive ongoing professional learning support, and we do have a plan in place to provide that. Requirements of specialized learning, for example, IEP and 504 compliance, must be met, and we will be making plans. Most of those plans are honestly going to be individual per kid. And students eligible for free and reduced price lunch must have access to food. So that, like I said, that's just a quick review of the distance learning model. So the requirements to utilize a hybrid learning plan. The in-person component must still meet the current phase 2 requirements of 50% building capacity or 50% or 50 people. Whichever is less. So we'd be looking at the capacity of all of our schools, and the time when the kids are there in person, we have to meet the 50% capacity. We have to meet the current phase 2 requirements of physical distancing, and we talked earlier about the recommendation from the American Association of Pediatrics, 3 foot between students, 6 feet between adults and students. And we must meet the current phase 2 Nevada requirement of face covering for ages 10 and up. We talked there was quite a bit of concern about vulnerable student groups, students' medical, social, academic vulnerabilities, and what's going to happen with those kids. Under the hybrid model, like I mentioned, the kids with an IEP, those decisions and those plans are developed by that child's team. They are the I in IEP. They are individualized per student. So those decisions are going to be made for those kids, and they could, and for many students will include those students being in the building every day. And some examples of those kids who would be, and again, it is an IEP. So when I say, I give the example of students who are in self-contained settings. That isn't limited to only kids with IEPs in self-contained settings, but that's an example. Those kids that receive those type of services and those one-on-one type services, wraparound services such as speech, physical therapy, occupational therapy, those things that kids are required to receive every day in the hybrid model. Again, we'll be working with individual teams to make those things happen and provide those opportunities. Another group that we talked about as an example is kids who are new to the country with English language learner requirements. It's going to be very difficult for those kids it would be very difficult for those kids to participate online or through distance learning. Yes, sir.
Backing up just a little bit, you were talking about 50% or 50, whatever. Okay, the 50%, the number that was thrown out was 6 feet between desks, which in the high school setting, typical classroom, if you go to 6 feet spacing, you've cut your capacity to 40%, not 50. Is there something in this plan that is being utilized to increase? Because if you have 40% one day, 40% on an A day, 40% on a B day, by the time you get back, the numbers don't come out. We still have 20% that aren't getting served. So is there wiggle room in that? It sounds like the elementaries were good, because that's about the same basic spacing that we currently have.
And I think it is going to depend, well, I don't think, it's going to be different building by building. Some of our buildings with current student loads, some of our schools in the outlying areas, their current student loads might only occupy 60%. So if we went a hybrid model, we are able to use those rooms and meet our capacity requirements. Some of our buildings have bigger classrooms than others, so it's going to be different per building. But we're going to have to be creative, and we're going to have to work with every single principal to determine exactly what's going to work for each building. Every period, there are teachers on prep. That doesn't mean that we're going to rate every teacher's room when they're on prep, but that's an example of using all of the classroom space that we have available to us. So I don't have an exact answer of exactly how it's going to look, because it's going to be individual per school.
So we do have some flexibility, is what you're saying.
Absolutely, yes. This slide here, if everybody can see it, is a picture of the A-B schedule that we keep referencing, and there's been several questions about what that would look like. So we would have A days and B days, and the kids would be divided into half the kids in the school, or approximately half the kids in the school would be A kids, approximately half the kids would be B kids. That first line, I'll just explain that one real quick. So on week 1, if you are in the A group, on Monday you receive instruction in person in the building. On Tuesday you're distance, on Wednesday you're in the building, Thursday you're distance, and Friday you're in the building. And it's the opposite on the next week. So as a result, after 2 weeks of school, every student in the A group, and obviously every student in the B group, would receive in-person instruction for 5 days. So half of the days. And I'll try to explain quickly. We've had several discussions about why that's the recommended sequence from the committee. The overwhelming sentiment from the survey, no matter which response group, parents, teachers, students, was that kids are in school in person as much as possible, as close to a normal schedule as possible. And most of the other options that were talked about involved kids attending 2 days a week, every week. So some of the other options that were brought up, and gosh, we did have a committee of a lot of people, but there's probably options we didn't think of. But some of the options that were discussed, I'll give two examples that come to my mind. AA, and then an off day, and then BB. So Wednesday, for example, would be the off day, and that would be the day that everybody, A and B kids, would be distance learning, and we take that day to clean our building. Some of the justifications for that model is you have that full day in the middle of the week between groups of kids to disinfect the building. So when the A kids leave on Tuesday, and we're still going to clean the building every day, but we have Wednesday to do the deep cleaning and the disinfecting prior to the B kids coming back. Another one was, and this was mentioned, I think, by some of the comments that came in, was ABAB or AABB, but anyway, as a result, Friday being the day that there aren't kids there. And kind of for the same purpose as far as deep cleaning, that we have the opportunity to deep clean the building that day. And the other justification for both of those plans was that the week looks the same every week for kids. Parents and kids don't have to remember if it's a week that I have A day, 3 days, or if it's a week that I have B day, 3, or that I'm in person 3 days a week. At any rate, though, both of those types of examples resulted in kids being in school in person over a 2-week period, 4 days rather than 5. Our reopening committee was broken into several subcommittees. One of the committees was the academic committee. Mr. Smith was actually the chair of that committee. And the idea for this schedule, our reopening committee actually adopted the recommendation from the academic committee. So in combination with, like I said, the survey results, the overwhelming sentiment was to have kids in school as often as possible. And the academic subcommittee also made several points about making our academic program as strong as possible by having the kids there as many days as possible also. So that's an attempt to answer some of the questions that have come in.
Can I have a follow-up question, Mr. Ball? And it might be already in the presentation, but the child care issue, like I know for me, I have to have child care. And finding a sitter 2 days a week and then 3 days a week is gonna be a challenge. Is that gonna be addressed later in the presentation, or is that something you guys have thought of yet?
It's not necessarily something that we've addressed. It is, we haven't really addressed how,
How it will look?
I shouldn't say how we're responsible. We really haven't addressed whether we're responsible for childcare, to be blunt, I guess.
Yeah.
Could you explain what's going to go on? Let's say Sam is in the AB, is in the A group.
Mhm.
And so on Monday, he's going to be in school and with teachers face to face. Okay, Tuesday, he's still going to be in school. He's not just going to get a vacation that day.
Right, the kids will be required to, and the teacher will be required to provide instruction to those kids. We're still working on exactly what that looks like.
How's that gonna work?
And that's what I said, we're still working on exactly what that will look like.
Because if we're teaching kids in class on that A day, how do we provide education for those B kids on that same day? Do we not have to be present for them to ask questions and whatnot?
And like I said, we're still working on exactly how that would look. It's,
Because that's double duty.
I understand. And it's possible that it may be a reinforcing opportunity for kids, so they receive the instruction on Monday, and there's assignments provided at the end as a result of the instruction on Monday. And you know what, I'm struggling with it, and I need a little bit more reinforcement. I want to hear it explained again. And so if you're providing that instruction to the B kids in person on Tuesday, it's an opportunity for the A kids to participate again. And an opportunity, most days, a teacher is going to provide an opportunity for guided practice while the kids are working on an assignment, where there's probably going to be an opportunity for those at-home kids, those distance kids to, if they're participating, to notify the teacher that they have a question, or email the teacher that they have a question. And there's a good chance that once those kids received the in-person instruction and went home and started working on the assignment, a question they have is probably a question that the other group is going to have tomorrow when they get home too. So it might really be of some assistance for the teacher to be able to review with the kids in the classroom that day. You know what, 5 of the kids when they got home today didn't understand this part. Let's review it again. Let's review it together.
So, Mr. Walls, will they be able to, like a teacher, be able to live stream, whatever they're doing in class, so that the students who are at home can always be participating if they choose to? If they're struggling, can teachers always live stream? Is that going to be an issue?
Yes. So we have, in addition to the Chromebooks that we mentioned, we've just recently placed an order for a laptop computer for all teachers. Teachers have desktop computers in their classrooms right now, but they don't all have cameras. And rather than spending a little bit of money, well, it would turn into a lot of money on cameras, we spent a little bit more money and bought laptops that have integrated cameras so that teachers can utilize that in their classroom. They can take them home and use them to reach out to kids. So those are on order also. So all of our instructional staff will have laptops that have integrated cameras and microphones. Okay.
I hate interrupting, I do, I'm sorry. But so on those B days when the kids aren't face to face with the teacher, no new learning is going to happen for them.
We're going to work through our professional development before I say that that's not going to happen.
Okay. Because it just seems like they're going to go to school one day, B day is going to be kind of like an off day for them since they've already seen that instruction and work on their day that they win.
We have some professional development to do. We could, I can tell you in schools that currently run on an AB block schedule, the intent of an AB block schedule is that, I hate using the word cover, but that you provide instruction over multiple skills on the day when you have the kids, and then the day you don't have the kids, and I'm not talking distance, I'm talking an AB block schedule, that the kids are working on their homework and preparing for the next class period. So as far as the curriculum taught and teaching the standards appropriate for your grade level, yeah,
Okay, exactly.
Mr. Waldron, a question
Oh,
back.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm gonna remind you, just state your name, even though we can see you in here, the people who are on the, on YouTube can't necessarily see you, so please state your name each time you stand up.
So, my name is Mike. I had a question with the times that they wouldn't be in the classroom and be doing this online learning. How would you guys know if they push play on your guys' lesson, went off and played Xbox or went outside and, timed it out? I mean, kids are smart and they can do this, so.
And we don't know all of the components of the Go Guardian program, but we have already purchased the Go Guardian program that we talked about, and that's one of the components that compelled us to invest in it, is that teachers will have the ability to see what screen every kid has up, what tab every kid has open on their computer.
But they wouldn't be able to see the kid.
They will, yep, and it'll be broadcast to kids through Google Classroom, and when teachers have Google Classroom, when they're broadcasting that way, they can see every kid that's on the other end.
Okay, and at any other times besides during these lessons, can they turn on these cameras? Because what you're doing is you're putting a camera inside private property, which is a huge invasion of privacy. So, would say somebody be able to get onto a teacher's computer and just start popping through, looking at the kids
Just like they
during
do.
off times?
Just like
Even if you attempted to, first you have to choose who you invite to that classroom session, and the person on the other end, the student on the other end, has to join the meeting, has to click to join the meeting.
So have you guys actually had a chance to try out the program?
And we used it all spring, yeah.
You used it all spring?
Mhm.
I wasn't sure, because, the Zoom thing, we were told that was safe, found out that's not, just thought we'd ask. So.
Hold on, please stand and state your name, and then
Promise.
one question, and then we've got
Gotcha.
another.
Jenny, so here's my question. Earlier you said that this isn't permanent, this is just temporary. How long is it foreseeable that this stuff is gonna go on? So,
Elections.
yeah, is it until November? Is it next year?
We're not doctors.
No one knows, right?
Exactly, no one knows. It
So
will
we
go
don't
on
know
as
how
many-
long we're gonna have to go through, or the kids are gonna have to go through either the distant learning or the other. What are you guys offering with your distant learning program, your online, that the other school courses aren't offering to us? What is it what are you gonna give us to keep us here with your guys' group, instead of ordering an online class for our kids and doing it that way like other people have? What do you have here keeping us here?
Personal interaction with your child's teachers.
You guys they don't have that with other school systems?
Not necessarily, no. Particularly with some of the homeschooling programs. Again, it was mentioned earlier that K-12, which is an online curriculum provider, doesn't offer curriculum for K-6. Also, a lot of paper pencil curriculums aren't aligned to Nevada standard. So there's no guarantee your students are being educated at the level with our professional teachers who are trained to teach Nevada standard. There's no guarantee that your children are receiving an equitable learning process.
But those are still, they'll still pass, they can still get their diploma when they get into high school. They can do that with other programs, or just with your guys'?
Well,
Is it all accredited? I know it is through you guys, but what about other?
We don't accredit homeschool programs, and that accreditation is up to the state of Nevada to review that program and determine whether or not it's accredited. It's 100% hit and miss.
But if it is accredited, then it's, we're good to go.
Potentially,
Whether it's
yes.
with you guys or with a different online system.
Potentially, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Walls.
Oh, sorry. Just a quick one, hopefully. Bailey, you guys had mentioned earlier, if we start on this program and then we have to, because of an outbreak or whatever, we have to go back to distance learning completely, what constitutes an outbreak that we would have to then go back to that?
I don't think I can give the definition of an outbreak, but I can give you some scenarios that could happen. If somebody within the school tests positive, it's possible that the school building would have to be closed to be disinfected for a couple of days.
One.
Okay. And then that might depend on the level of schools. For example, if it was in a high school and a student is in 7 different classrooms throughout that day, and each of those classrooms has 25, well, it'd be 15 or 16 different kids. Now you're talking about, there wouldn't be any way to isolate just the couple classrooms that would need to be disinfected. So that's one example of how a building could be closed for a couple of days. Anytime that there is a positive case, we'll have to do some contact tracing, determine if there are any other positive cases, and follow up like that. As far as the definition of an outbreak, we're going to leave that to people more specialized than us in those fields.
And the flopping back and forth, I mean, if that's because we have to shut down because of one kid, like, we don't think there isn't concern there then of.
Absolutely, there is a
Yeah.
concern. Yep. So during those days, so say we're in the hybrid model, for example, and we have to close the building for 48 hours, for example. A positive thing is that we would have the distance learning component already established, because so those days would continue on, the teachers would continue to teach their distance learning, and those classrooms would already be set up that way. So there'd be a little bit of continuity there. That was actually the last slide in my section. So it's probably appropriate all the questions came at that time. Okay.
First of all, will children be able to use a face shield instead of a face mask? Because I know there are a lot of parents out there concerned that the mask is too constrictive and their kids are gonna have a difficult time.
As of right now, all I can say is what the governor's requirements for face masks. I can tell you that this is something I forgot when we're talking about students with special needs, that Mr. Smith has placed an order for face masks that are transparent around the mouth, so we can use them with our speech therapist, possibly our school psychologist, and the students that they then serve.
Okay, but nobody knows for sure if the governor's plan allows the face shields.
I don't know.
At this point, and I have to tell you that the information is coming in even as we're speaking about, some changes and things that may happen. So right now, we are ordering face shields, so for teachers and for staff, because again, we need to be able to see mouth and, when we're teaching, reading and whatnot. So right now, that's something that we can do. In some cases, there has to be the mask, along with the face shield, but then the mask can come off when something, needs to be communicated and whatnot. We don't have an answer for you right now about how that relates to students, but it's something we can find out from the restrictions and our public health officials.
Okay. My next question is, can we afford a hybrid plan? It sounds like, there's gonna be a lot of components to a hybrid plan. It sounds like you've kind of already covered the distance learning plan as far as you've already got those components in place, you've already spent that money, but without knowing what the budget's going to be and the fact that the realities of the situation will be that kids will show up to school without a mask and we'll have to supply a mask and situations I can see coming up like that. The extra sanitation, I'm assuming we might need extra staff for that. I don't know, but that's my question is, how much more is it gonna cost to do a hybrid plan than a full distance learning plan?
The items you've mentioned and the things that I can think of off the top of my head are the same kind of things, and there was CARES money available to help us out with PPEs, and Dr. Robinson, you might have to help me remember, the state has committed to, is it the first semester worth of face masks for staff?
Yeah, there's a donation that's been made, and we're in the process of receiving that now, and it is believed, we were told by the state that there'll be more PPE that will be coming, that will be a 6 to 12 month supply of PPE for school districts in the state, so we're waiting for details on that.
Okay,
and we're doing our best to be creative in utilizing the budget we have. When I mentioned the laptops for teachers, we took a look at what we had budgeted this year. Every year there's a couple of schools that get new teacher workstations. So buying a laptop computer, this is just an example, buying a laptop computer for every teacher in the district, it almost equals the amount we would have spent to buy new workstations for 2021. So our reasoning was, let's shift that money to get this needed technology, and this will turn into the new computers for those teachers anyway.
Okay. I also have a question. I have a couple more questions for you. So has there been any discussion from the committee about having waivers for parents and staff in a hybrid situation?
We really haven't, and the committee honestly wouldn't discuss that. We would probably turn that over to our legal counsel.
Can you speak to that,
I'm
Dr.
not
Roberts?
sure what a waiver.
Like a waiver, releasing the school from any responsibility should, or the board members, from any responsibility should some horrible thing occur because we've opened the schools back up.
There was some very brief talk about it being entertained at the legislative level, that something to that effect. It didn't end up gaining any traction. I don't know if they're going to consider it again in the upcoming special session. As far as what we can do at the local level, we have a number of questions for our legal counsel and insurance, and that we're collecting these questions so that we can take a look at it and get those answers.
Okay, because it was my understanding that while the sports kids were allowed to practice, that they had actually had the athletic kids' parents sign waivers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Volleyball.
And Candace, real quick, our legal counsel's short opinion on that is that we're okay as long as what we're doing is under the umbrella and in compliance with whatever phase the state of Nevada's in. That where your liability exposure comes into play is if you're doing something that's operating outside of what that level of restriction is at the state level. That's where the exposure comes from.
Thank you, Mike. My other question is, are teachers on board with a hybrid model? That would be my question. It's going to be more work for the teachers. So I guess we have teachers that want to comment.
Please state your name and go ahead.
Hi, this is Jennifer Trevort. I teach kindergarten over at Grammar, and I absolutely love my job and want to be with those kids so bad, you have no idea. But with this hybrid model, you're asking a lot of us teachers. My husband and I are both teachers. We have 2 kids, one in high school and one going into junior high this year. In this hybrid model, this is what my mind is saying. I have to figure out what day of the week I'm on. Am I teaching my A kids or my B kids today? Where are they at? Am I on the same lesson? I also have to do now online with the other group. Can I do teachers pay teacher slides for them? Is that acceptable? Do I have a curriculum I have to teach them? Also, when are my kids going to school? Are they on A schedule? Are they on B schedule? So at home, I've got that as well. And so it's a whole lot you're piling on us. And I'll do whatever I'm told because that's my job. And I'll give it 110%, but it's a lot to ask, and I don't feel like we have a lot of information. Sorry. And so I feel like I don't know that this is the best plan, in my opinion, but I do want to be back in the classroom, and I do think that I know that we can't do it fully with the mandates, but I'm just have concerns about it.
Yeah, and if I may, I think one of the things that's so helpful in hearing from the community, hearing from teachers, hearing from parents, is, is that we're listening to the questions and the things that are coming in, we're thinking, maybe there needs to be some adjustments to what we have, that we're presenting to you tonight. So, what you're telling us is important and will continue to inform the decisions that we're making as we're going forward, and these plans are unfolding and details are being infused, because there are a number of unknowns right now for us as well. We have a lot of details to work out, and we can continue to make adjustments as necessary. So, you'll get the structure of the plan, you'll get the content of the plan, but we're already thinking about maybe we need to make an adjustment here that will make this more practical, make the logistics more possible for families and for teachers.
Thank you.
Mr. Walls?
Yes, sir.
With the hybrid plan, a question that I've been wrestling with, when you've got A day, B day, A day, B day, and it splits up, has anybody taken a look at what our actual contact time is, instructional contact time with these students, and how much contact time are we losing utilizing this hybrid model as we go through? It seems to me we're losing 30 to possibly 40% just in with the rotations and everything else, and trying to go back, recapping what was taught 2 days before and that sort of thing. I think there's a real, something that hasn't been addressed, that at least I haven't heard of it, is how is that actual teaching contact time impacted with these plans?
Off the top of my head, my short answer would be, it depends how good we are at the distance part of it. If we're good at the distance part of it, I don't.
And it sounds like there's some real issues because you're asking teachers to double up on what they're doing. They've got a class in front of them and they've got a class right here. And it reminds me of when we first went to the Zoom meetings and telecasted that. I had this the Chromebook, I had a laptop, and I've got my cell phone in the middle, and you're jockeying between them all. And I know that isn't an ideal situation. But.
Well, I don't think anything about any of these plans is an ideal situation. But we're putting together the plans that we were directed to provide the best instruction we can to our kids in alignment with the restrictions that are currently in place.
I understand. I didn't know if the committee had taken into consideration any of that loss of contact time.
And that's probably directly related to when I explained the reason that the committee recommended the ABAB and then BABA schedules, that rather than 4 days over 2 weeks in person, we get the kids 5 days over 2 weeks. It was just to get them for as much time as possible, and we know that it's 5 days isn't 10 days in person.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming, Keith, the professional development that you're gonna do with the teachers will talk and address those issues with
Absolutely.
not having teachers feel like they're doubling up, but actually doing something productive. Like
productive on both days, exactly. And we'll be working with teachers to develop those models also, develop that professional development. It isn't something any of the 4 or 5 people up here are able to tell a teacher exactly what it looks like. Our teachers are the ones that work with kids every day. Our teachers are the ones who had positive and negative experiences in the spring, and we want them to share with us those positive experiences and what worked for them and what we can expand on, how we can expand on those positive experiences.
Hold on, we had a question in the back.
I know you, sorry,
Go ahead.
Kate Brown.
Yep, stand up and talk loud.
Hello. I know you addressed a little bit, he's more on the high school level, I took it, about the hybrid, and I know you didn't like to use the word cover.
Right.
But how are we looking at that? I'm gonna have a kindergartner and a second grader. So, as she was stating, is my child goes to school on Monday, Tuesday, they have to log in at a specific time. Where are the kids in the classroom at this time? The teacher are they on special? So now she gets to log in and have to teach my kid at home. And curious about the engagement. It's not gonna be the full 8 to 3, I assume. They're not going to be on there. And I fully understand, my part as a parent, that I need to be there engaging with my child. But I'm curious how an elementary level hybrid would
They
work.
really are logistical details that we have to work out. When we determine which plan we're going to go with, then we can work full force on working out the logistical details for that plan.
Okay.
So I don't have exact answers for you. I can tell you that our online platforms do have recording capabilities too. When Dr. Robinson was talking about asymptomatic opportunities, that the instruction that a teacher provides through distance learning live from 9 to 9:30 can be recorded too, so that it can be, so that if you're not able to have your child online during that instruction, you do have access to that instruction later on, that section of time later on. Yeah, it's not interactive at that point in time where you can ask questions, but at least you can sit with your child while they receive that instruction, and you get to receive the instruction at that time too to provide.
Right, and so is there a cutoff date that you guys are looking for to say, hey, this is the plan we're going for, August 1st or what, so that the teachers have time to do what they need to do and parents have time to?
That's what we're working toward tonight.
Okay.
And we're actually going to make the recommendation to the board that we go ahead and make that decision.
Okay.
As it stands today, and I really just want to impress upon people, as I said, information is coming in while we're speaking, and by tomorrow I could have, information that is going to change what we do. But tonight, the recommendation will be to the board that they adopt the hybrid model. It is the one that meets the current requirements. It's the one that gets us as close to normal as we possibly can, given the environment that we're in. That's still upon board approval, but we want to get that information out to families so you can start thinking in terms of, what it may look like when school opens, just understanding that there may be changes and there may be modifications to the plan. That even, or to the model that is adopted, there may even be modifications to that as we're going along. We're going to communicate as often as we possibly can as changes may or may not come in.
All right, go ahead, in the back, and then we'll come up here.
Hi, Jenny again. I actually have a question for the teachers, if that's okay? If it's okay, you two? I think that you guys might be our only teachers in here tonight, I'm not positive. But if we were to
I'm
open.
glad to represent.
Yes, we do. If we were to open up, just open up and go back, do you think that your teachers, your other colleagues would be on board to be there with the kids?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Teachers want to be with their kids.
Then let's get them back there. Why are we talking about all this
The
good
hybrid
stuff?
model here is.
It's not gonna work for our kids and it's not gonna work for our teachers.
No.
Let's get them back. This isn't gonna work.
Thank you for your thoughts, and I appreciate everyone's thoughts, and just realize we have input coming from the entire county, and we have to go back under the guidelines that were given by the governor. That's just, we are not a private institution, we're a public school, and so that is where we are as far as we have to go back following guidelines. Am I correct in saying that? I know I am. And again, we have opinions from all over the county that say, I don't want to come back. I'm afraid to come back. I will come back and I will do whatever I can because I want to be with my kids. I would love to come back normal. And we have everything in between. So recognize that the 700 people that have joined us on YouTube tonight probably all have varying opinions. People who aren't able to join us tonight but will watch the YouTube video later all have different opinions. And what we're trying to do and what our reopening committee has definitely done is tried to take the best pieces they can for what we have available right now. And like Mr. Walls said, and I think Mr. McEnany said the same thing, nothing is perfect and ideal right now. And if you look around, here we are in masks, trying to talk so that we make sure people can hear us. Nothing is perfect and ideal, but we're taking what we have and making the best of it. And that's what we can do right now, is do what the best we can possibly do for the kids in our district. And as things change, whether, the restrictions get higher or lower, then we continue to adjust. But we are doing, the best we can. I appreciate the work the committee has done. I know we've got, let's see, go ahead. We've got a question here. Go ahead and stand and say.
Sean Case, I teach over at Elko High School. With the age group that I deal with, we're looking at asymptomatic carriers, asymptomatic transmission. and there's also lag time in the amount of time between tests and when we get those results. What would the protocol look like for testing and tracing with those, like confidentiality and costs? What would that look like?
We'll be discussing that later on in the presentation. We
I
have a
figured I'd
section
jump in the gun.
specific to that, yeah.
Thank you, and, go ahead, Aaron, please.
In the hybrid model, how is music and library and PE and art handled?
I'm working on that right now. I asked all the elementary principals to send me their current schedules so I could start trying to wrap my head around some format of how that would work, because, yeah, it's gonna be a little convoluted, but we'll make sure it works.
How about busing, Keith, under this model?
You know, transportation is another section of our presentation, so we'll talk about transportation in light of the current restrictions.
Okay, we have one more question here, go ahead.
Hi, with the hybrid model, how would that work for the pre-K kids? Since they already were going to school just Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, would they only go 2 days a week? Would they also be required to be online? Or would it go to only kids on IEPs would get the pre-K program? Is there kind of a plan in place for that?
Everything you brought up is on the table. Our school psychologists are actually, one in particular is pretty heavily involved with helping our organization and just everything that we do is setting up our pre-K programs. We had a meeting with her earlier this week. We started talking about some of those exact same ideas. So it could be, there's such a broad end of that spectrum that it could look almost exactly like it did last year, or kids, the pre-K kids could be coming half the time that they were before, so.
For some reason, I became the spokesperson for that, so, because I know when my son started pre-K, we came out of the Birth to 3 program because of an IEP that originally it was just kids on IEPs, and then this year the grant changed, and so everything changed, and so everyone was just kind of very curious about where we were sitting and if we need to find other preschool.
I would say that as far as the number of kids that we will be able to accept into the pre-K, no matter how it looks, we'll have that decision made within a week or so.
Okay.
And then we'll take that number and determine what the school day and services will look like.
Okay, thank you.
But there's a good chance it'll be different than what K-12 will be.
I know Mr. Cooney has had a few emails come in with questions on this section, so Mr. Cooney, could you read those?
Pulling them back up,
Okay.
kicked out, so.
Okay, well,
if there-
while he got,
Some of mine or?
Yeah, go ahead.
well, I have one other question. How are we gonna deal with confidentiality issues if we're live streaming in a home? I know this kind of got brought up, but
So-
how's that gonna be? Because
You
I've
know,
had some teachers ask me that question.
I will tell you, and some of the other administrators can kick in, but honestly, when that question came up, I was curious about what is the confidentiality issue that people are concerned about. I will tell you as a principal, especially the last 10 to 15 years when I knew that, not that I wasn't concerned about things in the classroom prior to that, but I had conversations with my teachers every year that, there shouldn't be language, there shouldn't be interactions, there shouldn't be anything anything that happens that you would be afraid to do in front of the kids' parents. So I'm not real sure what those confidentiality issues are.
I think it would be with the technology and being able to take screenshots, especially if you're seeing other students. Same thing if people were to take pictures of kids in the classroom and being able to put those on social media, like so many tend to do, unfortunately. They have to have the media releases.
That's a problem.
It is, yep.
I think we'd have to look at what the liability issue is there, of just simply a picture of a kid sitting in a classroom. And yeah, we don't want unwanted photos, even if it is just that, but whether there actually is a liability issue.
And that also would speak to that as far as the distance ed piece that you're talking about, the, you know, the pictures and you know, being able to see more than, you know, one child on a screen or something. Those are all parts of practices that we can be following as far as distance learning and how we can maintain confidentiality. I mean, there are tools and practices that we can employ that will, you know, mitigate that, prevent that, and you know, policy and whatnot that will be part of the professional development that we're creating.
Thank you. Mr. Cooney, I think he's got his questions up.
Okay, this one came from Sandy Moon. I have an idea for the hybrid schedule that may work and limit the changes we need to do. We can do 7 periods a day, divide the classes in half, make one group the A group, one group the B group, do the Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and the Tuesday, Thursday schedule, then flip-flop like suggested in the meeting. This is where I differ and what would increase learning for my students. On Monday, my first period, Group A in class with me. My first period, Group B, is online watching my instruction of the A group. They will be able to interact with the other students that would be in their class when we're allowed to go back. Then on Tuesday, the B group would be in the class with me, and the A group would watch the instruction online. This would provide 5 days of instruction, and it would also allow for smoother transition for counselors in scheduling. Sandy Moon.
If I can reply to that, that's exactly what it is at the secondary level. Exactly what she just described. That is the plan.
With a 7 out.
Yeah, so the rotating AB block schedule wouldn't work under this. In fact, we've already instructed all secondary schools to replan their schedules for a straight 7 or a straight 6 period. So every kid gets every class that they're physically there.
Okay,
That's already in place.
Thanks, Chris.
Another one from Amber Miller. Would it be possible to allow high school students more flexibility to take dual credit classes that are not on the current dual credit list in order to free up room in the classrooms? Of course, students would work with counselors and administrators to approve classes.
Do you want answers to these?
Yeah, we can. The dual credit list is actually already hugely extensive. There's not many classes at GDC that students can't already take as dual credit. I have that list in my office, and it's 6 pages long of classes.
That's the first thing we would do is counsel parents towards that list and kids towards that list, because most likely they wouldn't have a need to take courses outside of the dual credit list.
And I've actually spoken to GBC, and they're looking at a hybrid model as well. Well, Dr. Doucette, I spoke to Mary today, so.
And I have one more. Kristen Guthrie. We want to be with our kids, but we can't risk the lives of our teachers and students. The health of our community is very important. And other than that, there were 2 comments that ask everybody to speak up. They can't hear you online, so.
I just got some text to that effect as well.
So just a reminder to board members, move your mic closer, because that's where your online presence is going to be heard. And everybody else, just talk like we're in an auditorium and you need to talk to the person at the back. All right.
Just want to comment on that.
Go ahead, yeah. Can you move your mic closer?
Other than your mic, when I was doing a virtual class, the virtual meeting, I had a hard time understanding you, none of the others. And in one meeting we had, I think Clara was sitting out there or something like that. I had no problem picking any of those up.
All right, shall we continue with the presentation? We'll hold off on, or do you want to do another page of questions? What's the will of the board? We want more questions or go on with the presentation?
Just go on with it.
Go on.
All right.
Keep going, we're good.
We will get to more of the questions that came in later. Let's go ahead and go on with the presentation.
All right, so I'll take my mask off so people can hear me. I'll introduce myself. I'm Ray Smith. I'm the Director of Special Services here, and I've been on the job for exactly 1 week. So I will do my best to explain our in-person model here and field as many questions as I can, but if it's something that happened before Tuesday of last week, I may have to defer to somebody else. That's up here. So as you see on the screen there, and this model is the in-person learning model that would potentially take place. Again, the terminology could potentially change here, but if we were in a phase 2 situation with relaxed restrictions from where we currently were, or phase 3 or 4. And so this would be the model where students would receive all of their instruction physically in person at school, while still following whatever those restrictions happen to be called or are at the time. If a student is attending school at a 4-day week school, they would of course be attending 4 days a week, and if they're at a 5-day school, they'd be attending 5 days a week. So we have mentioned in there that, again, those phase 3 and 4 metrics haven't really been released as far as what they would specifically be. They might be called something different, but again, the idea is that if they're called something different, or once they are released, whatever they are, there would still be a requirement to adhere to those things. And should they be the phase 2 current reopening requirements, they're those things that are listed there: the physical distancing, the wearing masks, the proper protective equipment, the restrictions that we have on certain activities that come into conflict with those restrictions, and then potentially some screening protocols as well. So this model could potentially be available to families under a couple different scenarios. I think somebody mentioned it a little bit earlier. Some of our rural schools with their full enrollment would still potentially be able to operate under that 50% or 50-person capacity. Places like Mountain Valley, Independence Valley, potentially maybe even Jackpot. Those schools could potentially operate here, even if those restrictions remain in place. And then another option there would be if those restrictions are eased and we're able to have less strict requirements for 50%. If that were to change to 75 or something like that, then we could accommodate for that. Okay. So then the other portion here, we kind of combined two portions here before questions. I know there's been lots of questions about special education, and so with that being my role, we'll talk a little bit about that. Again, like we've mentioned, the plan, regardless of what model we're in here, this would look a lot different than it did from March to June of this last year. We've got written up there on the slide that we're obligated by federal law to provide services for these kids, but the reality is it's the right thing to do for kids too. We've identified these kids that need specialized instruction, need accommodations, need modifications, and we have a responsibility to provide that, regardless of what the scenario is. And so, of course, our take would be to figure out how can we look at these individualized plans for these individual students and provide them with the services that they need to be as successful as possible. We've said it multiple times that a lot of these models are less than what any of us would probably consider ideal, but how do we work within those constraints of less than the ideal to be creative and think of things like teletherapy services? How can we get speech teachers' schedules set up enough so that they can reach out to parents and kids on a more frequent basis, and provide that specialized help? Because you're right, I'm not a speech teacher. I couldn't tell somebody how to do that at home if that was something that I need to do with my kids. So giving access to the specialist that can help individually meet with these kids and provide those services that, again, we're obligated, but is also the right thing to do. So that's something that we're definitely spending a lot of time on thinking about. And I think Mr. Walls mentioned it. It's going to be a big part of the process early on here. Sitting down with those individual IEP teams sitting down and looking at individual needs for kids and how can we provide that, and, you know, especially for those significant medical needs kids, you know, there might be times where the majority of kids are on one plan, maybe the hybrid plan, but these kids need to be in school more frequently than that. And so those kind of special considerations need to be taken into consideration on an individual basis. So hopefully that answered a few of the IEP, and 504, that stuff, of course, applies to this as well. It's not specifically on the slide, but of course, same philosophy. Okay. So here's where I get to pretend I don't know anything and just have Chris answer for me.
All right, first of all, questions from the board.
For the IEP meetings, are those going to be done virtually, or are those going to be in person?
That's a good question. It would probably be a case-by-case basis, I think, you know, and what the individual people there were comfortable with. In theory, we'd be able to do that with, you know, still maintaining that the physical distancing and less than, you know, so many people in a group. But obviously, if a family wasn't comfortable doing that, we'd have that option to do it virtually. We got lots of practice the last couple of months of school doing things that way, so we could do it again if we needed to.
If you were to hold a virtual meeting through the use of VeriSign and some of those other programs, you can still sign those documents and have them printed off as far as the LEA, the parent, the student, the site principal, that can all still be done via distance. If the question would be, you know, testing of the students, most of that would have to be done under, obviously, in-person protocols.
Yeah.
But the actual review of the IEP and the signing of the IEP could be done virtually.
And one other thing, and I don't know if it was mentioned out loud to the group, that you know, there has been orders placed specifically for masks to have the windows for our therapists and our students who need that ability to be able to see their lips, you know, when they're moving or whatever. So we've tried to think those things through and try to stay a little bit ahead of at least some of that stuff.
If I heard it right, and I might not have, with the special kids that we've got, as we look at that, am I understanding that in the hybrid model right there, that these individuals that need this
specifically designed instruction?
Yeah, that they're going to be basically in school every day in that one classroom, or two classrooms during that period of time, and to ensure that they're getting what they need rather than doing the A day, B day thing and missing and having a day in between. Are we going to be able to do that? Because I think with those class sizes, you know, in those particular special needs programs aren't going to be at 50% with regards to the size of the classroom, because it's more or less one-on-one, and you've got aides in there with that. So is that really seems to be taken care of, if I understand it correctly?
So that could be the case. I mean, I definitely am not saying that's going to be the case for every kid who has an IEP, you know, because that's not necessarily appropriate there. I mean, I guess the example I would give there is we're just finishing up our ESY extended school year during the summer, and that's a program that's extended, and the kids who need that to maintain skills over the summer attend that, and they're finishing that up this week. But not every kid that's on an IEP attends ESY, so not every kid that's on an IEP would be in this situation. They would have the potential for that, and you know, we would look at whether that was appropriate or how we could accommodate that. But it would be an option, but not necessarily everyone. I think, am I answering your question?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you are. But it has been considered to take into account those special needs students for therapy, for speech, all of those different things.
Yes.
Kind of extending on that, so like the kids on a 504, would they be able to qualify, you know, say their 504 has the limited help that they need in the classroom, but it anticipates them being in the classroom every day,
and say, like, you know, in my situation, I have an autistic child, she's very rigid, she needs routine, every other day is probably gonna result in a setback for her. Is there an option at that point to get her in a situation where it would be every day? Or any kid, I mean, I'm talking personally from my experience, but any child in that 504, you know, is there options there, or is it sort of like, we work through it in ABA therapy after school? Or
No, I definitely think yes. The answer to your question is yes, that would be an option. You know what I mean, and that would be definitely one of the key considerations in making that decision is by not providing this, are we doing something that really has a realistic chance of being potentially detrimental? And if that's the case, then, you know, we need to do everything we can to mitigate that potential detriment and make sure that.
To accomplish that, would they need to be moved to an IEP, or would they be able to maintain their 504?
No, I don't think so.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Hi, thanks. Okay, so with that being said, I love the fact that we're gonna take care of everybody that needs the extra help. I think that's great. But why aren't the rest of them gonna be able to go back? I mean, if we can make the exception, and it possibly might be a bigger size group, can't maybe do the 50% to 50 people or whatever it is, right? Like the gentleman was saying a minute ago. Why can't we send the rest of them back too? Why don't they deserve a good education, one-on-one, the same as everybody else?
So I guess
Even if they don't have an IEP, maybe they need help.
Okay, so I guess the short answer is to still fall within the compliance of the restrictions that are in place.
So it comes back down to the governor. So didn't the governor say last night that it would be up to our superintendents in the state of Nevada to decide what would be best for our district or our area, depending on where you're at, because it's not a one-size-fits-all anymore? Didn't he say that last night?
I was driving home through part of it, so
You didn't get to see the whole thing?
I didn't see the whole thing, so it's highly possible.
I mean, you might want to go back and play it back, but I'm pretty darn sure he said it would be up to the individual
And I think, as
superintendents.
Dr. Robinson said, things are changing right now. You know,
Daily,
he had,
right?
what, a 15-minute press conference yesterday, and you're not going to accomplish specific information in a 15 or 20-minute press conference. So you're right. I mean, I do remember, and we discussed that today, that there's all this talk that, you know, we've spent the last 3 months talking about phases, and now,
Now they're gone.
when I left here yesterday, phases were the thing. When I got home, my wife
no
said,
phases.
there's no phases. I said, all I did was drive home, you know, what happened?
You're
So,
right.
you know, again, I'm not the governor, I'm not the superintendent, I don't attend those meetings, but, you know, I guess there's a very realistic chance that, yeah, all this could be totally different. Again, I guess the information that we're presenting here was based on the information that we had at the time.
Before.
And trying to, you know, present options of, you know, what could potentially be available.
Right.
So I guess that's the best answer I can
So
come up with.
basically, we're just, none of us know nothing.
Yeah, well,
It just
let's
gets-
let Dr. Robinson address that. She's
Yeah,
ready.
so I want to respond, because I did hear him say that last night, and I thought, oh,
Thank
okay,
you.
well, let's give me more information. because
Right,
that-
tell me
that-
more.
That may be helpful. But what I took from what he said last night was in relation to what the situation was as of last night. And I'm telling you, there's information coming through to me right now about changes that we're going to have to talk about and see how and if we can incorporate them. They may be good, they may not, you know, as I said, they're just kind of pouring in.
Right.
But at the time that he spoke last night, he's right, we do have flexibility.
Good.
And the places that we have flexibility were in the development of these models. So we got the framework from the Department of Education, and the Department of Education said, these are the models you have to have, these are the restrictions you have to incorporate into these models, and so forth.
Gotcha.
But you get to decide as a community, as a school district,
There it is.
how you're going to make that model fit your community. And so that's what we've done. We've taken from the survey, we've made it as close to in person, we've, you know, listened to and we're listening to you right now, as I
And we
just
like
said
that. We
earlier.
appreciate that.
There's already some ideas that we're looking at each other saying, oh, we might want to make some adjustments.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to continue to happen. That's one place that we have flexibility. The other place that we have flexibility is we can decide, and you're not going to like this, we can decide to go more restrictive
than what the restrictions are that are in place. We have that ability to do that. But we cannot go less restrictive than the restrictions that are in place.
Gotcha.
So that's where that flexibility is. He didn't tell the whole story in that statement, but he's right, we do have flexibility. But as I said, we ask everyone to be flexible with us and patient, because there may be some directives that are coming in that give information that we might be able to make adjustments that are going to help us to get even closer to what we know is best for kids. Then we have.
What we know is best and what you know is best, we're gonna do that together, right?
Well,
It's
that's
not
what
gonna
we're
be
doing.
just, that's what this is.
Right.
And we're gonna continue that, right?
Absolutely, that's what this is about, is to be able to do that and have these conversations.
Right.
And as I said, your input is already got us thinking about how we can make some adjustments.
Okay.
But there are still metrics that are coming out next week, and he announced that. And I have no idea what they are or how they will impact our community or other communities. The only thing that I do know is that, and he indicated this in his press conference, is that rather than being more statewide, he's going to be getting more granular, even down potentially to the zip code, as far as how we translate those metrics. I know no more than that at this point, but as we get information, we're gonna let you know. As it impacts the school system, we are going to let you know.
So Bailey, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, well, she answered my original one, but if we vote, you guys vote on whatever tonight, and we decide that, but then he puts restrictor down to the zip code in place, isn't that gonna change?
Sure.
Okay, so follow-up. How far before school starts do we get to know and plan for that?
So we had a requirement to let the community know about the direction that we're seeing, that we believe we're going to be in when school starts, given the current conditions. We have to give you notice 20 days before the start of school. We're actually a little bit ahead of that, particularly if the adjustment to the calendar works, and we'll explain more about that later. But we still have a really tight time frame. If there are directives and adjustments that are made, the State Department has already indicated to us that they'll adjust and they'll allow us to be outside of that requirement. But right now, as we're sitting here, the requirement is 20 days. So we have to give you this information early before school's about to start. And there's so much that can happen. And as I said, as soon as we know that there's a change that is going to impact the model that we go with, or, whatever it may be, either way, we'll communicate that to the community.
And that's why you're gonna vote to extend the start date, just to give us those 20 days, or?
No, the request to extend the start date is to allow more professional development days for the teachers in the distance learning. And that's something, an allowance that the State Department has provided for school districts, an additional 5 days. So it will shorten the school year by 5 days. And again, this is today, that may change, but as of today, that allows us much more time to be able to provide the much needed professional development to teachers.
If there are no other questions on that particular section, let's go ahead and move on to the next portion of the presentation. And Tammy's gonna hold off on her questions for just a minute.
Okay, so y'all get me again. I can't think sitting down, so I apologize if people in cyberspace and my head's getting cut off, but I just can't do that. The next part of the presentation is transportation. This goes directly to a question earlier from Trustee Zeisler. There will be multiple restrictions on transportation. We're going to go through a couple slides here, but some of the current restrictions, again, remember, and I know this keeps getting stressed, but the current restrictions dictate student transportation should be provided by school buses at equal or less than 50% capacity. So our buses most of our buses, particularly the ones utilized in our larger attendance areas and our larger school buses, are 84 passenger buses. Now, 84 passengers means 3 kids per seat in a school bus. That does not account for a couple of high school kids, say the size of Trustee Wines and myself. 3 of us are not going to fit on a single seat in a school bus. That gets reduced to 2 based on the size of the kids. 3 kids per seat is basically 3 elementary school kiddos on a seat per bus. That's what makes it 84 passenger bus. Under that already gets reduced when you're talking about the size of the kids. Particularly, we have buses that are utilized for multiple age groups throughout our communities. But so just start with that right there. That's the size of a bus that we're talking about. Some of the things we're going to do in order to mitigate contact between the kiddos, see it up there on board. Obviously, we're going to load back to front and unload the buses front to back. No longer are the days of kids getting on the bus and sprinting to their favorite seat, all right, or saving a seat for their buddy. There's going to be very mandated, I don't know if we'll go to assigned seatings, but it's going to be, and there's a couple graphs coming up here shortly. They're going to show how we can put these kids in buses in the most efficient way possible. But that's the first thing we've got to do. We got to keep roof hatches open and strategic windows open for airflow, weather permitting. No, we're not going to have the windows open if this goes all the way to December and we have kindergartners freezing, their tootsies off on the bus. We're not going to do that, but we're going to encourage the hatches open to get as much airflow going, following CDC and health guidelines that increased airflow helps mitigate some of the issues we have with breath particles and whatever it happens to be. We already went over that. Hand sanitizer will be available as students enter the bus and as they exit the bus. So that's going to be one mandatory thing. If you step up on that step, you get a squirt of hand sanitizer, then you go to your seat. As you exit the bus, you get a squirt of hand sanitizer and you go off to school. All right, or you go home if that were the case. And lastly, if you ride a bus, face coverings are required, no matter the age of the kiddo. If you're on the bus, face coverings are required due to the close proximity of other students. All right, and you'll see that in a couple of these models as we go forward. Keith, if you could. Oh, you already did. You rock. Cleaning and disinfecting buses daily. Buses will be disinfected at the end of every single route run. That means when we pick kids up in the morning, we drop them off at school, that bus gets disinfected before it runs in the afternoon or before it goes and runs a second route. All right, so that will be done after every single one. Quick disinfecting, it's not a full, but it's a quick disinfecting. Bus drivers will disinfect handrails, seat tops, and entrance doors between runs. So we have these mister systems that the bus drivers can go through and they kind of mist and it knocks out some of the virus, and then a quick wipe down following high contact areas. All occupants on the bus, again, we already talked about, will be required to wear face coverings, including the drivers. And ECSD encourages students to practice physical distancing at bus stops. All right, when we're picking kids up, it doesn't do us any good if, 25, 30 kids are all standing as close together as possible. We're going to encourage that physical distancing previous to picking them up. Transportation models with 5 to 6 feet of physical distancing between students. What that does is that puts our buses at about a 12 to 17% capacity. Okay, at that 5 to 6 foot physical distancing, particularly in areas with large transportation needs, Spring Creek in particular, that makes that pretty difficult if we're trying to get 50% of kids to school and we can only transport 12 to 17% on the buses, particularly when I believe it's close to 80% of our students in Spring Creek ride the bus. So we already see the problem with the 6 foot distancing under that model. Again, face coverings have to be worn. Transportation models with 6 feet across aisles. What that means, and again, there's going to be a couple graphs here in a minute. That allows us for 30 to 50% capacity, but that doesn't allow for the full 6 feet physical distancing. We've got some things coming in that maybe 3 feet physical distancing is possible. That obviously ups the amount of kids we can put on a bus. So now the 50% capacity is becoming a much more closer reality. Even under that, face coverings are still required to be worn on the bus. There's not any real way around that. Buses will still fill back to front and will still exit front to back. All right. Fill the aisle seats last to ensure that the period and the students are in, they're minimized. We're going to try to keep the time to 2 students per seat under this different model. Again, the catch here is how do we maximize the available seats on a bus while maintaining the maximum amount of physical distancing while getting max amount of kids on there. So that's one of the big issues that we have. When we were doing some of these dry runs on the bus, again, some of the observations that we were noted, again, face coverings are extremely important. Airflow has to be optimized as much as humanly possible, and students will receive training on how to minimize those risks. We all know that it's extremely difficult to tell kids to keep their hands to themselves, especially when they're little guys. With that, though, we're going to try to limit the hand fighting on the bus by utilizing some of these physical spacings. If we look at those 2 models right there, the one on the far left, that is an 84-passenger bus with 6-foot social or physical distancing. Okay, that's what it looks like. Green are kids on the bus. Right? That's our reality when we're talking about transportation. Red is empty dead space. Okay, under that model, we're basically transporting 10 students on an 84-passenger bus. That's going to be extremely difficult. All right, the one on the right falls a little bit, so that's kids on the window, every other seat going kind of crisscross like this. That's 17% capacity. That allows us to put 14 kids on a bus. Still not highly effective. The next one, again, through some creative seating, you guys can kind of see that for yourselves, but that's a 45% capacity, and that allows us to put 38 kids on a bus. 50% capacity allows us to put 42 kids on a bus. Once we start getting closer to 45, 50%, now this idea of going the AB model becomes much more realistic. If we're expecting 50% of the kids to be physically in the school, then we have to be able to put at least 50% of the kids on a school bus. That does not account for 6-foot distancing. Those account for about 3-foot distancing, which we can do to get to 45 to 50% capacity. This last one, 65% capacity or greater, basically that establishes there is no physical distancing going on in that bus. All right, 65% capacity on an 84-passenger bus, that's 55 kids. That's dream world. I'm not going to kid you. The fact that kids would stay physically separated like that unless we put, a little pool noodle or something in between them that they can't cross. Kids are going to slide around. Kids like sliding around, bumping into each other on buses and things of that nature. So without some serious changes, that one might not be possible, but that's what it would look like. All right. So it's doable. It's going to be difficult. We're going to have to look at some guidelines, but whatever of those models works, masks are going to be required to be on that bus because it's a tight area. Kids are going to be in close proximity with each other because, again, that 6-foot distancing model with only 10 kids on an 84-passenger bus, that does not make a whole lot of sense. We don't have enough buses. We don't have enough drivers to run 50 routes per school in order to get kids there. Not only that, by the time you drop off that last load of kids, the bus drivers will be picking up the first load of kids to take them home because school's over. It just doesn't work out. All right? So, yeah, transportation is pretty easy.
Can
We have a couple questions.
Tiffany, I know bus drivers there's rules on the buses, and when kids don't, they get warnings, and if they don't abide, then, riding a bus is a privilege. Is it gonna be the same for face masks? If they get caught not wearing them, or if they're messing around, are there consequences? Are they gonna be kicked off the bus?
So one of the things we're looking at face masks right now, particularly in places where they're required, is it would be equivalent to a dress code violation. So the simple answer is yes, there would be consequences to that following the restorative practices plan that every school has in place. So yes.
So mask restrictions, your bus is a privilege. So that
Correct.
probably should be, what's the word I'm looking for? Stress to all the parents that their kids ride buses
And-
the same.
Yeah, and I think you pointed out very right, and no matter where you are and which attendance area, riding the bus is always a privilege.
Right.
Right, so absolutely, we provide those buses to the maximum amount of students possible, assuming they follow the rules.
Yep.
And that's why, under the bus restrictions, it's a little, there's some higher restrictions needed
Right.
there. Yeah.
So there's still no, anything that's saying what a face covering can be, like how the governor said an old T-shirt or something like that. There still hasn't been anything putting out what is considered a face covering, right?
As of right now, we're following CDC and medical guidelines of what determines a face covering, so we'll default to those who, I believe the most recent was a cloth face covering that's at least made of at least two pieces. Beg your pardon?
Pretty much, if they wore a Halloween mask, they'd be safe. I mean, T-shirt, whatever.
It depends on how thick it is and if it follows those guidelines. I believe that it's a 2-layer cloth face covering is the minimum requirement, following the latest CDC guidelines. Yeah, we don't need kids in N95s necessarily on the bus. A kid won't get in trouble if their buddy reaches over and pulls their face mask down. Their buddy might get in trouble, but that kid won't if his mask is removed suddenly. Absolutely. Okay.
So are masks study mandatory all day long when they do go back to school, even if it is the mixed learning or whatever?
They will be on the bus.
I know.
Yeah, as far as some of those other things, again, we can kind of get to that later. Absolutely.
So with the kids on Halloween and stuff like that, not being able to wear masks, because the teachers can identify them and pose a risk to the children's safety, isn't this, with the children's faces being covered up, how are the teachers gonna keep track and identify them?
And how are we gonna know if one comes up missing or something?
I would hope that the teachers can be able to identify who their students are without wearing a full clown Halloween face mask is not the same as a nose and mouth covering. So I would defer to the teachers in the classroom if they feel that they could identify their students.
Yeah, well, I mean, because that was an issue for Halloween where the face painting or the mask or anything like that, that was a concern of your guys', and now it
Like,
seems to
we've
be
even
thrown by
had
the
to go and
wayside.
bring them other outfit to wear during Halloween just because of that specific thing.
So
We're living in a different time at the moment. So any other questions from the board on transportation?
I just had a question come in, and I wrote it down. Will there be, this won't impact like the number of bus drivers we have. Are we gonna need more? Are we gonna need less? Do we need substitutes in case there's?
We always need substitutes, no matter what the situation is, absolutely. As of right now, depending on if we can fill the buses to 50% capacity, and if we're in the hybrid model, which requires 50% capacity, then the buses should run effectively. If we are not in the hybrid model and we're in a later, not phase, but whatever the terminology the governor decides to give, then those requirements would apply equally to the buses. So if we're putting 100% of kids in schools, again, it would be equitable. So I don't foresee that being an issue at all. The buses, our plan is to run the buses at equal capacity to what we're students in the school.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then if, heaven forbid, we have to go to a distance learning model because of an outbreak we talk about a couple days, what if it hits the community, we're shut down for 2 weeks? Are those bus drivers protected? Are they gonna be laid off?
I would default to Deputy Superintendent Smith, yeah.
Perfect.
Tammy, would you like any other questions from the board on transportation? All right, Tammy, would you like to give us 2 pages of questions? And then we'll go to the next portion of the presentation. And if anyone needs to stand up and stretch, go for it. You know, if you need to do jumping jacks or, you know, whatever, just go for it. We will not be offended. I'm sure the people watching on YouTube are probably eating and moving around. So we are not offended if you need to move around. Board members as well.
Okay, this question is from Abigail Parkin. The hybrid reopening plan includes provisions for students who are at risk, such as ESL students who are new to the country. How will you determine the status of an ESL student in regards to the number of days they are allowed to attend? As an ESL teacher, I encourage you to make these decisions based on not only immigrant status, but on WIDA, ACCESS test scores and teacher input as well. Thank you. Shirley Muir. Hello, I was recently talking to a family member of mine, and she is a microbiologist who teaches virology. She believes that UV rays kill viruses like the flu, cold, and possibly COVID. With this theory, is it possible we could put UV lights in each classroom, or even a hospital-grade UV light in the air system? Or more time with outside learning / extra recess. Heather Payne, what will the protocol be when there is a positive case for COVID? Will teachers be expected to self-quarantine every time they are sick? Will they be compensated during their quarantine time? This comes from Corey Ward. Check out this article, and she cites an article from, it looks like it came from Yahoo, by the title of "If Older Kids Can Spread Coronavirus as Easily as Adults, What Does That Mean for Schools Reopening?" I did read that article, Corey, just so you know. Jordan Ramirez, I reviewed the letter about the possible strategies for this upcoming school year. I wanted to know about kindergarten, specifically in Carlin. If hybrid option will be occurring, I am wondering if half day would be better. That way they can go to school every day. Marnie Crozier, if we are back in the classroom, what will the protocol be if students or staffs test positive? William Van Lent, if I butchered that, I'm sorry. Can teacher hours be added to the workday to meet the additional student needs driven by distance learning and/or alternating classroom learning? Is there special funding available to compensate teachers for longer workdays? Yesenia Avila, if a teacher or student tests positive, what's the protocol? I'm actually going to read 3 pages because I'm short. Okay, so this comment is actually 2 pages from Jacob Bogdan, but one is a correction to a prior comment, so I'm just going to read the one. There are a lot of questions and not a lot of information has been provided as to how the district will move forward. I want to refer you to an article ran in Fortune, which provided in part the following regarding liability release forms as they relate to protecting school districts from liability arising from COVID-19 issues. The article in part states the following, and he cites the link. Other teachers signed the form distributed by the Montessori schools of Irvine, but Aguilar said she felt uncomfortable, although it stipulated that staff members would be masked. At 23, she has a compromised immune system and was also worried that she could pass the coronavirus onto her fiance and other family members. Aguilar refused to sign, and a week later she was fired. They said it was my choice to sign the paper, but it wasn't really my choice, said Aguilar, who's currently jobless and receiving $276 a week in unemployment benefits. I felt so bullied. As employers in California and across the country ask employees to return to the workplace, many have considered, and some are requiring employees to sign similar waivers, employment lawyers say. And many employees, mostly lower wage and minority workers in essential jobs, are calling lawyers to complain about the waivers. These are illegal agreements that are totally unfair to workers, said Christian Schreiber, a San Francisco lawyer who represents Aguilar and other employees. And then Jake lists the Fortune article. The article is called COVID Liability Waivers, Illegal Workplace Safety. And I did read that article, so thank you, Jacob. Will employees, teachers, students, administrators, substitute staff, etc., be required to sign similar liability release forms? And if so, and they refuse to sign the form, will the employee or student be fired, terminated, or prevented from attending school in the case of a student?
Okay, thank you.
I can keep going.
Some of those questions have been answered, and some will yet to be answered with the next portion of the presentation.
Hopefully. I'm going to visit for a little bit about procedures and protocols that we've discussed and ready to put in place to minimize the risk of exposure for our students and staff in our buildings. So there isn't any single precaution in isolation that can effectively mitigate the spread of COVID. There's not just one thing we can do. So it has to be a layered approach that we need to count on lots of people to implement these protocols in order for us to be successful. It's going to start with self-screening and remaining at home if people are sick, if they have symptoms. Use of PPEs, personal protective equipment, physical distancing, and restrictions on close contact activities at school. In partnership with the health department, we've determined that self-screen model is most effective, and we're going to talk specifically next about fever. The fever is a symptom of the COVID illness, and once a person has the fever, they've already been exposed. Exposure has already happened. It's not practical for us to reliably check for the fever of every student, staff member as they enter school. You can imagine a A school, for example, the size of Elko High School, by the time we checked every student and staff member's temperature, it'd be time for school to be released, and we'd start, kid number 1 would be on their way out when kid number 1200 was on their way in. Once at school, though, if students or staff do present with symptoms, we will follow CDC guidance and our own illness and injury guidelines currently in place. So we're encouraging and hoping that all parents will screen their kids at home with temperature every morning, and we're encouraging our staff to do the same. We want parents to keep their kids home if they show symptoms, and we expect our staff members to stay home if they show symptoms. We're encouraging parents to reinforce the importance of wearing face coverings at school with their kids in an effort to minimize the risk to their peers, teachers, and staff. And we encourage parents to provide reusable face masks for their kids, face coverings for their children if possible. We are maintaining a supply of reusable masks. Can't say that we will have 10,000 times 180 days of school, but we will have a supply if, we know that kids, even if they do come with their own, if it's a reusable one especially, so they rip, sometimes things will happen to them. And by gosh, if any kid comes and asks for a mask, we're gonna have one for them if they don't. We encourage parents who enroll their kids in NNVA to select this option for a minimum of a semester at a time. This isn't so much a minimizing risk bullet item, but more consistency. It is difficult and I'm saying this for a kid, a student, to move from NNVA online classes to in-person back and forth. It's difficult no matter which direction they're going. So we're okay with kids and parents making that decision to go NNVA. We just ask, if you're going to make that decision, make it a semester commitment and work through it, because it isn't easy and it is a big decision to make. And hopefully our encouragement of this decision helps people make understand it as a serious decision when they're making that. We encourage all parents to open an account in Infinite Campus to ensure communication, student information. Most of our parents do. Parents do keep an eye on kids in Infinite Campus. All of us have learned that over the years. Through conversations with parents about, a teacher gets an email, hey, I just noticed that my kid got a 0 on this, and then the parent notes it before the kid even does. So most of our parents do a great job keeping track of their kids' progress on Infinite Campus. We also encourage parents to update all student information in Infinite Campus with a focus on ensuring household information is correct. I can tell you as a principal and working in sites that's the number one reason that parents don't hear from us, is if we don't have current contact information. If we don't have if a phone number changes and we don't have that information, or an address changes, and then sometimes it seems like we're to blame for that, but there is the opportunity for all parents to update that information in Infinite Campus. So our school district will adhere to guidance from the local and state health officials, including our local Elko County Health and Human Services. And we are expecting more guidance from the state level on individual protocols, and some of the ideas that we've thought of, things we've thought of that we do need further clarification on. And further protocols are the protocol for sending a student or staff member home, protocol for keeping a student or staff member home after they've tested positive, or maybe they're a primary contact, protocol for sending a student or staff member back to school, when is it determined they can come back, and a protocol to determine when a student or staff member will need to be tested for COVID-19 to return, whether that is going to be a requirement. Elko County, and I apologize, I'm just reading these out loud, but I want to make sure I don't forget anything, and I'm probably one of the people that will complain when people present something just by reading it to me, but I'm subjecting it to you right now. Elko County School District will be guided by the local and state health officials, including the Nevada State Epidemiologist and the Department of Ed, should we have a case or a cluster of cases which require a temporary closure of school buildings. We talked about that earlier, that might happen. And protocols and procedures must be in place and communicated to our students, staff, and parents prior to the first day of school. But we're working as hard as we can to gather this information from, whether it's from the State Department, whether it's from the Education Department, whether it's from local officials, to determine these protocols as early as possible so we can share them with all of our stakeholders. We'll talk a little bit about cleaning now, and I'm not going to promise that we have had every discussion that needs to take place as far as cleaning. These are the discussions we have thought of that we know need to take place, and procedures that we need to teach all of our employees. Frequent cleaning of high-touch surfaces and learning spaces we know will help prevent the spread of COVID-19. Our local health district has approved disinfectants, and they've shared the information with us that are recommended to be used for cleaning these surfaces, and these cleaning measures are in addition to existing procedures for that happen every night. Intensive cleaning protocols should there be an incident of COVID in school buildings, and these protocols may require the temporary closure of an impacted building. That bullet is referring to protocols that we will be developing. What will happen if we have to close a building? What will happen if there is a positive case of COVID reported from somebody that was in a building? Our enhanced cleaning measures will support the health and safety of students and staff. And staff may be asked to engage in duties that are not typically associated with their professional positions. There is one example is, passing time when one group of students leaves the classroom. It might be part of a protocol that teachers may be involved in helping to clean those touch surfaces in that classroom between kids. Custodial procedures. All of our current custodians have been through a training process to disinfect all touch points in classrooms, such as door glass, door handles, door touch panes, lights, touch points, light switches. Anyway, you can read that example. Just all of those surfaces that kids and staff members are touching throughout the day. It is possible that our protocols will involve reallocation or work shift changes for custodial staff. If custodians in one building interact fairly closely with each other, there's a possibility if a custodian is positive for COVID, that the fellow custodians in that building could be primary contacts. So we realize that we may be using custodial staffs across buildings. We could have an instance where multiple custodians from one building might be out for a period of time. And it's possible that we may have to reduce some landscape and grounds maintenance in order to make that happen, to make those people available. A couple of things that we are working on is adding plexiglass barriers to the main offices of each school so that there is a physical barrier between the secretaries and office staff speaking with students and visitors to the school. Disinfectant wipes and or spray will be available for nurses and for classrooms. We've worked on securing an inventory of those items. Disposable masks we've also ordered. Hand sanitizer stations are available throughout school sites. Our health department has really worked over the years getting those portable, especially hand sanitizer stations set up throughout buildings. So we have quite a few of those, and we'll continue adding those. And also gloves will be available as needed for cleaning surfaces. Okay, so now we get down to in the event of a suspected positive case of COVID-19. Cleaning of the school will follow the outlined deep cleaning protocols. In addition, our school nurse will notify the appropriate individuals according to our school operating procedures, and we'll trace every area that the student or staff may have been in. Once those areas are identified, we will follow the disinfection protocols and treat areas in the school and on the bus with electrostatic sprayers or sanitizing misters. And we have purchased a couple of those already and had an opportunity to use both of those tools in a couple of our settings, and they're proving to be fairly easy to use and effective so far. We do know that there will be an increased cost to purchase essential supplies to reduce the risk of transmission. We've talked about utilizing some CARES funding to do that up to this point, and there's been a donation that Dr. Robinson mentioned at the state level. But we do know that we may have to allocate some of our own budget for those purposes. If there are waves or virus outbreaks, we can provide top to bottom cleaning of the school in 2 to 3 days. So if we did have to close down the school, we've taken a look at what it takes to clean a school, and even our big schools, and we see that bottom to top cleaning of the school happening within 48 to 72 hours. So buildings, if that need would arise, not having buildings closed any longer than that. A very quick rundown of those procedures. And like I said, I don't believe that everything we included here is exhaustive. It's the things we've thought of and researched that need protocols that need to be in place, but I'm sure there are additional things that we will learn as we go.
Any questions from the board on that?
Are we looking at ventilation systems in all the schools to see if?
Not specifically.
Like if filters are needing to be different than what we currently have?
It isn't something that I remember off the top of my head that we've discussed as of yet. But that is something that we'll make note of and bring up that, I can tell you all the buildings I've been in, they were built on this topic individually. The custodians have done a great job. Building maintenance do a really good job of keeping up with that. But yeah, it might be
And
something
I
that
do
has to be
think,
done
as
more.
one of the comments stated, that a UV generator, I know we've used them in our science labs quite extensively for goggles and disinfecting those would be.
The UV light?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
We've looked into those, Brian, and unfortunately, they're back
Expensive.
ordered everywhere.
Oh, okay.
And we're not able to attain them, but we've explored them since the spring, and we'll continue to do so.
Okay. The one thing that I find probably the most disconcerting is not doing the fever checks, even though that's a symptom that, you've got a full case there. You can't have a cluster of teachers at the high school. I know Elko High now has one point of entry to be able to check, or even an individual teacher first period checking all their students as they come in.
And it's something we can talk about, we can discuss different ways of doing it. We are looking at, this summer for ESY, we've used a self-reporting survey check that staff can complete. And that could include teachers recording their own temperature on that same survey. We're looking at another provider of that survey that might, the survey we use right now is simply just a Google form survey that we created. I don't remember what our Health Smart, I think, is the program that our school nurses use. It actually has a component that the company has built to deal with this situation in particular, where you can create a health survey in there. And I think that, it looks like so far that collating the results of the survey are much, much easier than what has been with the survey we've done so far. But we can.
But in this instance, there's really no incentive for somebody, a student, family, or teacher, to self-report that I have a problem, right? Because I don't want to be away from the classroom, or I don't want to have to stay at home. I just worry about the self-reporting.
And it's something we can discuss more, we will discuss more, and something at the will of the board too that could be required, but we just have to look at some of these things do have logistical considerations.
I have a tiny, sort of not terribly serious question, but it just came to mind. I work in an office that has had that sterilizing process done to it, and it killed our plants and possibly a fish.
And
Just the first cleaning that they did?
It was after we had a positive, they did the spray.
But the last cleaning that they did when we were all sent home, I covered my animals because my boss said you need to go cover your animals, and my frogs stopped eating and died a week ago.
So it's fairly potent stuff, and so will teachers be notified that their room is going?
As of right now, the only time we've talked about using those sprayers is after there's been a positive.
Okay, so the teacher,
Yes.
like, even if it's a student, the teacher will know,
Yes.
because I mean, there's HIPAA stuff and things involved, so I don't know, I didn't know, like, how notified would a teacher be
They're just
that their
being-
classroom was going to be deep cleaned?
They would just plain be notified.
Okay, so they would have a chance
Mhm.
to
But like I
pull their
said,
animals out.
Like I said-
Covered is not enough.
I can't take that chance, I have too many and they're too expensive.
Yeah, they're very expensive and very beloved. That's the other thing. We don't want to traumatize a kindergarten class any more than we already have to.
but I think some of our perceptions when we first started talking with those misters is that our first discussions, they seemed really, really quick and really easy. So we could do this every night and this could be our disinfecting. And we're not at that point in our discussions anymore. We've already identified that those are for use after there's been, when we have to. Other than that, it's going to be our daily cleaning procedures with additional surface cleaning protocols.
Any other questions from the board? Go ahead, Tim.
No, I just noticed that Jenny had her hand up.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I just want to make sure the board gets their questions. Go ahead.
So with that disinfectant you're talking about, I'm glad you said something, but that disinfectant you're talking about, one of you guys was saying something about we're gonna be using a spray on the bus, right? Is that the same spray,
It's
or
a
is that
different
something
spray.
different?
No.
Is it like Lysol, like
It-
something that our kids are used to?
So it is, so the cleaning products that the district uses are provided by a company called Waxy.
Okay.
And it's the same disinfectant that we would use on a daily cleaning of any school surface. If that bus were to have been identified that it transported a positive case of COVID, that bus would be taken on rotation, the deep cleaning would be done to it, and would be set aside for a certain amount of time.
Until it airs
Yeah,
out and all that stuff?
the product that we're using for the buses on a daily cleaning is a totally different product.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still certified to keep things clean.
It's probably more of a better description, more of a sprayer that
Yeah.
we're providing. Like, it's like a backpack sprayer that's gonna make it easier to, so that
I
they're
just
not.
wanted to make sure that that wasn't gonna be
No.
like on that enclosed
No,
bus.
no, different product.
All my kids
Yeah.
were on it?
No, different product.
Okay, good deal, thanks.
Will of the board, do you guys want to read a few more questions that came in advance or move on to the next section?
Go through some more questions.
Go for
More
it.
questions, okay.
I just have a few more pages, I should say. Let me kill this file. All right. This comes from Daniel Stevens. Why has our local Elko County School Board chosen such an undemocratic method to hold this very important board meeting? True democracy, as envisioned by our founders, relies heavily on healthy discourse among all participants, whether that group is in agreement or not. It is not served properly by a series of pre-selected questions where answers can be determined in advance. Questions provided in advance cannot anticipate what comments and decisions will be made by board members during the meeting, nor do they allow healthy and informative response from the attendees. I am very disturbed that our own county has stooped to this form of socialist methodology where a small group of individuals sit in unquestioned judgment and providing their decisions unchallenged. I seriously doubt that this was the intention of this board, but this is certainly the result of your decisions. In my opinion, this board meeting is illegitimate, if not illegal. The future of our children and grandchildren is held in your hands without our having the opportunity to publicly question your reasoning. What are our options after you announce your decisions? Julie Stevens.
Could you answer that one?
Yeah, because that one actually is
Because,
a
I mean,
question.
you
Okay,
guys
I'll
been
go ahead
reading
and
them,
give an
right?
answer on that one. Anybody can email Mr. Cooney right now. So there is, so you've
Yeah,
noticed,
I mean,
we've asked for
it
comments,
is
so
Public
anybody
discourse,
can
we
email.
have been accepting questions. I mean,
No, I mean, if they don't agree with you guys, what's their course
What do
after
they do
that?
next?
Yeah, the very end of that one,
Not the whole.
like the very last
Just the
portion.
very
of it.
last.
Yeah.
4 years, they have a chance to get rid of us. All they have to do is go down and file and be in the area that is up for election, and that's all they have to do. If they don't agree with us, kick us out.
Thank you, sir.
All right, go ahead, Tammy.
All right, Julie Stevens. I am concerned about several things in the managing of this massive issue. First is the way our school board is choosing to handle this. Quote, "We will take your questions and answer which we choose, but you as parents, grandparents, teachers, and community have no say." Sorry, the emphasis is in here, so I'm reading it. So I'm not really truly this animated usually. Since when did this country become dictatorial? There is to be no discussion, no participation. Do what we say, that is it. If we were able to know in advance what we were going to be told to us so as to allow us to anticipate what questions we should ask, well then why would we need to tune in to hear this? Most questions concerning cleanliness, masks, and the like, I am sure will be asked and answered. But I am also concerned about the letting go of quality teachers because they happen to be in the vulnerable category. They have families and can't afford to just lose their jobs because of age or some medical disability. As a matter of fact, that's age discrimination and against the American Disability Act. There are so many issues involved here that this pre-question format is totally inadequate. We need some recourse. How do we readdress things? And this is Kim McKnight. If any of these questions have already been asked and answered before, these are read, please feel free to omit them. I'm not going to, because we're just gonna truck on through.
You can admit the whole thing, because all the questions.
Are you sure? This
There's
is you?
only, yeah, it's me. There's only one on there about substitute teachers. Everything else you can omit. I give you permission because I'm sitting right here.
Thank you. Is it the how will substitute?
Substitute, yeah, just the substitute one. I haven't heard that one yet.
All right. How will substitute teachers be utilized in the event a teacher has to miss work? Will subs only be able to sub at one school? And then I'm going to read your last little bit.
Oh.
Thank you for your dedication in these crazy times. Appreciate that. Leilani Thorpe. I would like to see online instruction for the first semester of the 2020-2021 academic school year. With the rising cases in Elko County, this would be a safer route for children as well as staff. If the cases start to dwindle down and folks start to practice social distancing better in Elko County, then maybe the thought of reopening of schools in Elko County for in-person instruction. I have 3 children in school and only want to protect them until we know more about this virus that has taken so many lives. Thank you for hearing my concerns. And then Trevor Gurley. What are the new cleaning procedures? What will be the new policy if a student, staff, or teacher tests positive for COVID-19? How will this affect the absentee policy? Will students be granted more absences? What academic and health measures are being taken to help those with special needs? Julie Woodbury. Will each student have their own set of books and workbooks for reading and math? If not, what will they have in place of bound books for reading and math? Will paper copies of assignments be turned into teachers, or will all work be uploaded to a website? Thank you. I'll read them all. I'll take another breath.
Go ahead and read a couple more pages, Tammy, and then we'll press on.
I love entertaining my audience, right? Lisa Calder, I realize you have a very difficult decision to make regarding reopening of schools. We all know there is no right answer. Thank you for taking the time to address my questions and concerns. There are many, as I am sure I am not the only one with these same thoughts. As a classroom teacher of kindergartners, I would like to see my students in person, even if this means just the first week of school. Am I concerned and scared for my own health and the health of my immune-compromised son and 80-year-old parents? Absolutely. However, I believe starting in person will at least give us a more appropriate start to building relationships when we close and go to distance learning. 2, if total distance learning is, I'm going to butcher this a little bit, Lisa, I apologize. If total distance learning is in place, what is the time requirement that students will attend online? For example, it is recommended that the kindergarten students spend a minimum of 30 to a max of 90 minutes a day of online learning, especially since they will have an attention span of 3 to 5 minutes at the beginning of the school year. And in parenthetical notation, recommendations on time students should spend each day on remote learning, and then she cites a source from the Illinois Department of Education from weareteachers.com with a virtual learning schedule. And I somehow missed that, so I'm sorry, Lisa, I will go back and read that. Number 3, what will a daily schedule look like in the distance learning model? If a student, teacher, staff gets sick, will we all be mandated to get tested? Who pays for this? Will we be quarantined? How long? Do I have to use my own sick leave? 4, if I have to have a sick day or days, doctor appointment, etc., will there be a substitute teacher available? 5, are parents allowed to do full distance learning at home even if we go to the hybrid model? Or would they have to do virtual academy if they choose to stay home? Number 6, what if the parent, several weeks or months into the school year, decides they want to put their child back into the classroom if we are in the hybrid model? Is there a set time, i.e. at the end of the 9-week period or end of the semester, the child can come back, or can they come back whenever they want? Please do not allow a whenever you want policy. Not only is this extremely disruptive to the current class, but if we already have a set number for the 50% capacity and too many students come back, how will that work? If you have to move teachers around due to lack of students returning for the hybrid model, this seems like it could cause some major issues, not only for the class size, but what if that child was not really getting the learning at home and will be extremely behind academically? Will there be aides to help these children or enough teachers? 7, should you take another survey of the community once you make a decision of which model to use to get a more accurate picture of how many students / teachers / staff will actually be returning if using the hybrid model? 8, why are you only encouraging parents to take a temperature check at home and only encouraging the child stays home if sick instead of requiring? The truth is, many parents send their children to school even with symptoms so they don't have to miss work, which I get, but in light of this pandemic, they are putting us all at greater risk. Please reconsider temperature checking all students before coming into the school building. This may take a few extra minutes, but isn't taking a few minutes better than having to close down a whole school for weeks. Again, many of the teachers at my school and myself have immune-compromised families at home. We are risking ourselves and our families. The district needs to be protecting us too. 9, will the district be providing hand sanitizer, disinfectant wipes for all classrooms to be used all day? How about masks for teachers and staff? 10, how will students and parents be held accountable for both hybrid and distance learning models as far as attendance, homework, and grades? 11, will teachers be required to give the MAP test since the RBG3 funding is being cut, or other mandated tests, as they will not be reliable data? 12, if teachers are required to do in-class lessons or teaching and distance learning lessons and teaching, which will definitely be different for both, will teachers get compensated for doing twice the workload for 2 different jobs? 13, who will be monitoring the distance learning while the teacher is in class teaching? Even though there will be less students in the classroom, teachers need to have their time devoted to those kids not focused on a computer. 14, will we have specials, recess, in the cafeteria lunches? Students need to socialize, especially to develop those all-important social emotional skills. They, as well as teachers, will need a break from the classroom to promote better learning. 15, when will teachers have prep time? Lunchtime? 16, will teachers get professional development? How? When? Early out? 17, are buyouts for teachers still being considered? 18, will teachers be allowed to be in the actual classroom to teach if we go to distance learning? Again, there is no right answer to any of this. I appreciate your consideration and time in answering these important questions and concerns. Abby Wilkins, will teachers and students have to sign a waiver holding the school district harmless in case they get sick? If a teacher contracts COVID, do they have to take time off out of their sick leave? What happens if the teacher does not have enough sick leave time built up? Is the district going to provide PPE for staff and students? Will the student who refuses to wear a mask in class be removed from the room? What is the plan if a teacher or student tests positive? What happens if a family member or a student or a district employee tests positive? Will the student or staff member be quarantined? How is the testing capability here in Elko County? How many days does it take to get a result? Will the school district conduct the contract tracing? Are there enough substitute teachers in our district? What consequence will be enforced to a family if they purposefully send a child to school that is sick or has been exposed to COVID? How can a modular classroom house 15 students 6 feet apart so they can all see the smartboard? Kathy Gibson. After reading through the draft policy to reopen the schools, I have the following questions of concern. It is my understanding, and please correct me if I am wrong, that children under the age of 9 years old are not mandated to wear masks. Concern. All are susceptible to the virus, these age groups even more so, that a lot of elders care for their grandchildren or live in the home, making our elders more vulnerable to virus. These are the elders that hold our culture, traditions, oral history, and language. And then it starts a new point. That it will be the parent guardian responsibility to screen their children. Concern. The responsibility lies with the parent to make sure their child is virus-free to attend school so that they do not spread the virus to other children or staff. Is ECSD working with community agencies to assure parents/guardians are trained in signs and symptoms and have the supplies to test their child. This should include if any member of the household is ill, if they have been exposed or traveled, or other family members test positive in the household, should self-isolate. And then a new point, transportation will have signage and seat marking to assure CDC guidelines are met. Bus disinfection will be done at the end of the route with quick disinfection between runs. Concern, doubling up on bus routes in Hawaii has always been an issue every school year, not to mention the old boiler heating system that breaks down 2 or 3 times a school year. Students are held after to run one route, then the bus comes back for another route. Disinfection of the buses is a big concern, and the children are not monitored well. Children fight, smoke, and in my granddaughter's case, at 9 years old, has been hit with a can of soda in the head. We will need adequate number of buses and extra riders to monitor children, adhere to the signage and seat markings. That's a new point. Nutrition services for all instructional models. It is appreciated that ECSD has provided meals, sack breakfast and lunch for children in our community by COVID federal regulations, but hot meal in to-go container would be nice. All OCS students automatically qualify for free meals. Our community has 40% of the identified students that are homeless, foster care, or receive some type of federal assistance such as food stamps or Head Start. Will OCS continue to receive free meals? And she moves to the next point. Those parents have 3 choices. 1, full-time distance learning provided by ECSD, or to sign up for the Northeastern Nevada Virtual Academy. Question, how do these 2 programs differ? 2, hybrid attending school on some days and distance learning other days. Question, will this be offered to K through 12? 3, in-person learning, normal school hours on campus. Question, how do you plan on making sure students, staff, and families will follow guidelines, CDC or the ECSD guidelines? The OCS is located on the Duck Valley Indian Reservation of Owyhee, Nevada. According to the U.S. Census of 2018, population of 1,177, with 33% over the age of 50, a community of high-risk health concern, where the native population makes up 1.6 of the total U.S. population. It appears that someday we may be an extinct race. We parents, guardians depend on ECSD lead to keep our children safe. Let's put our efforts together and make each community safe for our children, staff, and people. Penny Dodge. Will there be greater accountability for students, or will it be hold harmless situation like it was in the spring of 2020? Karen Kimber. As a teacher at Flagview, I would like to comment on 2 things. 1, one of our biggest struggles during our 9 weeks online last spring was the students who did little or nothing from home. For students that follow that path during the upcoming year, if we indeed do hybrid or all online, I would suggest the possibility of working with the Boys and Girls Club, which has successfully run a socially distanced /mask program all summer with 200 kids. My thought is to take our online strugglers during the school hours on their online days to she put BG, I understand Boys and Girls Club study hall. This may require additional personnel for BG Club, which I hope our community could fund. If more space is needed, perhaps part of the convention center could be used, since it is not being utilized much right now. Communities and schools may also be able to assist with providing personnel to monitor and assist students in the study hall, as well as with funding. 2, I appreciate the amount of thought I see in the 3 levels of the possible reopening plans, and I feel somewhat safe going back to school with a hybrid model. But as I see parents wanting students back to school full-time, I would like to point out that classrooms and trailers, such as the entire 5th grade at Flagview, have smaller square footage than regular classrooms and much less air volume / ventilation than regular classrooms, which have 12 to 15 foot ceilings as compared to our 8-foot ceilings. So modular classroom air will be condensed with germs by 1/2 to 2/3 more than the typical classroom. Please keep this in mind when considering full back-to-school models, as I do not want to compromise student health, nor my own. What I'm not hearing much from parents is concern for us teachers and other school personnel. They want full back-to-school, but the fact is the community of Elko, for the most part, chose not to wear masks or avoid large groups during the last 3 months, contributing to a lot of our community being in the current situation of escalating cases of COVID-19. We are now considered by our federal government to be in a red zone with COVID outbreaks. It is not fair at all to think that school personnel should put our health on the line just to go back to school with COVID spreading like wildfire in our community. And to those who say students are not at risk, nor are they spreaders, I would refer them to the latest data from the state of Florida. It cut off, I'm sorry, Karen. But I will Google that and see if we can get that information to the board. Lisa Reed. I understand how hard of a decision this is going to be for the board and the committee that spent countless hours coming up with possible solutions to our kids going back to school. I would just like to voice that while I do understand that this virus is more contagious than most, I do not think that most research points to the fact that overall for younger populations and populations that are typically healthy, this virus is no worse than any other flu virus that we have been faced with. It is definitely more publicized, and I feel that more scare tactics and social media have played a role in scaring people. I am on the board of the Boys and Girls Club, and we had to make a complex plan to allow our club to reopen this summer for a limited number of kids. We knew there was a huge need for childcare for our mind and mind support employees, first responders, law enforcement, and so many other working families whose jobs were deemed essential. This plan was not easy to devise, and it did have to be altered several times as more information and resources became available throughout the summer. We have been working around the clock to keep families safe, and most recently to be prepared for the plan that you decide on tonight, as it greatly impacts us as well. The reason we chose to open over the summer is because we care about the kids and the families of our community, and we knew that many families would be forced to make choices that could negatively affect children if our facility was not open. This included leaving young kids home unsupervised because there were no other resources to help them, among other things that include the need for social interaction and mental health. We wanted these kids to have a safe and fun environment to be at during the day, and I have had several people approach me over the summer and tell me to thank our club staff, or it says stuff, but I think it means staff, for being there for them and their kids. Our staff continues to meet weekly and evolve programs as needed. It has not been an easy task, but they have done it and been successful, so it is possible. We made modifications to our program that we have not done before to limit interaction between groups and counselors and kept family members together in case we did have an outbreak. The last thing I want to bring home is that our club has served 200 plus kids this summer in a very limited size facility, and we have been successful at keeping our kids and our staff all safe. We have been blessed to not have any kids test positive, and we have not even had to quarantine a group for any reason. We temperature checked all of our kids and staff daily, made them take breaks to wash hands, and had strong cleaning strategies, among other things. Our executive director continues to have weekly and monthly meetings with our Boys and Girls Club's regional and national members. The most interesting fact related to that is that in the Nevada/California Boys and Girls Club region that has served 10,000 plus kids per week all summer long, we have not had one COVID case at any of our clubs. In California, that has been deemed a hotspot, has not had a death of a child under 18. I think we just need to take a step back and consider these facts in making a decision on whether our kids go back to school or not in this county. I would venture to guess that 50 to 60% of families are dual working families that will face significant financial hardships if school does not go back in session. And even if a hybrid session is chosen, there will be many kids left at home unsupervised, playing video games and not doing part-time distance learning because it is just not feasible. Not to mention, kids need social interaction and their brains need this for development. They are not the most susceptible population, and they need to get back to learning and using their brains for better things than watching TV and playing video games. If a child or teacher has an underlying issue, then there are several online resources that are available to them, and many parents have already chosen to go this route that I personally know. Most of them not because they are afraid of the virus, but they are afraid for their kids' future. I myself considered it, but being one of the dual working families that I discussed above, I have opted to not take that turn yet. I will have to make some hard choices after the meeting this week, and you decide the plan for my kids' future. I know you have to make hard choices tonight, and you cannot make everyone happy, but consider the facts that our kids' future is on the line, and they need to get back to learning and using their minds for bigger things. Thank you for your time and consideration. Mike Salvo, if we do not open fully, with kids attending full time, why shouldn't we dramatically reduce the number of administrators and teachers? And why keep these buildings open or funded if they are not being used at the intended occupancy level? What is each board member's thought on distance learning? Renee Alt. What has the district been doing to accommodate during summer school? Were buses used? Has this met state restrictions/requirements? Have there been any cases of teachers and/or summer school students contracting COVID-19 as a result of being at school during the summer program? Renee Alt again. The superintendent's most recent letter referenced the governor's regulation of operating at 50% capacity. If students do not return to school, how will this regulation be accommodated? How will the district determine which 50% of students to accommodate? Mary Allenbaugh. As an ECSD teacher, parent of, and ECSD student, and Elko County community member, I have a number of concerns regarding the reopening of schools. I am respectfully asking the board to consider the following recommendations and questions concerning the reopening plan. A later start date, such as mid-September, for ECSD would be a prudent decision until the cases of COVID-19 in Elko County have lowered and stabilized. With a hybrid model, teachers are being asked to teach daily both in person and provide distance learning opportunities for the students at home. With the AB schedule, could the A students attend school on a Monday, Tuesday, and then have no students in attendance on Wednesdays, allowing for teachers' preparations, cleaning by custodial staff, and any needed trainings? B students would then attend on Thursdays and Fridays. This would create a dependable schedule not only for our schools, but also for our parents and caregivers. Elko County has a shortage of licensed childcare providers. Will school-age children of ECSD employees be permitted in the schools on the days in which they are slotted for distance learning? Will the Boys and Girls Club or another source of supervised care be available to ECSD employees and other community members who are unable to secure safe and dependable childcare for school-age children? How will these students be able to access distance learning when a parent is unavailable to assist in the learning? What will COVID-19 testing protocol be for teachers, and will it be mandatory? Will students younger than 9 be required to wear masks at all times? How will older students who refuse to wear a mask be dealt with? Substitute teachers have often been hard to find in years past. What will be the recommendation for schools who are unable to find substitutes for classrooms? In years past, students have been combined into another classroom, but that wouldn't be feasible with social distancing protocols. Thank you for your time. Wendy, I'm going to butcher your last name, Dupay? Is that right?
Yeah.
I heard that teachers may be live streamed during the day for our families at home to watch. I am concerned about the confidentiality part. How are you going to address the privacy for HIPAA, IEP students, etc.? Deborah Schaefer. 3 questions. 1, is there a reason that secondary students, high school, should attend in-person classes rather than distance learning? I strongly believe that the combined schools would benefit by reducing the number of students on the bus, in hallways, and lunchrooms by making sure they have a robust online program for older students. If parents must return to work and younger students are unable to use technology effectively for learning, having older babysitting age students learn from home would be an option. Part of my concern stems from parents sending students to school sick if they have no other option for childcare. Older siblings might be able to fill that need. I do realize that the numbers in Elko County are low currently. However, complacency has shown to be detrimental in states where the numbers were low and, quote, returning to normal happened. 2, if an outbreak occurs, what is the plan? 3, how often, if at all, will testing happen? My concern about testing is that if I return to the reservation and quarantine as requested for 2 weeks, how will the school be sure that I am not COVID-19 positive and just one of the lucky asymptomatic ones? And, Tamberly. Justy, thank you. I am not afraid to return to teaching full-time with a full class. I feel doing otherwise poses a greater mental health risk and financial burden for our already struggling children and families. Our country's suicide hotline calls have increased by 600%, and countless people have lost their jobs during this pandemic and lockdown. Sending our children back to school full-time gives our families and children a sense of normalcy and hope. It also alleviates the stress of wrangling hybrid schedules or choosing to leave young children at home so parents can go to work. And then we've got Chris Thomas. What if certain families don't have the essential tools to do daily screenings? What if a child does not show symptoms of fever or other COVID-19 related symptoms at home, but shows symptoms at the school? As a parent, our child does have times where he has meltdowns. I am usually the only person that can calm him down. If they aren't allowing non-staff people from entering schools, how will I be able to help calm down my child when he is having a meltdown? How will his needs be met in those situations? guys are
Hanging
hanging in
in
there.
good.
Good job.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next portion of the presentation.
Alrighty. So the next thing we have to talk about, there was a couple of questions related to this, are around school nutrition. So a couple of points to make, there's a pretty wide variability of our facilities, especially our kitchen facilities across the district, and what things are capable there. So what things each site is capable of doing. So there could really be a wide range of options that could be available depending on the school that you're talking about or the number of students that they have to serve. So we're working currently with Chartwell's, our food service provider. The manager of that program is going to each individual school, kind of looking at, the logistics of each individual site and what could possibly be possible. But there's a list of options or potential options there. Adding lunch periods to what we've traditionally done, so that we can have smaller numbers of kids in the lunchroom at one time. Staggering the times that the kids are in there. I think there was a mention in one of the questions of a grab and go service. There's times where that might be appropriate. Meals to go potentially too. Looking at the option of lunch in a classroom, that of course you run into issues with teachers being able to get their time for lunch and all those sort of things. It's not that wouldn't necessarily be a potential option. The logistics of having a 5-year-old come to the lunchroom, I think that was a question from a kindergarten teacher at Southside earlier. A 5-year-old come to the lunchroom, get their lunch, and walk all the way back to the back 40 with their lunch. There's logistics to that too. So I think if it's possible to avoid that, that would probably be a good thing to do. But not necessarily off the table. But so we're in the process of working with Chartwell's to look at what is available at each site, what options they have, and make a decision that's probably going to be pretty site specific, just because of the variability that we have there. Just like through this emergency closure and all through the summer, I think Chris mentioned that earlier. We've run our nutrition program at various locations through the communities in our district to make sure that those options are still available. That would continue regardless of what instructional model we'd be looking at. There will be some requirements to return to the pre-COVID regulations as far as free and reduced and full paid lunches go. But again, trying to make sure that whatever these plans that we put in place for school nutrition, breakfast and lunch still follow those restrictions / guidelines that are in place. Athletics. Sorry, I wasn't sure if there was questions next.
I don't know, are there?
No questions, go on. Just kidding.
As long as we feed them, we're good, right?
So the next part of the presentation affects primarily secondary schools. Obviously, it's about athletics. So last week, the NIAA, the Nevada Interscholastic Athletic Association, put out guidelines basically eliminating the fall sports season and moving fall sports basically into the spring. Under the current model, winter sports would start practice on January 1st. Games would begin January 22nd, and there'd be a 6-week season for winter sports. Following that, there'd be a brief off season. Then fall sports would have a 6-week season, then a brief off season, and then spring sports would have a 6-week season. Following NIA guidelines, that 6-week season would include playoffs if they, the local entities decided to have a playoff system. Be extremely difficult to do that, say in sports like football, where you only have one game a week. Basically, you'd be looking at playing 3 or 4 games and going right into playoffs. So again, this is all dictated through the NIAA. There's not a whole lot of local control, but I know that's probably a big point that a lot of people are asking, what happens to sports? And this is what's going on with sports. Question? Okay, up until January 1st, all off-season sports protocols are still in place. Off-season training, open gyms, things of that nature are still going. However, our facilities are still closed at this time to the public. So PAL sports and things of that nature are still not allowed in our buildings. So that's sports. Any questions?
We're getting tired.
The next one, we've pretty much talked about everything on the next slide. It's IT and what we've done to try to get ourselves set up and ready for distance learning and hybrid learning. So just a few things. We currently, like Mr. McInerney mentioned way early tonight, we currently have enough devices for every kid, a Chromebook for every kid in our district, 533. We have equipment on order to provide necessary devices to all staff. That's the laptops that I discussed earlier. The hotspots that we ordered, it's 1,000 hotspots throughout the district that we've ordered. And then some platforms that we have already identified that we've purchased subscriptions for. GoGuardian that we talked about, it provides a lot of supervision for teachers and parents. It also provides one thing that seems like we're learning a little more about GoGuardian every day, but the two-way communication that's required by the state that we actually keep a record of. There's a format within GoGuardian for that, the communication to take place and be recorded, and also for that communication to, it might be a little more efficient even than emails are. So we're looking into those capabilities, and we will be, these companies, when we buy these subscriptions, we are demanding or requiring that they include their own professional development. It's not just one of us trying to learn about it and share that information with our staff members. The school district already owns the Google bundle, so everything from Gmail to Google Classroom to Google Hangouts, Google Sheets, all those things. Every staff member, every teacher, and every student has a subscription to the Google bundle. Canvas platform and content. We have well, I shouldn't say always, for the last 10, 12 years or so, we have provided subscriptions to any staff members who wanted to use the Canvas platform for delivering instruction. This year, the NDE is providing subscriptions to Canvas to all teachers in the state at no cost to us districts. So that will be provided to everybody. And it's possible that well, it's not possible, they are planning on loading content into the Canvas platform also, with working in conjunction with some current teachers to build those classes. So some of those Canvas platforms will already have, for example, maybe a 9th grade English curriculum, for example, might already be loaded into it that meets our state standards and is developed by Nevada teachers. So, and then, you know, we have various other subscriptions, programs, devices, and things like that throughout the district that we've accumulated over the years that different staff members utilize or maybe don't use, and we'll get better at using them. So anyway, that's just a quick update on where we stand with information technology currently.
For these platforms that have been purchased, I'll back up just a little bit. During the shutdown and everybody on distance learning, it seemed as though there were some of the classes that had some pretty organized lesson plans that had been developed by staff that we've got here in Elko County.
Right.
Are these platforms flexible enough that we could model that previous approach? Can we get that to be able to get the other classes that were pretty much haphazard, I'm gonna say that, to be more consistent and follow through? And kind of a follow-up, with us going back to our re-entry on our testing with the maps and the SBAC and things like that, has the state waived the requirements for any of that, or is the school district still being held accountable for that? Kind of gets out of the IT portion, but it ties together because we're doing those tests on the equipment.
I don't believe we've heard of any waiver at this point.
So I've been in several meetings with Mike Pacheco, who was the state assessment coordinator, and they're actually They are currently surveying district test directors on the feasibility of continuing the SBAC, and depending on the various models of the districts, the question has been asked is whether or not, from NDE side, whether or not it would be a good idea to waive testing again. The discussions are taking place. No decision has been made, however. So yes, people are talking about that.
And as we've discussed professional development to prepare our teachers for distance learning, utilizing our own people is it's one of the things we've mentioned. And it wouldn't surprise me if some of those platforms that you mentioned that seemed like they were very well put together and had probably existed longer than just last spring. Some of those were probably some of those those teachers who have been using Canvas for a period of time. So they've had some time and they know the product well, and they've built their curriculum within that, within the class they set up to that current state that they were using in the spring. One of the teachers that had sent in a comment that was read earlier is one of those teachers who've been using Canvas for a number of years and is very good, very adept with it. So, but we also had some teachers who really amazed us with their knowledge of Google Classroom. That we knew we had the products, but we didn't know how adept some of our teachers were, and really did a phenomenal job. And we've learned of a few of those teachers, and I'm sure there's people that we're not aware of that really did a great job, that we're looking at sniffing those people out to provide professional development for the rest of our staff.
Keith, one of the concerns, springboarding from that question, from a lot of parents was the fact that some teachers were using lots of different platforms. Are we going to standardize the platform that everyone's going to use? I know one may be more appropriate for secondary versus elementary.
So, we got to make sure we have a clear definition of platforms. For me, platform is how a platform is utilized to build the content of the course. Canvas or Google Classroom, for example, are the two platforms that we will allow our teachers to use. We don't want other platforms. Now, when you set up modules within within Google Classroom or Canvas, you may link a different resource within there, and 5 teachers might link 5 different resources within there. But as far as students and parents learning how to access the platforms, it should only be Google Classroom or
So
Canvas.
teachers that already have like Class Dojo, Schoolology, some of those other learning platforms, they have to abandon them?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless it's something that can be linked, if it's just a resource that can be linked within Google Classroom or Canvas. 'Cause I'm not an expert on either one of those programs, so I don't know for sure, but if it's the actual platform you're building your curriculum and content and delivering it to kids, we for the points that you made, we don't want kids, or especially parents, we don't want parents to have to try to help their kids navigate through 5 different ways because they have 7 different teachers to access their curriculum. The way teachers set up their Canvas classroom or their Google Classroom might be a little bit different, and the resources they use might be a little bit different. But I don't think it's out of reason for a parent to expect that there's only 1 or 2 platforms that my kids should be responsible for using.
That seems to add some consistency to the curriculum.
And those are the ones we pay for, so use the ones we pay for.
I can see, there is a challenge with that though, especially like on the elementary ed level. I know this happened to come up where, some kindergarten teachers, and I just noticed because my kid was in kindergarten, they use Google Classroom, but it redirected to a platform like Seesaw, which is amazingly user-friendly for that age level. I had a dream distance learning experience for my kindergartner.
I don't think that's inappropriate, though, to link it through.
Okay, because I know other kindergarten teachers had expressed to me, like, I am having the worst time putting my curriculum into Google Classroom. It's not meant for little kids. It's and what the stuff we use isn't designed to go into Google Classroom. And so I know I would feel better just in general knowing every teacher, because I would tell teachers, as far as I know, you can use what works. You can stick the link in Google Classroom and use it.
Right.
And they would try and they get, kind of in trouble from administration or whatever, be told, no, Google Classroom is it, even though they were using that to deliver the link. And so I think if we need to make it really, really clear, if that's an
Exactly.
option, they can do that, because
I think that's the key right there, is that communication piece that.
yeah, and if I could give every parent the experience I had with my kindergartner,
Good.
not to say that my daughter's teacher didn't do an excellent job as well. She, since
Yeah.
5th grade, it's a whole other beast and a massive amount of volume. But kindergarten curriculum is very unique, and it was delivered beautifully for my kid. My kid did not miss out in his kindergarten year.
Yeah, I think in the spring, we didn't know.
Yeah, and
know what
that was
needed to be
flying blind. That was
communicated and
a
what-
teacher making stuff out of air, so.
But we've been really impressed with the teachers that did such a great job and shared ideas with us and with their colleagues and stuff, and now we need to tap into that.
Oh, yeah.
One other thing I'll mention, you guys think I just think it's kind of cool. When kids log into their Chromebooks, they have to enter their username and password, and it's difficult for kindergarten through 3rd, 4th graders to remember that. Our IT department has set all of the kids up with a barcode that we can print out, give to the kid, and they can put it in front of the camera and it'll log in to their profile.
So it's not just the kid that had trouble remembering.
Well, we will put a cap on some grade level that above that grade level, they're gonna have to use their passwords. But anyway, I thought that was kind of cool that they've got that worked out for the kids, so. Okay, any other questions? All right.
Oh, we almost know what it's going to be like to sit through a school day in a mask. Another 2 hours, we will. So, human resources, obviously, we're committed to supporting our employees through all the dynamics and issues that have been discussed tonight. It'll have to be in alignment with our policies, our CBAs, but that's not to say that we won't have to develop some MOUs to navigate through this. I haven't approached Stacy on this yet, but we're encouraging employees, if they're sick, to stay home. We don't want them infecting other people. But when you look at new teachers, for example, they come in with front-loaded 15 days of sick leave, which would be gone pretty quick, and they have, with the current way the CBA is written, they have no access to the sick leave bank. And so that would be something that I would entertain looking at with the association to do a 1-year MOU to provide access to the sick leave bank for new employees, because we don't want to do them that kind of disservice, hire them and then put them out on the street with no pay and sick to boot. So we have meetings scheduled this week, actually, with all 3 of our associations to begin to navigate through a lot of different issues. And I'm sure I'll update you on that stuff after those meetings. But so outbreak management, what are we going to do? When we have a case in a school, what's going to be the response? We fully expect that we're going to have to deal with this situation multiple times in all of our locations before this is all said and done. So we're going to use the following steps. If there's COVID positivity or exposure for our school buildings, first thing we're going to do is have our administrators coordinate with the district nursing coordinator, the building and operations director, and local health officials by informing them that we have a positive case or a case of exposure. Those folks are going to, at the local level in their schools, as to what the next steps are. In all likelihood, schools are going to have to be dismissed for students and staff for 2 to 3 days. Reason it's not going to be one is the current protocol is to leave the building vacant for 24 hours before you do anything. That also gives us time to determine what areas of the building have been potentially compromised and develop a plan for whether we need to clean the whole building, certain sections of the building, only specific rooms, etc. Also part of that, you know, any extracurricular stuff would be canceled at that point as well. Principal is going to develop a communication plan that coordinates communications with what's happening with staff, students, and parents. And, you know, they're going to make sure that that communication is aligned with their regular emergency operations plan. We want to encourage them that those messages need to sort of stay away from things that could, you know, there's been some discussion tonight about confidentiality. We want to make sure that those communications are benign in that regard. We then need to determine what we're going to do to clean and disinfect the building. And one of the things that we've decided is I'm not sure what we're going to name it, but you see here in the presentation a disinfection response team. You know, we have over 60 custodians in 17 different locations. Part of what we feel that we need to do here is standardize the way that this process occurs so that we can guarantee that it's done the same way every time, using the same MSDS chemicals, so everything is safe. So we're going to have a sort of a task force, if you will. It's going to be a small group of people, one building soup with 4 custodians that are going to be highly trained. They're going to be given enhanced PPE stuff, and when we get notified that infections occurred, and once the decision has been made regarding what areas of the building need to be cleaned, that team of 5 people is going to respond to that school and do that disinfection. That will ease the load on the school's existing staff. They won't have to be responsible for that. They'll just notify it, and we'll have that team respond. And then, you know, the last step is that the administration at the site will have to coordinate with district and local health officials regarding reopening of the school. And I think, like Keith said, I don't think a school should need to be closed in any case beyond a 3-day period of time. Do you have any questions on any of that?
So Mike, will that team be made up of just the same group? So if anything happens in one school, it will go to every school in the district, that team?
Yeah.
And will that be new employees?
If we have an infection that occurs up in Jackpot, for example, the administrator will do the notifications, the school will be dismissed, there'll be a 24-hour period where we assess what needs done. After that first day, we will send this response team up to Jackpot in a van that already has all the electrostatic disinfection supplies and machines, if you will, in the van. They'll respond. disinfect the school, notify the administrator that it's complete, and then we look towards reopening.
So COVID busters.
Yeah, sort of.
Let's just that.
Yeah.
You
Get a sticker for the side of the van.
Station wagon,
ECSD
not a
COVID
van.
busters.
There you go.
I like it.
Yeah, because one of the distinct possibilities is, we've had it happen, this summer in 3 or 4 different locations where you have a custodial staff that are in a school that are the ones that are infected. Okay, and so those folks are quarantined out of the building and obviously unable to do the disinfection. So there'll probably be other things we need to think through in the meantime. So what do we do when we have an infection? We know there's exposure and infection of a student or employee. One of the things that you guys are going to have on the agenda after this is a series of policies that relate to things designed to be assistive to employees who find themselves in this situation. And so just to sort of introduce those, if you have an employee, for example, that's quarantined, either from a local agency or a state agency, but they're quarantined, this emergency paid sick leave would come in and have bearing on that person's ability to still be paid, okay? If somebody is required to be quarantined by a health provider, they're sick and they've gone to their healthcare provider and they've said, hey, you need to stay away from work, you've been exposed, those people would qualify. Somebody who indicates to their immediate supervisor that they're unwell, they have symptoms and they're going to see their doctor, for example, they would qualify. And then it sort of tiers down to people in the home. It could be a spouse or a child that they have to care for. They would have access to this. And what it really is, it's 80 hours of emergency paid sick leave per employee. There's a lot to it. You'll see it in the policy, but if they're full-time, it's 80 hours. If they're a temporary employee or a part-time employee, you take a 2-week average of the amount of time that they work, and that's the amount of hours that they get. So that's the kind of the first thing that we can do to alleviate things for employees and provide them with some sort of pad to the knowledge that they're going to be paid in the event that they're sick or one of their household members is sick. The next thing that happens, actually Bobby Shanks has developed a really good decision tree or flow chart for what happens when an administrator becomes knowledgeable that somebody's been either has a positive test or been exposed. And the flow chart sort of covers the 4 primary things that you think would happen, where you have an employer, it could be a student, that's been exposed, but they have no signs or symptoms, but they know they've been exposed. The second possibility is they've been exposed and they do have signs or symptoms. The third one is you have an employer or student that's had a positive test, and it could be with or without signs or symptoms, or there's been a positive test for a household member, okay, with or without signs or symptoms. 2 things happen there. I'll skip over to the it's really hard to read on here, but these are the four columns or the four possibilities I just read, and it's sort of a flow chart. This first sort of oval up here, there's a initial questionnaire that the administrator uses with the employee, and it collects confidential information. And that's sort of the first step of that flowchart process. And then you see like the second step is they call the local health agency and the district. And then there's a process for daily self-checks that the employee would do. And it all leads up to sort of a return to work questionnaire where the person's been quarantined for like 14 days and they're requesting to come back to work. There's a return to work questionnaire that the employee has to complete with the administrator. And if, for example, in the first instance, they can return to work after 14 days without symptoms and a negative COVID test. Okay, so that's sort of how we would process infections in a school site. Okay. Any questions about any of that stuff?
So they would be required to take a COVID test in order to come back to work?
Mm-hmm.
And is that something that would be covered under insurance? Is that something they'd have to cover on their own?
No, it would be covered by the district.
And I had another question that came from a teacher I spoke with yesterday that she is kind of in an at-risk category because of health reasons. And one of her questions was, will it be possible, you know, looking at all these different things, to be a teacher that just does distance learning? That is not ever in the classroom, but is just a distance learning teacher?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible, depending on what the board decides to do with regard to reopening. There's possibilities of having certain teachers function because of certain health issues they may have as only distance ed people. But, you know, that's going to take a lot of thought about how to do that, and we'll have to figure out a lot of different things, but we do want to accommodate our employees if it is all possible to do.
Because I think I spoke with Dr. Robinson about this, you know, kind of the thought that, and one of the comments, or a couple of them mentioned that, you know, they're afraid they're going to lose their job if they're in an at-risk category and they feel like they can't safely come back to work, that they're automatically going to lose their job. And I know that's not the case, but
right.
You know, I just think we need to put our employees at ease a little bit and say, you know, if you're a good employee and you are still going to perform your duties to the best of your ability, we're, you know.
Yeah, so I mean, there's two ways to work around that. One is through whatever organizational structure you could create to facilitate that, and then there's also an ADA accommodation that goes along with health conditions that qualify under ADA, where an employee could request an accommodation even outside of whatever organizational structures you've tried to facilitate to make it work, if that makes sense. And then the district has to determine if they're able to facilitate that accommodation or not. But you know, I think we have a really good record of you know, trying to make things work for our employees, so that would be the goal.
Any other questions from the board? Or any other questions in general? Our numbers are dwindling, but thank you for sticking it out with us.
There you go, Dr. Robinson.
So this is really just sort of in wrap up. We mentioned in correspondence, and then tonight we've talked about the idea of professional development and being able to provide really intensive and quality professional development to our teachers in regards to distance learning and how we can make that the best possible vehicle for teaching and learning that we can. The State Department has allowed for the reallocation of up to 5 days of school for that purpose of adding to professional development. And we would like to, we're making the request of the board to approve our ability to be able to apply to the state superintendent for that reallocation. And what it would result in is that the first day of school for students will be moved from Monday, August 24th to the following Monday, August 31st, allowing for that week to be spent in professional development. It will ultimately shorten the instructional days for students by 5 days. It will not impact the last day of school. The state is allowing for a shortened instructional year for students in order to accommodate the professional development, because it's so important in, coming from the State Department, that the distance education piece for every district in Nevada is quality. And we put the time and the effort into it to making sure that we have a quality program. So they're making that allowance. It starts with approval from the board to be able to make changes to the calendar. And should we have the board's approval, I will then apply to the state for their approval to be able to do that. And then the last one we got there is the board action that we're recommending for this evening. And that is, as I said, the state required that we make these 3 models, that our plan consists of 3 models, and that we present to the board and to the community at least 20 days before the start of school. And we're asking for the board to then approve those models, that plan, and then again further upon approval of the board of trustees that we open the 2021 school year in the hybrid model as of this vote today. And then the second recommendation is to adjust the start date of the school year to begin August 31st.
With this discussion and the upcoming vote, is it possible for us to, as a board, place in there, understanding what we've discussed so far, but to put perhaps an incentive in there that we encourage the governor to re-look at where we're at, whether they're calling it, protocol, if they're calling it phase, or whatever he wants to call it, that he re-looks at that on a weekly basis, not make a directive that goes for a 30 or 40-day period of time and kind of sets it off here and kicks the can down the road. Because I think it's obviously has to be the intent of our board, I know it is of mine, to get us to the more normal period of education, because our kids are suffering socially, emotionally, and educationally. We're not getting done what we need to get done. And as a board, for the school board, that's our main responsibility. So I guess I'd like to see something in there, understanding that we've got the phases and where we're at with the hybrid model, but there needs to be, I would suggest that we encourage the governor to re-look at this on a often basis.
Well, I believe in his conference or whatever last night, he said that the metrics would be on a weekly basis.
I wasn't sure, because what he kind of went, he did 2 different things. he changed the rules in the middle of the game. And while we've been meeting, his directive has come out. It came out about 2 hours ago. So, and nobody's had an opportunity to hear, or, you know, somebody at home maybe does have the ability to look at that. So it's unknown for us, and it's unknown for the folks that were here, you know? And what I heard last night, and I listened to it again this morning, it just keeps putting things off, and we aren't gonna know where we're gonna be until maybe 2 days before school starts, literally, you know. I'm not comfortable with it, but I'm not comfortable with all of the things we've had to go through for the last 4 to 5 months either, so.
Well, if you're gonna put that in there, then we probably should admonish our municipality, as he was alluding to last night then, right? We're not doing our jobs either, right? As a city and a community?
Well, I think reality goes, we don't know what we don't know. That's with this whole thing.
Any other thoughts from the board?
I just had a comment. I just wanted to actually thank the reopening committee. I know you guys all put a lot of time and effort, so I want to thank the whole committee for doing all the work they did. I hope it was for a reason. But I just know that no matter what we decide tonight, there's going to be unhappy people. There's going to be some that are happy, some are unhappy, but I really appreciate that the committee worked so hard to come up with the plans, and you've really thought a lot of things through. I think there's a lot of tweaking that still has to be done with the plan, but I'm confident that it'll get worked out in the end.
I think we need to echo that from the administration up here too. Yeah, the committee members were amazing. It was just, you enter that with a committee with how many members, Mr. Mayor?
26.
And I think your first thought when you go into a committee with 26 people is, can we accomplish anything with 26 people and in one group? And everybody was great. Yep, it was a good process.
Well, thank you.
I was gonna say, I do know we still have some questions left, so.
I'm thinking about it, it occurred to me, I missed asking a question earlier that I needed to ask, so.
What would you like to ask your question, Tammy?
I know it's on that list.
It's already on the list, okay. Well, here's what we can do. All of these questions are going to be in the minutes. All of these questions have been seen by the board, and we are going to read the rest of these questions. However, we also do have a public comment period at the end of the agenda, where we can read the rest of those if we would like, or we can read them now, and put them on record right now. What would the board like to do?
I think for uniformity's sake, just go ahead and do it now.
Go for it. Whoever wants, does somebody want to take a turn reading?
I'll read a couple.
I say, I'll do it again, I don't
Take this
care.
mask off.
Iris
Just a couple.
A couple.
Not the whole stack.
Oh, sure, I would have read the whole stack. Drama student of Kelly Moon, right here.
Okay, this is from Dr. Amy Price. This may not be the correct forum for these questions, so please know that it is acceptable to forego sharing them at the board meeting and passing them on directly to Dr. Robinson. Press on.
Yeah.
Press on.
Several employees just want to make sure that the protocols expected will be addressed by someone. Thanks. Distance learning best practice research shows that schools must have a clear plan with adequate training and communicated expectations to provide a successful online learning experience. With the limited amount of time before school begins, what is the plan to put together a quality distance learning program for the hybrid model and adequately communicate that to all stakeholders? Will the online learning portion of the hybrid model be new content or review? In a hybrid learning setting, how will students at home get help when their teacher is teaching at school? It was announced that all children from the same family would be on the same track in the hybrid learning model. Does that apply to step families living in multiple homes? How does this work with scheduling when a family has children in more than one school? What happens if the numbers do not work out to 50% and proper social distancing? Will counselors and school personnel have adequate time to figure out how to reschedule students, keeping families together in the hybrid model? How will courses such as band, chorus, physical education, art, family, consumer science, etc. be offered online, and what safety measures will be adopted for in-person learning in these classrooms? Some classrooms are very small, even at 50% of students attending. There will be several hundreds of people in the building at the same time. What happens if students can't all fit into a classroom with the mandated 3 to 6 foot social distancing? Does wearing a mask overrule social distancing? Will there be some sort of online back to school night? What will passing periods, bathroom and locker use look like? Are assemblies, music concerts, drama performances, sports, etc. out of the question right now? Will books, Chromebooks, and papers need parent signatures to travel back and forth between school and home? Will standardized testing such as MAPS and SBAC be done this year?
Who's going to read the next? And I guess while we're deciding who's going to read, I guess one thing that I didn't hear addressed is if we, going back into the hybrid model, how do we deal with PE?
What do you mean, how do we deal with it?
Because right now, we're not using locker rooms, correct? So how are we going to have PE classes if we go back and we're in person? Are the kids just gonna do PE? I mean, I know elementary kids don't change for PE, but middle school and high school students do. Are they just going to do PE in their regular clothes? What's the protocol there?
I don't recall that question coming up yet.
Okay, well, there you go. Now we've got a question to answer. Another one, there's a lot.
Do you remember that one coming up yet?
It did, and the discussion that was held was more of a transition to things called lifetime fitness that didn't require necessarily changing clothes, because you're right, under the current protocols, there is no access to gyms.
Yeah.
Or no, I'm sorry, to locker rooms within the gyms. So, yeah, it's going to look significantly different under the current restrictions.
No, knowledgeable batch will start spring break, or 4 months or something like that, with, locker rooms. But serious, it was open, there were no locker rooms there.
Go ahead, who's gonna read next?
I can, do this file quick here. This is from Mr. Daniel Mendez. Good evening, and thank you for taking my inquiry. My name is Daniel Mendez, and I have been a teacher for 31 years. 33 of those years have been as a science teacher at Spring Creek High School. My concern tonight centers on the starting of school with in-person instruction. Specifically, I would like to know what the board plans to offer as an alternative to in-person classroom instruction to staff members who, like me, have pre-existing medical conditions, which the CDC has identified as high risk for severe COVID illness should it be contracted. This has been an ongoing concern for me since the CDC identified very specific medical conditions that can severely exacerbate the COVID-19 illness or cause death. Recently, we have all been witness to the alarming number of positive test results for Elko County. The White House Task Force has been even designated Elko County as a red zone. I would love nothing more than to return to the classroom with my students and continue a career that I love and have dedicated my life to, but the reality that I could become very ill, have long-term health effects, or die should I contract COVID-19 when outbreaks occur within our schools has me greatly concerned. I am respectfully requesting that the board consider offering the alternative for teachers to distance teach for those of us in these vulnerable groups. Thank you so much for your time and hard work in these difficult times. Next one is Caitlin Parker. I am Caitlin Parker, the Student Body Vice President at Elko High School for the class of 2021. As a representative of the school, I have communicated with many of my peers We have thought about our senior year and have agreed that reopening school with a hybrid learning model or the in-person learning model would be the most beneficial. This would be the closest thing to normalcy for us students, and that seems to be the thing that we need most right now. Being given the capability to sit in a classroom learning hands-on is the strongest way for us to keep the correct education we need. Thank you for your time. I hope you take our opinion into deep consideration on behalf of the students. Jennifer Chadwell, please consider children attending half days in schools versus a full day. I am mandated to wear a mask at work and it is hard to breathe. Face sweats, distracting, itchy, and I am an adult. A full day of wearing a mask would be miserable. Also, please consider the use of face shields instead of a face mask. This is from Kathy Durham. The decision on when and how to open schools is not an easy one to make, and there are no simple answers. What should be plain and simple to see, however, is just how important a well-funded, reliable education system is, especially in regards to sustaining our economy. Schools not only prepare students to be the future doctors, lawyers, teachers, engineers, scientists, and even presidents, they ensure that those working in those same professions today have a dependable work schedule by opening their doors to care for the children. It's no wonder that schools, teachers, and staff are deemed essential. It's ironic that something so vital to our economy has for so long had to beg and plead the legislature at both the state and federal level each and every year for adequate funding so that our responsibility can be fulfilled at the highest level possible. Every year, schools are called up to do more and more with less. Teachers are asked to make the sacrifice, be it putting in the extra time, filling roles beyond their expertise or the scope of teaching, and to even spend money from their own pockets to provide basic school supplies, you name it. There's always being asked to take one for the team. This year, we are in the midst of a pandemic, and we are, despite what medical professionals and scientists recommend, discussing opening our doors for the sake of the economy. Schools are being asked to sacrifice teacher safety, the safety of their students, their staff members, and every member of the community that will come in contact with those who enter into our school buildings. Schools are being asked to make the ultimate sacrifice to risk lives for the sake of money. To me, it is unconscionable that this is who we as a nation have chosen to be. Yet after 23 years in education, 23 plus years in education, it comes as no surprise. We have never truly invested in our schools. If we had, we'd invest in the hiring of more staff members and quit wasting our funds on outside consultants who then sell us ineffective scripted curriculum and testing programs. School staff, parents, and students are now at the mercy of their school boards. So with all due respect, I hope you have all done your homework, verified your sources, closely listened to the information from the experts in the scientific and medical profession. And again, with all due respect, I hope you have set your politics aside when coming to your conclusion about what you're going to ask of each and every Elko County resident in regards to the opening of schools. I hope that you have thought through all the scenarios and are prepared to deal with each and every one of them. Among the most pressing scenarios my colleagues and I hope you have thought through are specifically what safety precautions, I'm going to say, beyond spacing this 6 feet apart from each other is the district committed to taking in teachers' classroom, who will be expected to pay for and provide the sanitizer and mask for each classroom. Is it the expectation that middle school and high school desks and chairs will have to be wiped down and sanitized after each class period? Will teachers be responsible for this, and will they, like many other school supplies, have to purchase these using funds from their own pocket? What about laptops? Will they have to be wiped down at the end of each class? What happens if a student shows up without a mask? Who is supposed to provide that student with a mask, and who will pay for it? What happens if a student in first hour class is diagnosed with the virus? Will every student in that class, along with the teacher, now have to be quarantined until they have test results back showing they are not sick? Who will pay for those tests? The ventilation system in our school has not worked properly for over 10 years. Last year, we were told we would have to make do with what we had as there was no money to replace the system. And that is what needs to be done, replace the system. Seeing as proper ventilation is one of the vital components for mitigating the spread of the virus, along with masks, physical distancing, and low numbers of people in a given area, are you committed to fixing the ventilation system? If not, how do you justify placing students in a classroom with one of the most crucial mitigating factors missing from the list of precautions taken? If protocols are put in place to keep individuals in the school safe but impossible to fully enforce, what protections is the district willing to provide to prevent teachers from being sued by parents? when a student contracts the virus and then says it's because little Johnny kept taking his mask off in my class. You say you're going to offer a variety of options to parents and students to best accommodate their situation in regards to safety and allowing students distance learning options. Are you going to offer these same options to teachers who might want to keep their own kids at home? What about teachers who have comorbidity factors or live with someone with high risk factors? Are they going to be given the option to work from home? As teachers, we understand all too well that cookie cutter approach does not work in the classroom. Students come with a wide range of abilities and needs, and we are required to and willingly differentiate for each of these students. Is the district willing to apply that same concept to the structure of school openings, or will all schools have to follow according to one set district plan? We are a large county. Will each community's unique set of circumstances, along with consideration for the prevalence of the virus in that community, be taken into consideration when determining in-person instruction, or for the sake of simplicity, are we going with a one-size-fits-all approach? Will administration at each school be given the flexibility it needs to allow staff members to determine what is the best way to structure in-person learning schedules, or will that be determined by the district?
I'll go. You guys haven't heard enough of me tonight. Ashley Johns. From my own personal research, the consensus on our children and coronavirus suggests that children and adolescents are less likely to have symptoms or severe disease from infection. They also appear less likely to become infected or spread the virus. I would like to say that I do not like what, as a whole, society is teaching our children throughout this pandemic. I do not believe that we teach our children to be scared of the unknown, to not live their lives, or to hide within the walls of their homes. Personally, my family recognizes the risks of this virus, and we choose to continue our lives taking proper precautions. I feel that the different options that have been presented take that choice away from us. Students should be in the class in person full time. The fundamental role of schools is providing academic instruction, but they provide so much more than that. They provide students with social and emotional skills, safety, nutrition, physical activity, and mental health therapy. The students need to be in school to obtain all these benefits. The CDC sums it up very succinctly by stating, schools are an important part of the infrastructure of our communities as they provide safe, supportive learning environments for students, employ teachers and other staff, and enable parents and guardians and caregivers to work. Schools also provide critical services that help meet the needs of children and families, especially those who are disadvantaged, through supporting the development of social and emotional skills, creating a safe environment for learning, identifying and addressing neglect and abuse, fulfilling nutritional needs, and facilitating physical activity. School closure disrupts the delivery of in-person instruction and critical services to children and families, which has negative individual and societal ramifications. The best available evidence from countries that have opened schools indicates that COVID-19 poses low risks to school-aged children, at least in areas with low community transmission, and suggests that children are unlikely to be major drivers of the spread of the virus. Reopening schools creates opportunity to invest in education, well-being, and future of one of America's greatest assets, our children, while taking every precaution to protect students, teachers, staff, and all their families. During the last few months of the 1920 school year, it was quite clear that even the teachers didn't have a clear idea of what was needed or expected in order to implement distance learning, and the students definitely did not. The, quote, distance learning model that was put into place previously was a failure and should not be allowed to be repeated. I would hope that the district has used the time since then to put into place a more thorough and strategic plan to educate our children. If not, an option could be to refund the taxpayers those education funds and allow the families to enroll in a homeschooling option that better serves their needs. I understand that this is a challenge for all involved, and there is never a perfect answer. My issue is that through these challenges, the students are the ones suffering. Courtney Franklin. If the hybrid model goes into effect, will families with more than one child have their children going to school at the same time? Melissa Leon. Please, when considering which plan to start the school year with, think about how many high-risk teachers there are in Elko County. Also, consider how fast other afflictions are passed through schools. I know it is not an easy choice, but make the decision that will keep everyone in school safe. Jennifer Trevort. Number 1, will the return plans affect start and end times for school days? Number 2, this is such a broad outline of the 3 plans. Will a more detailed, comprehensive plan be shared with all of the ECSD staff? Carlos Reyes. What are the contingency plans with these scenarios when issues with staffing happens? For instance, what happens when teachers/students must quarantine? What happens when bus drivers must quarantine? What happens when school nurses have to quarantine? This is Lynn Manning John. As an employee of ECSD/Hawaii Combined School, and as a parent of a child with pre-existing conditions, I'd like to express that it is too early for students to return to school in any capacity. With Elko County remaining in the red as determined by the White House Coronavirus Task Force, it is only prudent that the ECSD Board of Trustees to opt for distance learning for, at least, the first 9 weeks. One-to-one computers and a district-provided hotspot would be required for students to have adequate access. It is critical that teachers/administrators, myself included, be held accountable for quality online instruction and evaluation. When the time comes that a hybrid model can be utilized, an AABB schedule versus ABAB is more logical for cleaning purposes. And then she kind of illustrates the plan. It typically takes 5 days for the first symptoms to develop, and utilizing an AABB model would allow 5 days in between in-school attendance dates, potentially reducing the number of positive/exposed students from attending school. While some want, quote, normal, now is not the time. Amelia Johnson. I have 4 boys, 3 with ADHD and 1 6-year-old with multiple disabilities. I will not be sending my youngest back to school under any circumstances, but I have concerns even for my older kids. We have multiple kids in school with some form of ADHD, not just mine, and all of them are wanting constant stimulation, which puts them all at greater risk. How do you plan to curb even regular children's need for stimulation, let alone a child with ADHD? Kelly Carr. Since the whole reopening plan is based around phases, what does that mean for us since the governor announced last night that there will be no more phases? How will it be determined when we will go to which plan? Renee Alt. If we are to be doing at-home distance learning, will teachers still be getting paid a salary? If so, will they be required to be accessible during normal school hours for the students? Aaron Ferris. At what point do the schools shut down due to kids/staff having a positive COVID-19 test? The concern is one test shuts down the school and the impact on parents and guardians for childcare. Also, with that, the parents having to be tested and miss work because of possible exposure with their child. Sherry Garcia. Will the ECSD be allowing variances for the 2020-2021 school year? Lois Ports. What plans are being made to protect teachers' sick leave days? Will they be required to use their sick leave days each time they will be put into quarantine due to exposure by a student, parent, or other staff, or what if they contract the virus? The virus could wipe out their yearly allotment in just one exposure. Eve, I'm going to butcher your last name, Hedgepeth? There are teachers going into the buildings without taking safety measures. This has been occurring since March 2020. What steps would be taken to ensure the buildings/buses are properly sanitized if there are teachers not practicing safe distancing, using PPE, fully quarantining when they return from vacations? Janie Kimball. With, quote, all students physically in school and or on distance learning be held legitimately, will all students physically in school and or distance learning be held legitimately accountable for their grades? This is Brandy Bullchief, and she's got a lot of parents, IEC president. Sorry, Brandy, they butcher, like it all cut up, so I'm reading these slowly. IEC president, kidney transplant patient. How is the school district going to keep our kids safe and the families safe? We have a lot of families that are very vulnerable to this virus. I really think that having a distant learning option for our community should be a choice. We have many children that live with grandparents and a lot of those that have diabetes and high blood pressure. We need to not only keep our children safe, but our whole community. Raylan D'Arietta. What will be the role of special and extracurricular teachers, such as music, library, PE, art, home ec, woodshop, etc., during these 3 required model plans? Also, kindergarten through 2nd grades are essential for students to learn to read. Is there a possibility of having these grades to be taught strictly in the schools without online? Shelley Collins. I do not want the schools to reopen at this time. I believe it puts our children, as well as all staff, in direct danger of contracting COVID-19, as well as the families of all children and staff.
All right, got a couple more pages. Bailey Mesa. What is the reasoning for extending the start date for school from the 24th to the 31st? April Blackett. Do not feel comfortable children attending school. More chances of my family getting virus. Online Live classes would be better. School district assign borrowed computers to these children who do not have one. Jennifer Turbort. Given the choice option, if many families choose the online option and schools are not at capacity, would that mean staff reductions? Tracy Jorgens. As much as I want my kids just to be back in school full-time, I truly think the block schedule is not realistic. I think either completely distance or completely back in school is the only option. I know that neither of my children will be able to adapt to a hybrid schedule. I believe the balance of in-class and online is incredibly difficult to ask. I think it's if a teacher, sorry, I think it's supposed to say of a child or a teacher. Not to mention that although capacity will be cut down, the kids will still be around each other and in a school. If we could just focus on either being back in school full-time with the best safety precautions possible or using distance education completely, both the students and teachers would be more amply prepared. The hybrid schedule will be more of an extreme hardship on my family and my children in particular than going strictly to distance learning, especially with the possibility of school getting canceled or put on distance learning anyway. At least if we started with distance, we could be more consistent for our kids and their teachers. Nicola Vess. I have several questions and concerns that I think are important for the board to critically think about. Homeschool parents flitting back and forth between the district and homeschool. How do we as a district deal with losing those student count dollars, knowing they will go back and forth between district and homeschool? How do you take care of youth sports and club sports, thinking they are above the school district and IAA guidance, when most of these are holding practices and traveling and run by district employees, including admin? How do you handle or monitor a school district admin who is very verbal on social media and not willing to follow mask protocol, school protocol, etc.? How can we ensure that admin is willing to keep his staff and students safe? How are you going to protect the teacher emotionally, socially, mentally, when the prevalent feeling in the area on social media is very negative towards teachers? Please explain how distant learning this year is different than distant learning in the spring. Give parents a visual of what will be different and what expectations are for staff. Are you willing to waive fees if teachers are over 65 decide now to retire? Will you provide incentive for those teachers? Nina Eshelman. I'm hearing that there is a disagreement with the recent superintendent's meeting and that the state superintendent is bullying districts to do things they aren't comfortable with, while also threatening to fire those who won't stand up and go along with her plan. It now sounds like the decisions to open schools or not is just being bounced around, yet nobody is wanting to take the responsibility and make a choice for our children. The governor said that each district will do what is best for their own region. Will or will not this be done as soon as possible to allow parents to make a final decision in their child's education plan for this year? Marcos Ceros. What about a town like Wendover that constantly has people from Utah coming in and out? There's no way to prevent spread with hundreds of people showing up every week. What about the elderly staff members who are at higher risk? For many kids, it's been a long time since they've seen their friends. It is not realistic expectation for them to maintain social distancing or avoid small children making jokes like coughing on their peers. You can't realistically have social distancing in a class of 25 to 30 kids. Most approaches to this, like staggered classes, mixing online and in person, and staying in the same classrooms, just make things harder on the students and the teachers who have to make different curriculums instead of just one for fully online learning. All right, Mr. Cooney has some.
All right, Sarah Desart, who will be providing technology professional development for all these different platforms for teachers, parents, students. I worked endlessly this spring providing what I would, but it is a huge amount of work to provide the training. Bailey Meza said, I was going to speak tonight on behalf of some of the in the community. However, 4 hours later, I could not stay any longer. And so she's attached her speech, and I'll read that. Good evening. We decided to speak this evening to be a voice of many in the community. With the start of school year rapidly growing closer, the list of concerns and questions of parents are piling up. We realize there are multiple things to think about when considering the safety of our children and the staff of our schools. With that said, we hope the board will remember the decisions they are making are for Elko County, not Washoe County or Clark County. As of 7/27, 6,637 COVID tests have been performed with 424 positive cases, 297 of which have been recovered. That leaves 127 active cases. That is a 0.018% positive infection. Or if you take all of the positive cases, not just the active, we are at 0.6% positive. Elko County has had 2 deaths. Of these 424, 13% are said to be between the ages of 0 and 19. With some simple math, that would be put 55 kids with a positive test. Elko County is currently sitting at just 3 hospitalizations. With such a low positive infection rate, we feel the risk of opening the in-person school is also low. Multiple countries around the world have already opened school and have not seen a spike in COVID cases. Additionally, the few daycare facilities that have remained open within the United States have shown that children are not major drivers for increased transmission. Even the latest CDC report published in July 23rd also supports these statements and say the harm attributed to closed schools on a social, emotional, and behavioral health, economic well-being, and academic achievement of children are well known and significant. When the emergency distance learning was set forth due to the school closures in March, we all did our best to make it through because of the unknowns about the virus. However, if distance learning is going to be the main source of education, for some students, several issues must be addressed. Will there be enough Chromebooks? What about families that don't have internet access, or families that are using hotspots or having to pay extra for more data due to increased time on the computers? Can distance learning be accomplished without so much reliance on technology? This is especially critical for students with learning disabilities and parents with numerous students. How will distance learning even be feasible for families with full-time working parents? The list of concerns is extensive and needs to be addressed. A full-time distance learning program is not a viable method of education for all families in the community. In fact, over 70% of all families who completed the survey said distance learning from home would place an extreme burden on their family. The hybrid school model, where half the students are sent to school on different days, also has several issues. If the same teacher is with both portions of the class through the entire week, isn't the exposure just the same as the entire class being together? The logic there just doesn't make sense. Additionally, if computers and internet are needed to complete the remainder of the school work remotely, then problems of access to these items becomes an issue. For working parents, the cost of additional child care will also become a huge burden. Therefore, we hope the board will seriously consider having full-time in-person school available for students of all grades. It is vital for our children, no matter what age, to have playtime, to have interaction with their peers, to have time outside, which builds healthy bodies and minds. It is unreasonable to expect a child to keep their distance from their friends that they see in the hallway, out on the playground, or on the sports field. All the students sadly missed out on the last part of the school year, and especially hard on the graduating senior class. They will never get that time back. These are important years that should not be taken from them. Important milestones that should be thought about as well. Graduations were missed, sports were canceled, and clubs were put on hold. That time is now gone. We now have a responsibility to make sure the new incoming students to each grade don't miss important milestones this year as well. The recent announcement by the NIAA stated that all fall sports will be postponed, and this decision was a unanimous vote by the Legislative Commission. The commission that was formed to make this decision was comprised of the superintendents from all Nevada school districts and a NIAA member high school. We asked then who was our representative for the Elko County School District, and why was this discussion not brought up in any of the public board meetings? What harmful effects will there be to our children when we have taken away all sports activities, clubs, schools, and all forms of in-person social interaction? What mental health challenges will arise? Many students need these opportunities to help fight the ever-growing numbers of depression and anxiety. For some in the community, it's simple. We, the parents, know what is best for our children. Whatever that be, wearing a mask or not, distance learning or going back full-time like normal, these important decisions are for the parents to make. For the families that work full-time or support in-person school, you must provide them with the option. Numerous children have already fallen behind in their education, and if in-person school is not available, it will make them slip further behind. Students with special needs require access to critical school resources. Emotionally struggling students need access to their school counselors. Families who have the ability to keep their kids home or don't feel comfortable sending them to in-person school should be provided with a distance learning option. Yes, we realize that coordination and potential increased work for teachers and staff will be challenging, but parents are always willing to lend an extra hand when it comes to improving the quality of our children's education. One last concern we would like to bring up is the importance of specials, physical education through PE, creative expression through arts and music, being able to pick out a new book in the library are all essential parts of school. What will become of this class time if distance learning is the only allowed school option? Or if a hybrid school method is chosen, just like sports and recess, these extracurricular activities are one that the children look forward to. During the initial shutdown, when emergency distance learning was set in place, many special teachers did their best to still provide activities. However, as many of us saw, these activities, although important, unfortunately, were ones that got overlooked. Some parents had to go back to work. Some were exhausted from fighting with their kids to just get the core subjects completed, and the student was exhausted from already spending multiple hours on the computer getting the core subjects completed. My eyes are going buggy on this. Who wants to pick up and read this from that point on? While
Oh, man, it is funny. Okay. Well, we appreciate the well-rounded committee that was formed to establish the 3 school reopening scenarios required by the Department of Education. Up until last week, the committee and the board has not communicated well with the public. We ask for more transparency and also ask that moving forward, you allow more information to be shared through the many outlets available, and that parents and teachers are given ample time to get questions answered before decisions about starting school need to be made. We appreciate you taking the time and hearing some parents' thoughts. We also understand that when making decisions on how school will reopen this fall, many thoughts and considerations will need to be put in place. We just ask that you take the time to really listen to the community and look at the facts. Please don't ignore the results of the community survey. Over 50% of the parents want in-person school to return and be as normal as possible. We are not interested in what other counties around us are doing, as their population and demographics are very different than ours here in Elko County. We are asking the board members to stand up for us and our community. It is more important than ever to stand together and fight for what we believe is right and what works for our children. There is nothing that says we have to abide by every single recommendation or continue to support what our governor is trying to impose. We as parents have the final decision to withdraw our children from school if we are not comfortable with the overly restrictive and socially damaging rules that will be put into place. And I, for one, will not hesitate to do so and will encourage others to do the same. Thank you. It wasn't signed, but I assume Bailey Mesa.
Yes. And there was one more. Yeah, if you would, please.
I'll try, boy.
My chronic dry eye.
Getting blurry here.
Falters.
This is from Brian Hutchison. I want to thank the school board, the reopening committee, and the ECSD central office staff for their hard work and dedication towards the reopening of the school year. I understand that this task and decision will affect each and every student, staff, and community member, and no matter what decision is rendered, will not satisfy everybody. As a teacher and parent, I know that you have the best interest of all involved, and I would like to thank you. Signed, Brian Hutchison, Special Education, Spring Creek High School. Thank you, Brian.
I think that is. There was one other question. Kathy Smith. Will you be paying our spouses that work for you life insurance policies? I guess that is, are we providing life insurance policies to them? And that's it.
Can we circle back to the question I forgot to ask?
Go for it, Tammy.
Will we be doing variances this year with this going on?
I don't think we'll not do that.
Not do them? Like there's no, we're just hoping to actually be in a building, any building at this point, right? So if we're in a building, they will get variances?
Aren't a whole lot of decisions that have been made beyond the reopening plans.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, and one other question that is very important to my children is, will elementary students get recess?
Don't know.
Depends what the plan looks like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, of course, those are details to still work out. When you're talking about young children, you know, the expectation is you've got to get them out and let them run and be children. And so, you know, there's that level of detail we haven't talked about, but we do know that with little ones, you've got to give them that ability. And it's better to be outside in the fresh air anyway, so that would be the expectation, but yeah.
And looking at what Washoe County had initially started with, that all elementary K through 5 was going to meet normal. And with the information that we received here tonight, that for elementary, 3-foot spacing accommodates what you could have for elementary. Or is there an opportunity, even with the hybrid model, that our elementaries would be able to meet in a normal setting, and the high school and or junior high, middle school, and high schools would be on the hybrid model? Is that possibility?
Anything right now is a possibility, let me just say that. But to what you were talking about with Washoe, I believe what they were doing is, although they were all going to be in the building, and I'm not very clear on the details, half of the kids would be in the classroom, and the other half of the kids would be spread out in gymnasiums and cafeterias doing their online work. So it wasn't quite the in-person, like what we're thinking of, or, you know, what we're talking about. But I'm not an expert on what their plan was, so I can't tell you that for sure. The information that you're referring to, and that just came out this evening, the directive about the 3 feet, that's one piece of it, and it's, you know, it's definitely something I want to look further into. There are other components that come with that, though, that we want to look at very carefully. One of the components is that I believe the requirement then would be that all children K-12 would have to be in face coverings. And so we need to weigh what that would look like. And then there would have to be the requirement to get, we could apply for a variance on the capacity level, but then we don't know yet what the metric is and whether we would meet that metric and be able to make that application. So that was raw information that was released tonight, and there's so much to consider. But that's what I was referring to when I said there's information coming in that may change what we do, you know, ultimately as we get to the closer to the school year opening.
That's a definite maybe.
All right. Well, I think we have exhausted everyone in the room with action item 2.1. So I think we should decide what action we are going to take. What is the will of the board?
Go to sleep.
No sleeping yet. We gotta take some action.
Well, let me just ask some questions here, because those really, we have to accept all of those, right? Depending on guidance from the state, correct? And then hopefully, August 31st rolls around, we're doing one of them, right?
One of the.
And it's the one where we choose?
Go ahead.
So we're asking so that we can meet that requirement of informing the community 20 days before the start of school. We're asking that the board approve the hybrid model, because that's what fits the current restriction.
Right.
Again, talking about the changes that are coming down and that may happen. If, for instance, we were to make changes and that would change the model that we were to be able to employ at the beginning of the school year, the department will also waive that requirement that we tell the community 20 days before school starts. So in other words, if that were to happen 10 days before school start and there's a change in the model, it comes back to the board, and then there's the discussion and then, you know, the ability for the board to make the adaptation to the plan that is employed at the beginning of the year.
That gives us, during the month of August, the 11th and the 25th are scheduled for board meetings, the 2nd and 4th. So the 25th, that doesn't, you know, it creates the other dilemma of the teachers knowing what mode they're gonna be going in. You know, we may be able to get a sense of where we're gonna be, you know, as the time goes on, and we're able to see if the cases are dropping back off again or what. It doesn't give answers to the parents. It doesn't give answers to our teachers, but I guess we've never seen anything at all like this ever before.
So then I move to approve the plans and obviously start with the one that we are given guidance for starting, which is the hybrid model.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
A second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Is there any benefit to tabling this until we review the governor's directives, or we pretty much, we're like on a train and we gotta go, huh?
Well, unfortunately, because of the 20-day requirement,
That's where we're at, okay.
Yeah.
I just wanna make sure I'm totally clear on.
You have to know that the train that we're on, we're in the caboose. And if you notice.
Is that why it's so bumpy?
Yeah, if you notice, most of the trains going by, there isn't a caboose on the trains anymore. We're in the caboose someplace.
We're off in the weeds, but, yeah, I just wanted to make sure we took a thoughtful approach to, I mean, this is thorough, obviously, but how dare he do that to us tonight? But we'll roll with it. We got it.
Well, that's the thing. I think the plan follows the expertise of individuals that are a lot smarter than all of us. And this is not internet hearsay. This is stuff based on what those people are telling us.
And if it changes 4 times between now and August 31st, we change 4 times, so, okay.
I just want to say thank you to the staff, the reopening committee, and everyone who has held out with us all this time for enduring. We know this has been an exhaustive process and will continue to be, even as we start the school year. So I appreciate all the work and I support the motion. Any other discussion?
The other thing that I like about that hybrid is it puts us in a position that we can do either way at a later date. Because if we went from an in-person model, which we can't because of, we'd be against the governor and we'd put ourselves in a lot of problems. Then if we went from that all the way to a distant, that's a long ways. If you went from the distant all the way the other way, this way, starting in the middle, we can go either way without all that much problem.
And I see the advantages of that, and, also was been stated, nothing's gonna be a perfect solution right now, so we're gonna do the best we can with what we have.
And Dr. Robinson, I think, mentioned that the governor's intent is to look at this once a week or on a weekly basis. If that isn't in the directive, can we add that to the motion?
If he doesn't look at it once a week?
If he doesn't address the fact that he's suggesting that we look at this every week. And if he's doing something as he has done in the past, a 30-day directive, I don't know parliamentary wise how we would add that in unless it became, and we're uncertain, so this is an unknown. So I'll just shut up and go on.
I was gonna say, the governor is not our employee, so I don't think we can direct him, but we can sure bug him in his office all the time. So.
I think the best we could do is what the US government does, and they can make a recommendation, but the recommendation on a piece of toilet paper ain't about the sale.
Pretty much. And as you said earlier, elections have consequences.
Yeah.
All right, any other discussion or questions from the board? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye, and that motion carries.
Now that it carries, I do have a big question because it's one that lots of teachers ask. I know my wife gets excited in July. I knew I got excited in July. Can teachers go back into their classrooms and start preparing for the year? Or is that, are schools off limits right now?
That's a great question. We know we have to start, in the details that we're working out with the employee groups, that will be one of the things
quickly as we can get it out.
And we're gonna try to get that taken care of here this next week.
We're meeting
this
with
week.
all the groups this week.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you for all of your time and that very detailed information for us and for the community. Item 2.2 is receipt, review, and approval to adjust the start date of the school year to begin Monday, August 31st, 2020.
I make a motion, we approve that.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye, and that motion carries. Item 2.3 is receipt, review, and possible approval of District Policy GBC 21, teleworking, all employees. Dr. Robinson, any discussion or any information on that item you'd like to share?
I think those were mentioned earlier when Deputy.
So this is this is a policy that came first from the pool pact. Okay, it's timely. We do not have a current policy related to teleworking. It would have been nice had we had one in this spring, but I guess better late than never. I think it will still have bearing on what transpires in the fall. It's been reviewed by local legal counsel, and we're hoping you can approve it tonight.
I have one question regarding this policy, and that's, how do you envision the accountability working through a teleworking situation?
Well, ideally, there will be a teleworking contract developed where an employee has to formally request to telework, and then the specifics of what that needs to look like are developed with an agreement with the employee when the decision is made to either approve it or not. And of course, it doesn't apply to every job category in the school district. It wouldn't, for example, apply to a custodian. They're an essential worker that cannot do the essential functions of their job remotely.
Right, but I just noticed in the policy there were a lot of details actually about, the employee that it had to have a separate space, that they were doing the teleworking from, that they couldn't, that they had to have childcare, for instance, while they were working, those kind of things. And so that's why that was my question, is how do we know all those are?
Well, some of it is good faith, honestly. There's no way to, it's like some of the other stuff that was discussed tonight regarding, virtual learning environments. Some of it is good faith. You can't cover every base. I know that's not a perfect answer, but it's reality.
And there's also work product and the ability to be able to evaluate work performance. Even if it is in a remote setting, there's still going to be work that's generated and evaluatable, just as they would if they were working in an office or a classroom, physically in the space. So we have to look at that and include in the contract.
Great, thank you.
Is this just to get through this COVID-19?
Well, it's especially relevant in light of things like this, and there could be other types of things down the road, Ira, that it could have application to, but I guess it's most apparent that it's related to the current situation.
Any other questions from the board?
I move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye, and that
policy is approved. Item 2.4 is receipt, review, and possible approval of district policy GBC 22, emergency paid sick leave. Information on that one you'd like to share?
Again, this is the one that I talked about briefly, that affords employees 80 hours of paid sick leave for those 6 reasons that I outlined. For less than full-time employees, it's an average of the time worked over a 2-week period.
So the question I had on this one and the next one actually is, so how is this paid for?
It's called an unfunded mandate from the federal government.
Sick leave is never budgeted for though anyway, right?
No.
Those days aren't, put in there, so I move to approve.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye, and that one's approved. Item 2.5 is receipt, review, and possible approval of district policy GBC 23, emergency family and medical leave. And this also goes along with COVID. Any
Correct.
specifics on this one you'd like to share?
Still affords employees with 12 weeks of FMLA, Family Medical Leave Act leave. It just has provisions in it that cover certain things related to COVID.
Any questions from the board?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye, and that motion carries. Item 2.6 is receipt, review, and approval of the 5-year capital improvement plan. Any questions on that one? I know Casey's not here with us, but any questions
How
on
about we
that?
put this on the next agenda?
Have to table and move it to the next agenda?
Yep.
Or not table it? I am getting tired. I'm not sure the correct parliamentary procedure. We don't want to table it. We want to,
If it goes to the next, meeting, tabling is appropriate. It needs to be
Think we have a
placed on the
timeline.
agenda.
If I may, Madam President, if I'm not mistaken, there's a deadline that's attached to this, which is why,
Oh, is there?
which is why he put it on the board meeting, even though he's not here, and I can't give you the particulars on it, but I believe that was why he put it on when he knew he wouldn't be here.
and I did talk to him, and he says, our capital improvement plan is always fluid. It's something we can revisit at the next board meeting, even if we approve this one. So,
And looking down through it, it does have the projects in there. It does talk a little bit about land acquisition, but probably the most critical part of that, which becomes a side issue, but it's the main issue with this, is this is taking and using the assumption that the pay-as-you-go issue passes on the November ballot. So I move to approve the capital improvement plan as presented.
Second.
thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye, and that plan is approved. Item 3.1 is our consent agenda.
I make a motion that we remove the jackpot cross-country, both of them, because there's not gonna be any fall sports, so it's just midpoint.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to remove the jackpot cross-country trips. Since there will be no cross-country in the fall, it will be pushed to the spring. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye, and that has been removed. Any other discussion on the consent agenda?
I make a motion, we approve the rest of the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion, is there a second? We have a motion and a second, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye, and the remainder of our consent agenda is approved. Item 4.1 is a report from our NASB director.
I know I'm a lot more productive at 5 o'clock in the morning than I am where everything's pretty quiet at NASB.
All right. All right, well, thank you. Item 4.2 is items from board members.
I don't know if there's anything that IT did or what, but the last virtual meeting I had, that was the clearest it was been, and it's also the best it was as far as being able to understand everyone.
Just want to thank people tonight too for all their comments and questions. They really helped me develop a lot of my thoughts on the whole plan, so thank you.
Yeah, it's been amazing to watch parents take interest and be so active in crafting what this nightmare is actually gonna look like. It's really heartening to me to see on both sides. I really appreciate, you know, caring is caring anyway, so I appreciate the parents, staff, everybody took the time to fill out the questions and to pull up my phone and all that stuff. It's been awesome. And that sounds sarcastic, but it's not.
It's great to see the involvement from the community, and I also want to say thank you to Dr. Robinson for the increased communication. I really feel like that's been helpful, and I know the community is looking forward to having more of that on a regular basis as well. Any other items from board members? We'll ask you at 5 o'clock in the morning, Ira. Item 5.1 is our superintendent's report.
Well, I think we've pretty much covered everything that I wanted to say this evening, I think, in the last 6 hours. But again, I do want to, as I said in the beginning, this isn't quite how I expect to start my first board meeting, but I am thrilled to be here in Elko County, and I've met wonderful people, and I do look forward to getting out and meeting the community and the community of professionals. So thank you, and
I have one question. It's not about your report, but in the past, hasn't our request for early graduation, et cetera, been up in consent agenda?
I believe it is. It might just.
Yeah, I thought I saw them in there.
Yeah, I think maybe you just clicked on a different tab, Mr. Fish.
What?
I think you just clicked, it is up in the consent agenda.
No, it's not.
Under administrative content?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I wouldn't know.
That's all right.
I'm late.
That's right, it's definitely late, no worries. All right.
I would just want to add too, that in the short time that I've been here, I have been incredibly impressed with the work that the committee has done and the work that the team at the central office has done too. They have been not only trying to help me get acclimated and find my door, but also working so hard on this presentation and putting the plans together and whatnot. It's really been an impress. I've been very impressed in the last few weeks that I've been here. So my gratitude, and I'm very impressed.
Thank you. Any guidance for our superintendent? I think we've shared a lot. So here we go. We'll move on to item 6.1, approval of the accounts payable.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, abstentions, disclosures? I'll be disclosing that I have a family member whose employer is listed on the accounts payable, so I will also be abstaining. Any others? All in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? That motion carries. Item 7.1 is a final opportunity for public comment.
JJ Latin, hello. In watching the board meeting, it seems there are quite a few Elko County School District employees who are at high risk. Maybe you should get an idea of the number of staff this will affect as needed before you make a decision on how many staff members are asked to put their lives in jeopardy. Thank you.
Is that that's the last one?
23 minutes ago, she
Okay.
submitted that.
Thank you. And Kim, please, you have endured this comment.
I just want to stand up. No. My name's Kim McKnight. Dr. Robertson, it's great to finally put a face to the name beside your video that I watched. I know this decision was really hard. I know things are going to change. And I just ask that as things are changing, I mean, I follow everything. The emails that you've been sending to parents, please keep us informed so that we can make decisions that best fit our family needs, along with the teaching needs and different things like that. As you become informed, I know that things are going to change. I mean, obviously, we were changing as we were sitting here, and I've been reading the directive. But the more that you communicate to us, I think the better it will be, because communication is a huge thing, and that's something that I think lacks a lot. So if you could communicate to us and be super open. I loved all the comments. I know you guys took the time to read them all. Washoe County is still in their meeting right now. And so they were started a couple hours before us, so that's crazy.
They started at 2.
Yeah, so I'm like, well, at least we're not them. But just the communication part so that we can all stay and work together. I mean, working together is a huge thing. But thank you guys so much. And the committee, you guys did a great job. The plans are amazing. Not as thorough as some people would want, but we totally understand why and how you guys did it. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Kim, for ending our meeting on a great note. I should ask, is there anyone else who wishes to make a comment? All right. Again, thank you for everyone who joined us here, those who joined us online. Thank you for your comments, your input, and continue to share your thoughts. We're one big district that has a lot of questions to answer and a lot of things to figure out, and it's great to have input all the time. So thank you. Item 8.1 is adjournment of the meeting.
I move we adjourn.
Thank you. All in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye. We are adjourned. Thank you again.